Dreamscape presents Silk, a Thriller by Scarlett Bergman, narrated by Jennifer Pickens. Prologue. I have always believed that beauty is most exquisite in its final moments. A rose bruised by the passage of time, its petals curling inward in secret agony. A candle flickering one last time before surrendering to the dark. A dying breath, gossamer thin, vanishing into the air like a whisper no one was meant to hear. Danny's was like that. Soft, fragile, a thing easily snuffed out. She hadn't expected it. That was the most delicious part. She had come to my home as a guest, entirely unaware, entirely trusting, entirely mine. She had stepped through the threshold of my apartment with a bright little smile, oblivious to the fact that she would never leave it again. Her laughter had tinkled like glass against the rim of a champagne flute. She had been happy. For a time, I let her be. The rope was all part of the plan, but the silk scarf had been an impulse. Perhaps a faded memory, or maybe it hadn't. Maybe it had been there all along, waiting for my hands to find it, for the moment to bloom, soft and inevitable. I remember how it slid through my fingers. Cool, smooth, effortless. The color was exquisite. The kind of deep crimson that reminded me of crushed cherries. Her surprise had been exquisite, too. The way her hands fluttered up, weak and confused, like an insect caught in a web. She looked at me, her eyes so wide, so questioning, as if I owed her an answer, as if it had ever mattered, the why of it. It didn't. I did it because I could. The thrill of it all was made more intense, carnal, because I was being observed. My most wonderful moment silently witnessed from the corner of the room. Yet the act, that was mine, for me alone. I held on until the fight left her, until she sagged, warm and pliant, into my arms. Even then, I stayed like that for a moment, pressing my cheek to the crown of her head, inhaling the last traces of her perfume. There was something sacred about it, something profound. The moment of ending, the closing of a book. I have always loved good endings. And now, here she is, still, silent, perfect. There is something godlike in this, I think. The power of creation inverted, turned inside out, the exquisite control of deciding that something should cease to exist. What is life, after all? A story rewritten at will. Outside, the city is alive, vibrant, pulsing. It does not know what I have done. The world continues to spin, unaware. And why should it stop? The death of a girl like Danny is no great tragedy. People die all the time. They disappear into the folds of the world, forgotten before their flesh is even cooled. But I will remember. The memory is vivid. I close her eyes with my fingertips, a gesture almost tender. My heart is not racing. My breath is slow and even. There is no fear in me, no guilt, no regret. Only a deep, quiet satisfaction, a kind of peace. I turn to the mirror, straightening my signature silk blouse, brushing the stray hair from my cheek. There is a flush to my skin, a glow to my eyes. I look radiant. I look alive. She does not. 1. The Park Avenue apartment had a hushed, almost reverential quality, as if even the furniture understood the privilege of existing in such a space. The walls were painted a serene dove gray, the exact shade Cornelia Langford had demanded after sending back 3 failed attempts. Every detail was deliberate. The cream sofas that seemed to hover just above the floor, the modern glass coffee table that looked sharp enough to cut, the faint scent of roses that lingered in the air, subtle, not cloying. Above the fireplace hung a painting, abstract and violent in its brushstrokes, its price whispered about only in the most exclusive circles. Cornelia stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, her reflection a pale ghost against the glittering Manhattan skyline. The wine glass in her hand caught the faintest gleam from the chandelier above, its delicate stem pinched between her fingers with the grace of someone born to such gestures. She swirled the wine slowly, watching the crimson liquid climb the edges of the glass, before settling back down with languid purpose, leaving tears in its wake. A 1985 Margot, she said, the name falling from her lips as if it carried the reverence of scripture. It's breathing now, as it should be. You'd be amazed how many people don't understand the importance of patience when it comes to something like this. They drink too soon. They always drink too soon. Pippa, standing a little behind her, nodded with the kind of eager, unquestioning agreement that had become her default in Cornelia's presence. She was a slight woman with a nervous energy that manifested in the constant shifting of her hands, clasped now in front of her like a supplicant's. Her brown hair was tucked behind her ears, a bob that should have been chic but only accentuated her round, anxious face. "You have such exquisite taste, Cornelia," Pippa said, her voice barely above a murmur. "I mean, this apartment alone. It's just... I love coming here. It's a work of art in itself." Cornelia's lips curved into a smile, though it was closer to a blade than a curve. Yes, you've said before, and I appreciate the compliment. Good taste isn't something you can buy, Pippa. That's the great tragedy of money. People think it's enough, but it's not. Look at the Rothschilds. They have more money than God, but their art collection, utterly pedestrian, tragic, really. She turned her gaze back to the room, letting her eyes drift over it with the satisfaction of a collector surveying her treasures. The coffee table gleamed with the precision of obsessive polishing, and on it sat 2 bottles of wine, their labels crisp and elegant, like restrained whispers of decadence. The glasses beside them, hand-blown crystal, impossibly fragile, were placed with such precision that they seemed almost sacred. "You've been to their place in Provence, haven't you?" Cornelia continued, not waiting for a response. "The grounds are adequate, but inside, faux Louis XIV everywhere. I could hardly keep from laughing." Pippa's smile, acknowledging Cornelia's disdain, came too quickly, almost desperate. Ignoring the absurdity of the question and the notion she'd been anywhere near the Rothschilds' estate, she glanced instead at the wine bottles, their names unfamiliar and intimidating. She didn't know much about wine. It gave her headaches. But Cornelia's intolerance of ignorance was well documented, so Pippa kept hers carefully hidden. "What time is she meant to arrive?" she asked, her tone brighter than it needed to be, the question a lifeline thrown into the conversation. Cornelia's eyes flicked to her, sharp as glass. "Danny at 8, she said, as if the name alone was sufficient explanation. "Oh," Pippa said, but she was too preoccupied with her own nerves to retain the details. Still, she knew better than to admit this. Cornelia took a slow sip of her wine, then lowered the glass with the kind of deliberate precision that turned a simple gesture into something theatrical. She stepped closer to Pippa, her shoes echoing against the parquet floor. "Danny is interesting," Cornelia said, her voice dropping into a tone that bordered on conspiratorial. "She has potential, but she's naive. She doesn't understand the nuances of people like us." "People like us?" Pippa repeated, the words feeling strange and unfamiliar in her mouth. Cornelia smiled again, this time with something like indulgence. "Yes, Pippa, people like us. People who understand the game, the ones who play it rather than letting it play them." The words lingered in the air, heavy with implication. Pippa felt a flush rise to her cheeks, uncertain whether it was from the room's warmth or the burn of Cornelia's glare. She nodded again, a small nervous smile tugging at her lips. Outside, the city sparkled indifferently, blissfully unaware of what was unfolding within the apartment, its lights stretching endlessly into the night. Inside, the air felt still and heavy, laden with the scent of wine and polished wood. Cornelia reached for her glass again, lifting it as though she were offering a toast, though no words accompanied the gesture. Instead, she looked back at Pippa, her expression unreadable, her presence as inescapable as the room itself. Cornelia gracefully lowered herself onto one of the sofas and leaned back slightly, her posture effortless, her movements deliberate, like a conductor waiting to cue the orchestra. She held the wine glass loosely, the faint clink of her ring against the glass's rim the only sound in the heavy jasmine-scented air. The light from above glinted off the glass, catching the deep crimson of the wine like a drop of blood suspended in crystal. "It's always been this way, you know," she began, her voice smooth, almost languid, as though she were recounting a private truth she rarely deigned to share. "People are so predictable. They want to be led even when they don't realize it. They crave direction, approval, the faintest suggestion that they matter to someone. That's the trick, Pippa. That's how you make them love you." Pippa stood a few feet away, her eyes fixed on Cornelia with the kind of unwavering attention one might give to a rare, dangerous animal. One false move, show even a hint of fear, and it might attack. Pippa shifted her weight slightly, her glass steady in her hand, though her fingers traced its stem absently, a nervous habit she hadn't quite managed to shed. But Cornelia had that effect. A faint sheen of wine clung to the rim, untouched. Aware that a response was required, Pippa smiled faintly, knowingly, the kind of smile that concealed far more than it revealed. She hoped she'd pulled it off. "And Danny?" she said at last, her tone careful, almost casual, praying her eyes hadn't betrayed her, masking something deeper, fear and apprehension, a subtle ripple beneath the surface. Cornelia's lips curved upward, her smile sharp and deliberate like the edge of a blade. "Danny is ripe," she said, her voice softening into something almost intimate, "an ideal candidate for enlightenment." Pippa gave a quiet laugh, the sound low and brittle, one that could have been mistaken for amusement, but her focus never wavered. She lifted her glass to her lips, but didn't drink, letting the silence stretch between them. It was a silence that spoke volumes, heavy with the reluctant understanding of unspoken intent. "She won't see it coming," Pippa said finally, her voice low, measured. It wasn't a question. Cornelia tilted her head slightly, a faint expression of mock surprise flickering across her face, like the shadow of a smile. "Of course she won't," she said. "They never do. That's the beauty of it. People like Danny, they walk into these things so willingly. All you have to do is offer them what they think they want. Pippa's grip on her glass tightened imperceptibly. She felt the blood drain from her face briefly before she eased her hand back into a show of elegance. She turned her head slightly, glancing toward the table where the wine bottle sat, its label a pristine whisper of luxury against the polished wood. "And when it's done?" she asked, her voice barely more than a murmur, the words hanging in the air like the final note of a symphony. Cornelia's smile widened, a flash of white against her painted lips, the expression more predatory than warm. "Then we'll have something new to talk about, won't we?" she said, her tone light but laced with unmistakable finality. She turned, setting her glass down on the polished table with a faint chime that seemed to echo in the stillness. Her fingers trailed along the edge of the wine bottle, her movements unhurried, deliberate as though the entire evening had been rehearsed. "It's not just about manipulation, Pippa. It's about art. Precision. The ability to craft a narrative so seamless they'll never see the seams. That is what sets people like us apart." "People like us," Pippa echoed softly, the phrase lingering on her tongue. It wasn't unfamiliar, but tonight it felt like a portent, carrying an unspoken message that caused her heart to flutter against her ribs. Cornelia stood slowly, then stepped closer, her gaze locking onto Pippa's with an intensity that was almost suffocating. "Do you know what I love most about this city?" she asked, her voice dipping into a velvety cadence, rich and intoxicating. "It's the constant hum of it all, the rhythm, the way people go about their lives, blissfully unaware of how easily the entire system can be tilted, how easily it can all collapse." Pippa nodded faintly, her expression carefully neutral though her heart thrummed in her chest. "And Danny?" Cornelia said again, her voice quieter now, sharper, as though she were drawing the name from the air itself. "Danny is a perfect test case, a blank canvas. She doesn't even realize she's walking into it." "She trusts you," Pippa said, almost absently, her fingers tracing slow, deliberate circles along the stem of her glass. Cornelia's smile returned, faint and dangerous, like a shadow stretching across the room. "Trust," she murmured. "Yes. It's such a malleable thing, isn't it? So pliable, so fragile." The faint chime of the doorbell shattered the stillness, cutting through the tension like a blade. Cornelia's head tilted slightly, her smile now smooth, practiced, as though a switch had been flipped. "Ah," she said, her tone brightening. "Right on time." She turned toward the door, her movements unhurried, poised. Pippa watched her go, her face carefully composed, betraying nothing. The air was charged with something unspoken, electric. Whatever came next, Pippa knew her role, knew exactly where she fit in this carefully constructed tableau. And outside, life carried on, while inside. 2. The intercom buzzed, its sharp trill reverberating through the apartment's measured quiet like a misplaced note in an otherwise perfect song. Cornelia paused by the door, one manicured hand resting lightly on the brass handle, the other brushing the silk of her blouse with a gesture so fluid it seemed rehearsed. She leaned toward the intercom panel, her movements unhurried, every action imbued with an air of deliberate elegance. "Danny, darling," she said, her voice carrying the kind of cultivated warmth that was both inviting and entirely impersonal. "Come right up, we've been expecting you." She pressed the button to unlock the elevator, then straightened, smoothing a stray strand of hair into place. As she turned back to Pippa, the faint glow of amusement touched her lips, soft but sharp as a razor's edge. "She'll be here in a moment," Cornelia said, her tone bright but carrying a hint of unspoken expectation. Do try to compose yourself, Pippa. You've got that look again, like a startled fawn. It's unsettling. Pippa flushed, a faint bloom of color creeping up her neck, but she only nodded. Setting her glass down on the low table with exaggerated care, she adjusted her posture, attempting to mimic Cornelia's effortless poise. It was an impossible task. Pippa's awkwardness seemed baked into her very bones, something she could never quite shake, no matter how many hours she spent under Cornelia's tutelage. The faint whir of the elevator's ascent filled the room, a mechanical purr that grew louder as it climbed. Cornelia's gaze shifted to the polished steel doors, her expression calm but focused, like an actress waiting for her cue. Pippa stood a few steps behind her, hands clasped tightly in front of her, the faint tremor in her fingers betraying her nerves. The elevator chimed, and the doors slid open with an almost theatrical precision. Danny stepped out, her tall frame slightly stooped as though she were trying to make herself smaller. Her hair, a warm chestnut, framed her face in soft waves that seemed a little too casual, as though she'd run her fingers through it rather than bothering with a comb. Her blazer was tailored but looked worn at the edges, the kind of garment that had once been expensive but now betrayed its age. "Cornelia," Danny said, her voice light but carrying a faint breathlessness as she stepped into the apartment. "I hope I'm not late." "Not at all," Cornelia replied smoothly, gliding forward to kiss Danny's cheek. Her touch lingered just a fraction too long, her smile too sharp. "You're perfectly on time." She gestured toward Pippa, who offered a nervous smile. "You remember Pippa, of course." "Of course," Danny said, though her tone was uncertain. She extended her hand, and Pippa took it briefly, her grip light and fleeting. Cornelia stepped back, allowing Danny to take in the room. The apartment seemed to bask in its own quiet grandeur. Above the fireplace, the Calderon painting dominated the room, its violent swirls of red and black standing in stark contrast to the room's otherwise serene palette. "That's extraordinary. Is it new?" Danny said, nodding toward the painting. Her brow furrowed slightly, as though she were trying to place its significance. "Thank you," Cornelia said, her voice lilting with approval. "It is new. A Calderon, one of his later works. There's something so primal about his use of color, don't you think?" Danny nodded, though the name meant nothing to her. She turned back to Cornelia, her smile faltering slightly under the scrutiny of the older woman's observation. "Thank you for inviting me," she said. "I thought it would be the perfect setting for tonight," Cornelia replied, her tone light but laced with something unspoken. She gestured toward the table where the wine bottle waited, its label gleaming faintly under the light. "We were just about to taste the Margot. Shall we?" Danny hesitated for the briefest moment before nodding. "Of course, I'd love to. I learned so much on my tour of Tuscan vineyards this summer." The deliberate throwaway comment immediately irritated Cornelia, like nails down a chalkboard. As Cornelia moved toward the table, Pippa caught Danny's eye and offered a fleeting smile, though it lacked warmth. Danny returned it uncertainly, perhaps sensing something beneath the surface of the room's polished exterior, a tension that lingered just out of reach. They had all met through Cornelia, of course. Danny had been introduced as a promising young writer, brimming with enthusiasm but still untested. Cornelia had taken an interest, though her interest always carried a faint edge of something predatory. Pippa, on the other hand, had been at Cornelia's side for years, her role amorphous but indispensable. Together, the three of them formed a strange triangle, their connections defined less by affection than by Cornelia's gravitational pull. While Pippa grudgingly accepted the intrusion, she was mollified by the notion that if Danny was a threat, then the enemy was at least within sight. "So, tell me, Cornelia said, her eyes reverently skimming the label on the bottle. "How's the novel coming along?" Danny stiffened slightly, though she quickly masked it with a polite laugh. "It's coming," she said, "slowly but surely." Cornelia turned, the bottle cradled effortlessly in her hand. "Good," she said, her smile sharp enough to cut. "I'm sure it will be worth the wait." The room seemed to hold its breath as Cornelia poured the wine, the deep red liquid pooling into the glass like something alive. Danny took the offered glass with both hands, her fingers brushing briefly against Cornelia's. The woman's gaze lingered for just a moment too long, making Danny's smile falter again. "Shall we toast?" Cornelia said, raising her glass. The crystal caught the light, scattering fragments of gold across the walls. "To ambition, and to the pursuit of greatness." Danny hesitated, her glass hovering in the air before clinking it gently against Cornelia's. Pippa followed suit, her movements more hesitant, her smile tightly controlled. The glasses rang softly, a delicate chime that seemed to dissolve too quickly into the stillness. Cornelia's hand hovered over the second bottle of wine, her polished nail tracing the elegant script on the label as if savoring the moment before the reveal. "And this," she said, lifting it as though presenting a trophy, "is the Montrachet. 2008, a personal favorite. Crisp, complex, with just the faintest note of honey at the finish. A wine for the truly discerning palate." Danny arched an eyebrow, her glass poised near her lips. "And do you often test the discernment of your guests prior to a dinner party, Cornelia?" she asked, her tone light but edged with something sharper. Cornelia's lips twitched, though whether in amusement or irritation was impossible to tell. "Not everyone has the capacity to appreciate excellence, Danny," she replied smoothly, her voice carrying the confidence of unshakable certainty. "But I do like to elevate people when I can, and I'm genuinely interested in your opinion. I do so want to get it just right for my guests tomorrow." "Elevate," Danny repeated, the word rolling off her tongue with the faintest trace of derision. "That's a very generous way to describe it, but not everyone measures excellence by the price of a bottle or the pedigree of a painter, don't you think?" Pippa's head snapped up, her eyes darting nervously between the two women. She could feel the tension thickening like humidity before a storm, though Cornelia, for her part, appeared unfazed. If anything, her smile grew sharper, like a predator amused by its prey's futile resistance. "I imagine you're referring to your work," Cornelia said, tilting her head slightly. "Your passion for social... what is it? Justice? Equity? Forgive me, that terminology changes so often. I struggle to keep up." Danny's smile was tight, her fingers gripped the stem of her glass. "If by work you mean attempting to level a playing field that's been tilted for centuries, then yes, that's exactly what I mean." Cornelia gave a soft laugh, the sound light and effortless, but it carried a glint of steel. "Ah, the moral high ground. Such a fine vantage point. But tell me, Danny, do you ever wonder who built the playing field in the first place? Or are you too busy trying to flatten it to notice?" Danny's eyes flashed, a quicksilver glint that betrayed the force of the retort she was no doubt holding back so as not to offend the hostess. Instead, she set her glass down with deliberate care, the faintest clink punctuating the silence. "So, tell me, the event you're hosting, is it a soiree to raise funds for charity, perhaps?" she asked, changing the subject with a swiftness and trace elements of sarcasm that Pippa found both alarming and disarming. Cornelia allowed the shift with a gracious tilt of her head, as though granting permission for the reprieve. "A small gathering, minus the philanthropy," she said. "Select guests, carefully curated. An evening of fine food, finer wine, and stimulating conversation." "Carefully curated," Danny echoed, her tone neutral but her meaning clear. "So we're the exhibit, then?" Cornelia's smile widened. Every good hostess understands the importance of balance, Danny. A dinner party is a tapestry, each guest a thread. The trick is weaving them together in just the right way. And what thread am I? Danny asked, leaning back slightly, her posture casual but her gaze sharp. Ah, Cornelia said, her eyes glinting as she poured another measure of wine into Danny's glass. You, my dear, are the spark, the unpredictable element. Every good composition needs a little discord to make the harmony sweeter. Pippa shifted uncomfortably in her chair, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her sleeve. She hated these exchanges. The way Cornelia toyed with Danny, her words light and charming on the surface but barbed underneath. And yet, she also reveled in them, because it took the heat off her, and no matter how hostile they became, she couldn't bring herself to intervene. She never could. Danny's laugh was low and humorless. So I'm a disruption and a wine-tasting guinea pig, she said. Good to know where I stand. Oh, don't take offense, Cornelia said lightly, though her smile had a touch of condescension. It's a compliment, truly. You bring energy, a certain vibrancy that most people lack. It's refreshing and very useful. She paused. You seem a little out of sorts this evening, darling. Is everything all right? Danny's gaze narrowed slightly, but she didn't respond. Instead, she lifted her glass and took a deliberate sip, the wine's sharpness cutting against the tension that had settled over the room. Pippa, darling, Cornelia said suddenly, turning to her friend with a smile that was all surface. You've been so quiet. What do you think? Pippa blinked, caught off guard, and stammered slightly. I think... The Montrachet is lovely, definitely my favorite, she said, grasping at the safest topic she could find. Cornelia's smile didn't waver, though her eyes sparkled with faint amusement. Lovely, she repeated. Yes, I suppose that's one way to describe it. Danny glanced at Pippa, her expression softening slightly, though she said nothing. Cornelia, meanwhile, returned her attention to the wine, swirling the liquid in her glass with the precision of a surgeon. I had an argument with Jared. I'd rather not discuss it. Let's just focus on the wine. After all, that's the reason I'm here, isn't it? Danny took a sip and avoided eye contact, leaving Cornelia free to move proceedings on. Shall we move to the dining room? Said Cornelia, her tone signaling that the conversation was over or that she was bored. The preparations are nearly complete. Come and see. I'd hate to let the evening get away from us by focusing on domestic affairs or those of the heart. With that barb out of the way, she stood, the motion fluid, and gestured for the others to follow. Danny hesitated for the briefest moment before rising, her shoulders squared, her expression unreadable. Pippa trailed behind them, keeping her movements small and uncertain, like a shadow trying not to be noticed. And as they moved through the apartment, the city beyond did its own thing, focused, driven, and in control, while inside, focused solely on her innocent guest, also driven and in control, Cornelia prepared to do hers. 3. The dining room beckoned like a stage, its long, polished table gleaming under the soft light of the ornate pendant fittings that hung low from the center of the room. Danny walked ahead, the sound of her footsteps sharp and steady. She glanced over her shoulder briefly, her face framed by a stray lock of hair, but Pippa's tight, uncertain smile was the only thing she caught. Cornelia followed in silence, her steps almost soundless, her figure fluid and precise. Cornelia's hand dipped into the pocket of her dress, her fingers brushing against the rope made from strong nylon, specifically purchased for the task ahead. And then, in an unexpected turn and moment of inspiration, her eyes were drawn to a preferable instrument of death, the soft, familiar texture of silk. Danny, Cornelia called softly, her voice warm, almost maternal. Danny stopped and turned, her expression curious but unguarded. Cornelia stepped closer. "Yes?" Danny asked, tilting her head slightly. Cornelia's hand briefly touched the crimson scarf draped around Danny's neck, loose and untied in a chic and casual way, then let her fingers hover in the air, as though she were considering a gesture of kindness. Cornelia smiled, stepping even closer. "I couldn't help but notice your scarf," she murmured, gently pulling it from Danny's neck as she spoke, fingering the silk and feigning intense admiration. "It's exquisite. Have you had it long? It's not something I'd expect you to wear. Designer, perhaps." Danny blinked, caught off guard by this sudden, backhanded compliment. "I found it in a thrift shop last week. A rare and lucky find. No label, so its origins are anyone's guess," she said. "And as you know, I don't really think about stuff like that, but I'm glad you like it." Her eyes flashed with irritation before sharply turning her back on Cornelia to survey the elaborate place settings before her. Danny was being polite. Cornelia knew this, and that she'd be bored and secretly unimpressed by the display of fine china and crystal laid out on the table. So, utilizing Danny's fake distraction wisely, Cornelia made her move. She didn't hurry. Cornelia never hurried. Her smile widened as she allowed the moment to stretch, savoring the anticipation that rippled beneath her skin like the prelude to a symphony. The scarf snaked forward, the silk wrapping around Danny's throat with a swift and deft motion. There was a moment, a fraction of a second, when Danny span to face Cornelia, her eyes wide with confusion, the beginnings of a question forming on her lips. Then Cornelia pulled. The crimson silk tightened, a cruel ribbon biting into the tender skin of Danny's neck. Her hands flew up instinctively, clawing at the scarf, her nails scraping against the fine fabric, but Cornelia held firm, her expression serene, almost reverent. Danny stumbled backward, her movements frantic, but Cornelia followed with the patience of a predator, her grip unyielding. Danny fell to her knees, her weight allowing Cornelia more purchase as she loomed over her wilting victim, her eyes bulging as she struggled for air. The silk, Cornelia thought, was perfect for this. Its texture unyielding yet delicate, its color so vibrantly alive, a poetic contrast to what it now symbolized. Pippa backed herself into a corner and froze, her hand flying to her mouth. Her breath came in short, shallow gasps as she watched the scene unfold. Her eyes darted between Danny's flailing limbs and Cornelia's calm, measured movements. She had always admired Cornelia's grace, her poise, but this was something else entirely, something terrifying, powerful, and strangely magnetic. "Cornelia," Pippa whispered, though the word barely escaped her lips. Danny's struggles grew weaker, her body sagging as the scarf bit deeper. Her gaze locked onto Cornelia's, and for a fleeting moment there was a glimmer of realization, a terrible, dawning awareness. Cornelia tilted her head slightly, her eyes gleaming with something dark and unspeakable, a kind of rapture that seemed to lift her above the mundane world. When Danny's body finally went limp, Cornelia held the scarf taut for a moment longer, as though unwilling to relinquish the exquisite tension of the act. Slowly, she eased her grip, letting the silk unwind from Danny's throat. The girl crumpled to the floor in a silent heap, her tongue protruding slightly, head tilted at an unnatural angle, her chest still. The room was silent, save for Pippa's ragged breathing. Cornelia crouched beside Danny's lifeless form, her fingers brushing a stray strand of hair from the girl's face. Her lips parted slightly, and for a moment she appeared lost in thought. her gaze fixed on Danny's vacant eyes. "Beautiful," Cornelia murmured, her voice barely audible. "There is a purity in this, don't you think, Pippa?" Pippa took a hesitant step closer, her eyes wide, her hands trembling. She looked down at Danny's face, her features frozen in an expression of shock and fear, the faintest trace of a tear glistening on her cheek. "It's—" Pippa hesitated, swallowing hard. Her voice was unsteady, caught between horror and something she couldn't quite name. "It's the look in her eyes. It's like she knew. At the end, she knew what was happening." Cornelia rose gracefully, the crimson scarf still draped over her hand, its fabric now slightly creased but otherwise pristine. She turned to Pippa, her expression soft but purposeful, her ragged breathing now returning to normal. "That," she said, her voice low and rich with satisfaction, "is the most extraordinary part. That moment of clarity. It's fleeting, but if you're attentive, you can always catch it. It's almost poetic." Pippa stared at Cornelia, her chest rising and falling rapidly. There was something magnetic about her, something terrifying and irresistible all at once. She wanted to look away, to run, to scream, but instead she nodded, her lips parting in a shaky exhale. Cornelia glanced down at the scarf, its deep red hue vivid against her pale hands. "Silk," she said softly, almost to herself. "It's so clean, so elegant, no blood, no mess, just an ending." Pippa's voice was barely audible when she spoke. You're incredible," she whispered. Cornelia tilted her head slightly, her smile returning. "Oh, Pippa," she said, her tone light, almost playful. "There are so many things you don't know about me." The silk scarf dangled loosely from her hand, the crimson fabric swaying gently as she turned toward the dining room. Her steps were measured, unhurried, as though nothing at all had happened. Behind her, Pippa remained frozen, her gaze fixed on Danny's lifeless form, her breath shallow and uneven. "Is that it now?" Pippa's naivete was ruining the moment. Cornelia straightened herself, her spine curving back into its perfect line as though nothing had happened. She smoothed her dress, brushed a stray hair from her temple, and took a deep, measured breath, the exhalation soft and deliberate. The crimson scarf, now slack and silent in her hand, was folded with care. When she looked at Pippa, her expression was calm, almost tender, as if she had merely rearranged a piece of furniture. "Pippa," she said softly, her tone low and measured, "take her feet." Pippa blinked, her breath hitching. "Her feet?" she stammered. Her eyes darted to Danny's lifeless form on the floor, then back to Cornelia. Cornelia nodded, stepping over Danny's outstretched hand with a precision that felt almost rehearsed. Gesturing toward the hallway that led to a spare bedroom, she said, "We're taking her to the ensuite. The bath will do for now." Pippa's hands trembled as she crouched, reaching tentatively for Danny's ankles. The smooth leather of Danny's shoes felt cold under her fingers, and she flinched, her breath catching in her throat. The bath?" she repeated, her voice rising slightly. "Cornelia, I don't think—" Cornelia's sharp gaze cut through her words. "Now, Pippa," she said, her voice soft but firm. "She won't move herself." Pippa nodded quickly, swallowing her protest. She bent lower, her hands trembling as they grasped Danny's ankles. The burden of the body startled her. It was heavier than she had imagined, dead weight in every sense of the phrase. Cornelia, meanwhile, had already lifted Danny under the arms, her movements smooth and practiced, as though she had done this a dozen times before. They moved through the apartment in silence, the only sounds the faint shuffle of their steps and Pippa's shallow, uneven breaths. When they reached the spare bedroom, Cornelia nudged the door open with her foot. The room was immaculate, the bedspread uncreased, the air faintly scented with the jasmine diffuser on the far dresser. Cornelia led the way into the ensuite, its marble surfaces gleaming under the soft glow of recessed lighting. "Here," Cornelia said, nodding toward the deep, claw-footed bathtub. "Set her down gently." Pippa obeyed, lowering Danny's legs into the tub with exaggerated care, as though afraid the dead woman might suddenly cry out. Cornelia adjusted Danny's arms, folding them neatly across her chest, her touch clinical, almost reverent. She stepped back, surveying the scene with the same critical eye she might have used to arrange a bouquet or adjust a painting. Pippa, meanwhile, was shaking. Her breath came in rapid gasps, and her hands fluttered uselessly at her sides. That was, she stammered, her voice high and uneven. "Cornelia, I can't believe how long it took. I thought it would be faster. It always looks faster in the movies, doesn't it? But she kept fighting the way her hands..." Cornelia sighed, pressing a hand to her temple as though warding off a headache. "Pippa," she said, her voice sharp with irritation, "you're babbling." "I'm not babbling," Pippa insisted, though her words came in a rush. "It's just, God, Cornelia, the way her eyes looked at the end, like she didn't want to believe it, and her hands clawing at you, I thought she might..." "Enough!" Cornelia's voice cut through Pippa's rambling like a knife. She straightened, folding her arms across her chest, the crimson scarf dangling loosely from one hand. "You're ruining the beauty of the moment." Pippa blinked, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. "The moment?" she echoed, her voice trembling. Cornelia's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes narrowing slightly as she looked down at Danny's lifeless form. "A moment of stillness, of quiet. It's rare, you know. The world is so noisy, so frantic, but here, now, it's perfect." Pippa stared at her, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "How are you so calm?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Cornelia tilted her head slightly, her smile widening. "Because that is what the moment requires," she said, stepping closer. "And you are entirely too excitable." She brushed past Pippa, smoothing her dress as she moved back toward the bedroom. "Now gather yourself, we have work to do." Pippa remained frozen for a moment, her hands still trembling before finally nodding. She glanced down at Danny, her face pale and still, her lips slightly parted as though caught mid-breath. A shiver ran through her as she turned away, following Cornelia back into the bedroom and into the hall. It was then, as she trotted obediently behind, Pippa wondered what Cornelia had meant. Even though she wished the evening was over, it seemed there was more left to do. Although what that could be, Pippa had no clue. And deep down, she didn't really want to know. 4. The living room seemed unchanged, untouched by the violence that had just unfolded within the apartment's immaculate walls. To anyone entering, it would have been impossible to guess what had just occurred. But to Pippa, its elegance was now an affront, the silence a cruel reminder. Cornelia moved ahead, her steps unhurried, her spine straight as if she were gliding through a gallery. She gestured with one perfectly manicured hand toward the library, the faintest flick of her wrist suggesting more command than invitation. "Come," Cornelia said, her voice as cool and unyielding as the polished parquet beneath their feet. Pippa followed, her movements stiff and jerky, her pulse still pounding in her ears. The heels of her shoes scuffed against the floor, and she winced, glancing nervously at Cornelia, who made no acknowledgement of the sound. Cornelia's calm was impenetrable, unnerving, a mask so flawless that it might as well have been marble. The library was smaller than the other rooms, but no less stunning. Walls lined with dark walnut shelves gleamed under the soft amber light of a brass lamp. The books were arranged in perfect rows, their spines unbroken, their titles embossed in gold. A leather Chesterfield sofa sat in the center, its surface polished to a dull sheen, flanked by a pair of armchairs and a low table, bearing a crystal decanter and matching glasses. Cornelia moved to the decanter without a word, pouring a measure of amber liquid into one of the glasses. She held it out to Pippa, who hesitated for a moment before accepting it with trembling hands. The glass felt heavy, solid, the cool of it grounding her slightly, though her fingers still shook as she brought it to her lips. "Drink," Cornelia instructed, her tone making it clear that she would brook no argument. Pippa obeyed, the brandy burning her throat as it went down, the heat spreading through her chest and settling in her stomach. She coughed lightly, her eyes watering, but Cornelia had already turned away, her focus elsewhere. She poured a second glass for herself, though she did not drink, merely holding it as she leaned against the edge of the table. "You'll go about your day tomorrow as normal," Cornelia said, her gaze fixed somewhere over Pippa's shoulder. Her voice was steady, matter-of-fact, as though she were discussing nothing more consequential than a change in the weather. "Do what you always do. Be seen. Speak to people. Ensure there's no reason for anyone to question where you were or what you were doing." Pippa's breath hitched. She lowered the glass slightly, her hand tight against the crystal. "Cornelia, I don't know if I can—" "You can," Cornelia interrupted, her tone clipped. Her eyes met Pippa's then, sharp and unrelenting, freezing her in place. "And you will. There's no room for error, Pippa. Do you understand me?" Pippa nodded quickly, her head bobbing like a puppet's. Yes, I understand." Her voice was thin, barely audible, and she hated how insignificant it sounded, how small she felt under Cornelia's gaze. Cornelia's expression softened slightly, though it was not kindness that tempered her features, but something colder, more calculating. "Good," she said. "This is important, Pippa. You have to trust me. If you do exactly as I say, everything will be fine." Pippa wanted to believe her, needed to believe her. But the memory of the last hour bore down on her like a physical force. Why had she not thought it through? Was it because she didn't really believe that Cornelia would go through with it, and somewhere in the back of her mind had kidded herself into thinking this was a silly mind game, something to amuse Cornelia, seeing how far she could push the boundaries of friendship and Pippa's slavish obsession before she announced with a mocking smile that it was all just a joke? Had she not, even for a moment, really and truly pictured what it would be like to see someone murdered in cold blood, to wonder how she would react in the seconds before, during, and after the act? How she would cope with the guilt and carry on with the rest of her life, never mind a day, knowing she was complicit in taking that of another? Pippa realized her mistake. Not only had she failed to see the obvious, that this was never going to be a prank, she had also stupidly underestimated Cornelia, and for that, she was going to have to pay the price. Her unshakable obsession and devotion, plus the unlikely gift of friendship that Cornelia had bestowed on Pippa, came at a cost. She took another sip of the brandy, hoping to steady herself and not crumble under scrutiny and the enormity of what she had done. Cornelia, by contrast, was unnervingly composed. Her movements were measured, her voice controlled, her expression serene. She seemed almost bored, as though the events of the evening had already been filed away in some distant corner of her mind, irrelevant now that they had served their purpose. "Cornelia," Pippa began hesitantly, her voice cracking slightly, "what happens next?" Cornelia's eyes flicked back to her, and for a moment a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Next," she repeated, her tone almost amused. "Next we wait. Patience, Pippa. That's the key to everything. And then tomorrow night," her eyes glinted, "the dinner party." The words hung in the air like smoke, heavy and cloying. Pippa shifted uncomfortably, her fingers clamped around the glass as though it might anchor her. She wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but the look in Cornelia's eyes stopped her. There was no point. Cornelia would reveal only what she deemed necessary, and nothing more. Instead, Pippa stared into her glass, the brandy swirling faintly as her hand trembled. She felt Cornelia's presence beside her, the air between them charged with an unspoken tension. The heavy crystal glass trembled in Pippa's hand, the rippling of the brandy inside betraying the frailty of her composure. Cornelia, perched gracefully on the edge of the library's leather Chesterfield, watched her with the cool detachment of a scientist observing an experiment. "It's 9, Cornelia said, glancing at the delicate gold watch on her wrist. "Danny arrived at 8. You'll need to leave soon." Pippa's head snapped up, her wide eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Leave?" she whispered, the word trembling on her lips. "You want me to just go?" Cornelia tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "Yes," she said simply, as though the answer were self-evident. "You need to be seen. Go to the florist. Stop by that dreadful little coffee shop you insist on frequenting. Perhaps buy a new dress. Something cheerful." Pippa's throat tightened, a faint sound escaping her as she pressed the glass to her lips. The brandy burned as it slid down, but it did nothing to steady the quivering in her chest. "But what about—" She couldn't bring herself to say it. "The body. Danny." Cornelia's gaze sharpened, her cool veneer barely masking her irritation. "I'll handle it," she said, her voice clipped. "That isn't your concern." Pippa set the glass down too hard on the table, the sound ringing out like a reprimand. "How can you be so calm?" she blurted, her voice cracking. "She's dead, Cornelia. She's dead, and you just—" Cornelia sighed, leaning back against the sofa with an air of practiced indifference. "Pippa, please," she said. "This hysterics routine is unbecoming. You need to learn to adapt." Pippa's hands clenched into fists, her nails biting into her palms. "Adapt?" she echoed, her voice rising. "She was alive an hour ago. She was sitting here, talking, breathing, and now she's in your bathtub." Cornelia rose in one fluid motion, crossing the room to stand over Pippa. Her shadow stretched long and dark across the floor. "And what would you like me to do about that?" she asked, her voice soft but laced with steel. "Would you prefer I call the police? Perhaps offer them tea while we explain how Danny met her unfortunate end?" Pippa recoiled slightly, her eyes dropping to the floor. "No," she whispered. "Then pull yourself together," Cornelia said, her tone softening just enough to feel like a command veiled as reassurance. "You knew what this was. You knew what I planned. Don't pretend otherwise." The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Pippa swallowed hard, her throat bobbing as she struggled to find her voice. "What are you going to do?" she asked finally, her voice barely audible. Cornelia's lips curved into the faintest shadow of a smile. "Don't worry about that," she said. "Just focus on your role, Pippa. Go out, be seen, smile at the barista, pick up a bouquet of lilies. They'll suit you." Pippa hesitated, her body frozen between obedience and rebellion. She wanted to argue, to scream, to run. But then Cornelia placed a hand on her shoulder, the touch light but unyielding, and Pippa's resistance wavered. "You're part of this now," Cornelia said, her voice soft as silk. "But I won't ask you to do anything you can't handle. You trust me, don't you?" Pippa's breath hitched. Trust. The word felt fragile, brittle, as though it might shatter if she spoke it aloud. But she nodded, the motion jerky and uncertain. Cornelia's smile widened, though it never reached her eyes. "Good," she said. "Now go. The world is waiting." Pippa rose shakily, her knees threatening to buckle, and made her way toward the door. She paused, her hand hovering over the handle, and glanced back at Cornelia. "Call if you need me," she said, her voice faltering. Cornelia waved a dismissive hand. "I'll be fine," she said lightly. "I have everything under control. I shall see you tomorrow, and the next act will take place." The door clicked shut behind Pippa, leaving Cornelia alone in the library. She exhaled slowly, the faintest trace of amusement curling at the edges of her lips. She lifted her glass of brandy and swirled it, watching the liquid catch the light. "Everything under control," she murmured to herself, the words lingering in the stillness like smoke. Cornelia waited a while and savored the peace, the calm before the perfect storm she would create the next day. But before that, she had things to do. Things to prepare so everything would be absolutely perfect for her dear, unsuspecting guests. 5. The following morning, the streets of New York stretched before Pippa like a living diorama, each corner humming with movement and color. The city was alive, a glittering machine that consumed everything and, in its arrogance, noticed nothing. She walked briskly, her steps heavy on the pavement, her coat wrapped tightly around her, though the October air was mild. Every step felt like an act of defiance against the storm raging inside her. At the corner of Madison and 73rd, she stopped at a florist. The window display was a riot of color. Deep orange marigolds, blush roses, sunflowers so bright they seemed to catch the morning light and hold it captive. A bell tinkled as she stepped inside, the warm scent of lilies and eucalyptus wrapping around her like a shield. "Good morning, Miss Alden," the shopkeeper said, his tone deferential, his smile bright. Pippa nodded, her lips curving into a polite but hollow response. She perused the arrangements, her fingers grazing the edges of petals, soft and cool to the touch. Cornelia's voice echoed in her mind, "Pick up a bouquet of lilies. They'll suit you." She chose a modest bundle of lilies and white hydrangeas, their pale elegance a perfect reflection of the world Cornelia had built around her. Calculated, restrained, devoid of excess. As the shopkeeper wrapped them in brown paper and tied them with twine, Pippa caught her reflection in the glass of a nearby vase. Her face was pale, drawn, her eyes shadowed with exhaustion. She looked like a ghost haunting her own life. "Lovely choice," the shopkeeper said as he handed her the bouquet. Pippa forced a smile and murmured her thanks before stepping back into the street, the flowers clutched tightly in her hands. She turned onto Fifth Avenue, the wide thoroughfare bustling with the usual mix of tourists and well-dressed locals. The sunlight gleamed off the windows of high-end boutiques, their displays carefully curated to exude effortless luxury. A group of women in tailored coats and oversized sunglasses strolled past her, their laughter bright and sharp and painful to the fragile ear and brain. Pippa recognized one of them, Annalise Gray, a woman she had met at one of Cornelia's parties. "Pippa, darling," Annalise called, her voice cutting through the din of the street. She stepped forward, her heels clicking smartly against the pavement, and kissed Pippa on both cheeks. "You look divine. It's been ages. How are you?" "Oh, you know," Pippa replied, her tone carefully modulated. "Busy, as always." "Aren't we all?" Annalise said with a laugh, her eyes darting briefly to the bouquet in Pippa's hands. "Lilies, so classic. Are they for someone special?" "Just for me," Pippa said quickly, the lie slipping out before she could stop it. "A little indulgence." "Well, you deserve it," Annalise said, squeezing Pippa's arm lightly. "We must catch up soon. Drinks at the Carlisle? Say next week?" "Of course," Pippa said, her voice automatic, her smile strained. Annalise lingered for another moment, her sharp eyes scanning Pippa's face as though searching for a flaw, before offering a final air kiss and moving on. As the crowd swallowed Annalise, Pippa's smile collapsed, her lips pressing into a thin line. She continued down Fifth Avenue, the flowers growing heavier in her hands with each step. She passed the shimmering facade of Bergdorf Goodman, the windows filled with mannequins draped in impossibly expensive gowns. The display felt garish, grotesque, a mockery of everything she had once thought beautiful, a perception of Cornelia's life now tarnished. At a small cafe on East 74th, she paused. The patio tables were filled with patrons sipping cappuccinos and nibbling on delicate pastries. She hesitated, Cornelia's instructions reverberating in her head. Be seen, smile at the barista. Everything about her life now felt like a performance, every gesture scripted, every expression choreographed. She stepped inside, the scent of coffee and warm croissants enveloping her. The barista, a young man with dark curls and kind eyes, greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, what can I get for you?" "A cappuccino, please," Pippa said, her voice barely rising above a whisper. She placed the bouquet on the counter, her fingers brushing over the twine as though seeking reassurance. As she waited, her gaze wandered to the patrons seated inside. A woman in a navy coat tapped away on her laptop, her brow furrowed in concentration. A man in a tailored suit read the Times, his expression placid, unbothered. They all seemed so normal, so untouched by the chaos that was engulfing her. The gap between her and them felt insurmountable, a pit of guilt and fear. The barista set the cappuccino on the counter, the foam artfully swirled into the shape of a heart. "Here you go," he said. Pippa managed a faint smile. "Thank you." She took the cup and found a small table near the window, the flowers resting beside her. She sipped the coffee slowly. The warmth should have been a comfort, though it did little to quiet the chill inside her. As she stared out at the bustling street, her complicity settled deeper into her chest. Cornelia's voice echoed in her mind. "You knew what this was. You knew what I am." She had known, hadn't she? And yet knowing hadn't prepared her for this, for the bloodless violence, for the sight of Danny's vacant eyes, for the suffocating guilt that now wrapped itself around her like a noose. The city outside moved on, relentless and vibrant, its rhythm unbroken. But for Pippa, the day stretched ahead like a punishment, each hour a test of her resolve, each interaction a reminder of the secrets she now carried. She took another sip of her coffee, the bitter taste anchoring her, and tried to pretend that she was still a part of the world passing by. The cappuccino soon grew tepid, the foam collapsing in delicate swirls that mirrored the turmoil in Pippa. She stared into the cup, her hands clasped around it as though it might offer some form of absolution. Outside the cafe window, New York moved on. It wasn't the first time Pippa had felt trapped, a passenger in her own life. That role had been assigned to her long before she met Cornelia, long before she stepped into this strange, rarefied world. She'd been raised in a sprawling Victorian house in upstate New York, its ivy-clad walls as suffocating as her father's rigid expectations. Harold Alden was a man who demanded perfection, who considered emotion a weakness and failure a mortal sin. "Sit up straight, Pippa," he would bark at her during family dinners, his voice sharp enough to slice through bone. "No one can bear a girl who slouches." Her mother, timid and hollow-eyed, never intervened. She existed as a wisp in Harold's orbit, a cautionary tale of what happened to those who lacked resolve. Pippa learned early that compliance was the key to survival, that to avoid her father's ire, she needed to be quiet, obedient, unremarkable. Her childhood had been a study in muted rebellion. She'd find small ways to assert herself, sneaking novels under the covers when she was meant to be studying, pressing wildflowers into the pages of her textbooks, writing secret poems in the margins of her notebooks. But these moments of defiance were fleeting, easily erased by her father's disapproval or her mother's resigned silence. She even had a superpower. Well, that's what she thought it was at the time. Her photographic memory. Discovered early, she'd told not a single soul about it, an ability she held close and kept just for herself. Something that allowed her to ace exams and garner praise from teachers, and occasionally and begrudgingly her parents. By the time she reached college, Pippa had perfected the art of invisibility. She took a practical major, accounting, at her father's insistence, and spent her days blending into the background, her dreams of art school or a career in writing buried beneath layers of expectation. She told herself it didn't matter, that conformity was a small price to pay for peace. But the truth was, she'd never known peace, only the uneasy truce of a life lived for others. Cornelia had entered her life like a storm, sweeping through her carefully curated existence and exposing all the cracks beneath. They had met at a gallery opening, one of those events where champagne flutes flowed freely and conversations were as polished and hollow as the art on display. Pippa had been invited as a guest of a colleague, feeling out of place in her modest black dress among the sea of designer gowns. Cornelia had found her by the Degas sketch, a quick study of a ballerina, delicate and raw. She'd appeared as if conjured, her silk blouse gleaming under the gallery lights, her smile sharp and knowing. "You're looking at it all wrong," Cornelia had said, her voice low and lilting. "It's not about the ballerina. It's about the imperfection of the lines, the suggestion of movement, of something fleeting." Pippa had been captivated. Cornelia spoke with such authority, such certainty, as though she alone understood the world in all its complexity. From that moment, Pippa had followed her like a moth drawn to a flame, unable to resist the gravity of her presence. Cornelia saw her in a way no one else ever had, not as a disappointment or a failure, but as someone worthy of notice and guidance. Cornelia indulged Pippa, and for Pippa, that was enough. Now, sitting in the cafe, Pippa recognized her dependence and the cold links of an imaginary chain around her neck. She sipped her cold coffee mechanically, her mind replaying events with merciless clarity. The scarf tightening around Danny's throat, the way her struggles had grown weaker, the stillness that followed. And then Cornelia, her voice calm, her movements precise, instructing Pippa to carry on as though nothing had happened. Pippa told herself she'd stayed because there was no other option, because Cornelia had made her complicit, because escape was impossible. But deep down she knew the truth. She stayed because she needed Cornelia's approval, her tutelage, her presence. Cornelia filled a void that Pippa had carried with her since childhood, a pit carved by years of emotional neglect and control. The sound of laughter pulled her away from her thoughts. Two women at a nearby table were chatting animatedly, their heads bent close together. They exuded an easy confidence, their laughter bright and uninhibited. Pippa envied them, their freedom, their lightness. She wondered if they'd ever known what it was like to live in the shadow of someone else's expectations, to feel small and invisible. Her phone buzzed on the table, the screen lighting up with a message from Cornelia. "Looking forward to seeing you later. Are you having a good day?" The words were simple, unadorned, but they carried a hidden message and command. Pippa's chest tightened as she typed a quick reply. "Yes, all good. Looking forward to dinner." She set the phone down, her hands trembling slightly. Cornelia would expect her to turn up for drinks and dinner, to act as though everything was under control. Pippa would smile and nod, all the while hiding the cracks in her facade. It was what she'd always done, what she'd been trained to do. As she left the cafe, bouquet in hand, her steps purposeful, as though she could outrun the truth, the growing realization that she was in far deeper than she'd ever intended. But no matter how fast she moved, she couldn't escape the shadow of Cornelia's control, or the dark pull that kept her tethered to it. She thought of her father, of the way his voice would boom through the house, filling every corner with its cold authority, of her mother, sitting silently at the dinner table, her eyes downcast, her hands folded neatly in her lap. Pippa had promised herself she'd never become her mother, that she'd never let herself be consumed by someone else's will. But now, as she hurried down Fifth Avenue, the lilies clutched tightly in her hands, their cloying scent adding to her nausea, she admitted that she'd simply traded one form of control for another. Cornelia's control was softer, more insidious, but it was no less absolute. She didn't bark orders or demand obedience. She made you want to please her, made you believe that her approval was the only thing that mattered. And for Pippa, that was the most dangerous part. She didn't know who she was without Cornelia, and she wasn't sure she wanted to find out. 6. By 4 o'clock, the apartment on Park Avenue was bathed in the soft amber light of late afternoon, the kind that turned the marble countertops in the kitchen to gold and rendered the polished silver candlesticks almost luminous. The heavy oak door creaked open, and Mrs. Winston stepped inside, her heels clicking against the parquet floors with a rhythm born of habit. She paused to hang her coat on the brass hook by the door, smoothing the lapels with meticulous care before making her way toward the kitchen. Refreshed by a 2-day break to visit her daughter, she was now raring to go and looking forward to one of Cornelia's elegant soirees. Mrs. Winston had been Cornelia's housekeeper for over 15 years. A stout woman in her late 60s, she carried herself with the quiet dignity of someone who took immense pride in her work. Her hair, once a vibrant red, had faded to a muted auburn streaked with silver, and she wore it pinned back in a neat bun. Her face was round and slightly freckled, with deep-set hazel eyes that missed nothing. She moved with the unhurried precision of someone for whom order was not merely a preference, but a principle. Her connection to Cornelia had been forged through a chance encounter years ago. Recently widowed and seeking work after her late husband's modest pension proved insufficient, Mrs. Winston had taken a temporary position at a private catering event where Cornelia had been a guest. Cornelia, ever the observer, had noticed the older woman's deft handling of the kitchen staff, her unflappable demeanor even in the chaos of a high society function. By the end of the evening, Mrs. Winston had an offer to manage Cornelia's household. It was a role she had grown to love. Cornelia was demanding, yes, but she was also generous in her own way, paying above market rate and treating Mrs. Winston with a respect that bordered on deference. They understood each other, Both women valued precision, discipline, and the satisfaction of a job well done. Over the years, Mrs. Winston had become not just a housekeeper, but a trusted confidant, privy to the inner workings of Cornelia's carefully curated life. Today, as always, Mrs. Winston moved with purpose. She set down her leather handbag on the kitchen island, tying a crisp white apron over her navy dress. She began by reading the note left by Delphine, the cleaner who came in first thing to spruce up the rest of the apartment while Cornelia slept. The kitchen was Mrs. Winston's domain only. Tapping her fingers on the notepad, she saw that Delphine had taken in the grocery deliveries from Eli's market, the specialist butcher, and the florist, and had vacuumed all the carpets as requested. Pleased that her assistant had done the basics, Mrs. Winston got on with her first task, which was to check the refrigerator. She opened the stainless steel doors and surveyed the upmarket contents with a critical eye. The meat was already there, nestled in butcher paper on the middle shelf. She pulled it out and unwrapped it, revealing a thick, marbled hunk of meat that gleamed under the overhead lights. She set the joint on a wooden cutting board and began to prepare it for the oven. Her hands, though lined with age, were steady and practiced, each movement economical. She reached for the twine, looping and tying with the skill of a seasoned butcher. As she worked, her thoughts wandered to Cornelia, who had been uncharacteristically reserved when they spoke earlier in the week. Mrs. Winston had known her employer long enough to recognize when something was amiss, though she'd learned not to press for details. Cornelia would reveal what she wished, when she wished, and not a moment sooner. Once the meat was trussed, Mrs. Winston rubbed it with a mixture of salt, cracked pepper, and fresh rosemary, her fingers working the seasoning into every crevice. The scent of herbs filled the kitchen, mingling with the faint trace of furniture polish that lingered in the air. She glanced at the clock above the range. Guests would be arriving at 7, and there was still much to do. She then went to check the dining table that Cornelia insisted on being left set. Mrs. Winston saw the instruction for what it was, pride and a touch of vanity, a showpiece for when new guests arrived. The door left open to allow them a furtive glance at the opulence within. Moving swiftly between the kitchen and the formal dining room with the efficiency of a conductor orchestrating a symphony, Mrs. Winston traced her hand along the linen tablecloth that was pressed to perfection, its edges falling evenly on all sides. She checked the silverware, each piece gleaming, stopping occasionally to repolish and adjust the spacing with the precision of an architect. The crystal glasses caught the light from the chandelier, scattering tiny rainbows across the table. As she worked, Mrs. Winston's mind lingered on the dinner parties she had overseen for Cornelia over the years. They were always grand affairs, impeccably planned, with guest lists that read like a who's who of Manhattan society. Cornelia had a gift for creating an atmosphere of effortless elegance, though Mrs. Winston knew just how much thought went into maintaining that illusion. She couldn't help but feel a certain fondness for Cornelia, despite her employer's sometimes icy demeanor and borderline regimented life. Perhaps it was the contrast between her own family, the mayhem of her daughter's ramshackle house, battered and bruised but homely and full of love, her 3 little grandchildren who had no concept of order, how to keep food on their plates and off the floor, or that they should put cookie wrappers in the bin, and most definitely not the meaning of quiet. But Mrs. Winston loved them for it all the same. Hence, from the moment she stepped into the apartment, she absorbed and relished the sheer calm and perfection of the place, a daily break from her own life. Mrs. Winston loved coming to work because Cornelia had a way of making you feel indispensable, of elevating even the most mundane tasks to acts of significance. She had worked for many families in her career, but none had made her feel quite so valued as Cornelia. Yet today, something felt different. There was an edge to the stillness of the apartment that Mrs. Winston couldn't quite name. She pushed the thought aside, focusing instead on folding the napkins that had arrived from the laundry and placing them on the plates. There was no room for distraction, not when so much depended on her. By the time she returned to the kitchen to check the oven, the beef was beginning to roast, its aroma rich and inviting. She adjusted the temperature and stepped back, wiping her hands on her apron. The clock chimed softly in the background, marking the passage of another hour. Mrs. Winston straightened her back, glanced around the immaculate kitchen, and allowed herself a small, satisfied nod. Whatever lay beneath the surface of Cornelia's polished life, it was not her place to ask. Her role was to keep the wheels turning, to ensure that the facade remained intact. Mrs. Winston moved through the apartment with the steady purpose of someone who had long mastered the delicate art of preparing a home for display. In the living room, Mrs. Winston adjusted the angle of the velvet throw pillows on the sofa, her fingers lingering on the rich fabric. She glanced around, her hazel eyes scanning the room for anything amiss. A faint furrow creased her brow as she noticed a scuff mark on the marble fireplace, an imperfection so minor that most would have overlooked it. But Mrs. Winston was not most people. She retrieved a cloth from her apron pocket and wiped it away, her movements precise, almost reverent. She had always been this way, even as a young girl growing up in a modest household in Queens. Her mother had been a maid for a wealthy family, and Mrs. Winston had learned early the value of order and discipline. She had spent her childhood polishing brass and folding linens, her mother's sharp eyes guiding her hands. By the time she was 18, she could set a table for 20 without a single misstep, her precision rivaling that of any seasoned professional. Cornelia had recognized this quality from their first meeting, and in Mrs. Winston had sensed a kindred spirit, someone who valued perfection not as an ideal but as a necessity. Over the years she had grown fiercely loyal to Cornelia, her respect for her employer rooted not in fear but in admiration. Cornelia's world was one of refinement and control, and Mrs. Winston took pride in being an integral part of maintaining that facade. She moved into the hallway, pausing to adjust the arrangement of fresh flowers on the console table. The freshly delivered lilies were fragrant, their white petals tinged with the faintest hint of pink. As she reached for a stray leaf, her eyes drifted to the floor. A faint smudge of dirt near the baseboard caught her attention. She knelt, her knees protesting slightly, and wiped it clean, her mind already cataloging the tasks left to complete. From the hallway she entered the library. The air was rich with the scent of leather and old paper, the shelves lined with books arranged in meticulous rows. Mrs. Winston's gaze lingered on the decanter of brandy sitting on the low table. She paused, considering whether to refill it, but the level appeared sufficient. Still, noticing a couple slightly out of place, she adjusted the glasses beside it, ensuring they were equidistant from the decanter. Her hands brushed over the surface of the table, smoothing away invisible dust. As she worked, she thought of Cornelia. The woman had been quiet lately, more reserved than usual, though Mrs. Winston knew better than to pry. Cornelia's moods were like the tides, inevitable, impenetrable, and always in motion. It wasn't Mrs. Winston's place to question, only to ensure that the household ran as seamlessly as ever. She moved toward the master bedroom next, her feet gliding across the parquet floors. The door was closed, as it often was, and she hesitated for the briefest moment before turning away. The thought of entering the room unbidden felt like a violation, even after all these years. She had learned to respect Cornelia's boundaries, to follow her orders without question. She would emerge when she was good and ready and inform you when she required her room to be cleaned or turned down. Hearing no movement, presuming the mistress was taking a relaxing bath before her guests arrived, the housekeeper moved on. Returning to the dining room, she set about lighting the candles, their flames flickering softly against the gathering dusk outside. The table was a masterpiece now, a visual treat of crystal and silver, of soft linens and delicate china. Mrs. Winston stood back, surveying her work with a critical eye. It was flawless, as it always was. 7. The sound of the elevator doors opening pulled her from her thoughts. She glanced toward the foyer just as Pippa stepped into the apartment. Her face pale, her expression strained. Mrs. Winston's brow furrowed slightly. She had always liked Pippa, found her endearingly earnest despite her nervous energy. But tonight she noticed immediately that there was something different about her, a tautness in her movements, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. Before Mrs. Winston could say anything, Cornelia appeared, gliding into the room with the effortless grace that seemed to define her. Pippa," she said, her tone warm, almost cheerful. "Perfect timing." Pippa managed a faint smile, though her hands twisted nervously at her sides. I didn't want to be late," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Cornelia stepped forward, placing a hand lightly on Pippa's arm. "Nonsense," she said. "You're right on time. It means I can spend some alone time with my favorite guest." Her eyes flicked briefly to Mrs. Winston, who stood quietly in the doorway, watching the exchange with a faint crease of concern on her forehead. "Mrs. Winston," Cornelia said smoothly, her gaze now turning toward the housekeeper. "Everything looks beautiful, as always." Mrs. Winston inclined her head, the faintest hint of pride touching her features. "Thank you, ma'am. The roast is in the oven and the table is ready. Shall I begin preparing the hors d'oeuvres?" "Yes, please," Cornelia said. "And let me know when the guests begin to arrive." Mrs. Winston nodded and disappeared into the kitchen, her steps steady and deliberate. As she moved through the apartment, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off between the mistress and her guest. But she pushed the thought aside, focusing instead on her tasks. After all, her role was not to question, but to ensure that the evening unfolded perfectly, just as it always did. The housekeeper returned to the kitchen and retrieved a tray from the cupboard and began assembling the hors d'oeuvres that had been delivered earlier, her hands deftly arranging the delicate canapes. The rhythm of her work was soothing, a practiced ritual that steadied her nerves. Still, her mind wandered back to the peculiar tension she'd felt upon seeing Pippa, the tightness in her shoulders, the haunted look in her eyes. It was unlike the young woman to seem so fraught. Cornelia's voice startled her from her reverie. "Mrs. Winston, a moment, if you please." The housekeeper turned to find Cornelia standing in the doorway, her silhouette sharp against the soft glow of the kitchen. She held herself with her usual composure, but there was an unmistakable edge to her tone, a quiet insistence that brooked no delay. "Yes, ma'am," Mrs. Winston said, wiping her hands on her apron as she approached. Cornelia gestured toward the tray. "Everything looks wonderful, as always," she said, her smile cool and precise. "Now, on another note, matters have come to my attention regarding one of my guests that may, shall we say, elicit some rather heated debate, and, as always, I need to ensure that our discussions remain within the boundaries of this household. I take it Delphine won't be in attendance tonight." Mrs. Winston's brow furrowed slightly, though she kept her expression neutral. "Of course, ma'am, discretion is my specialty, and no, it's Delphine's evening off, so I will manage everything in the kitchen myself." Cornelia's smile widened, though it did not reach her eyes. "Yes, I thought that was the case, but I just wanted to check. I've always appreciated that about you, Mrs. Winston, discretion. It's why I trust you implicitly." The housekeeper inclined her head, her face a mask of professional composure. "You have my word, ma'am. Everything will be as it should be." "Good," Cornelia said, her gaze lingering on Mrs. Winston for a moment longer than necessary. There was something unsettling about the way her eyes seemed to assess, to weigh and measure. I knew I could count on you. With that, she turned and left the kitchen, her footsteps fading into the distance. Mrs. Winston exhaled softly and resumed her work, though her thoughts were heavier now, tinged with the faintest hint of doubt. The fact that 2 of the knives in her block were in the wrong place added to her ire, and she resolved to remind Delphine again to put things back where she found them. The kitchen was her domain, and interference wouldn't be tolerated. Tutting loudly, Mrs. Winston pushed her niggles to the back of her mind and, instead, occupied her thoughts by trying to fathom which one of tonight's unsuspecting guests had a little secret to hide. Meanwhile, in the living room, Cornelia found Pippa perched nervously on the edge of a chair, her hands clutching the arms as though they might anchor her. Pippa eyed Cornelia, taking in her carefully created outfit, chosen especially for the evening. Cornelia wore her signature silk blouse, deep crimson like freshly spilled wine, paired with a high-waisted black skirt that clung to her figure as if molded by design. Her dark hair was swept up in an effortless twist, a few loose strands framing her chiseled features. She looked every bit the queen of the evening, her smile sharp enough to cut glass. Just like her outfit, Cornelia's smile was a practiced thing, smooth and unyielding, as she crossed the room and poured 2 glasses of wine from the decanter on the bar cart. She handed one to Pippa, her movements graceful and deliberate, before sinking into the opposite chair with an elegance that seemed almost rehearsed. "You've had a busy day," Cornelia said, her tone light but laced with subtle implication. "I trust everything went smoothly?" Pippa's fingers tightened around the glass, her skin paling. "Yes," she said quickly, her voice high and thin. "I did exactly as you asked." "Good," Cornelia replied, taking a slow sip of her wine. She leaned back, her gaze never leaving Pippa's face. "You see, when we follow the plan, everything falls into place." Pippa nodded, though her shoulders remained tense. "Mrs. Winston, she doesn't suspect anything, does she?" Cornelia's laugh was soft, almost musical. "Not at all, and Mrs. Winston is a professional," she said. "She knows her role, and she plays it beautifully. There's no need to worry about her." But as she spoke, there was a flicker of something in her eyes, a sharpness, a coldness that belied her reassuring words. Pippa noticed it, but said nothing, the wine trembling faintly in her hands as she took a tentative sip. The sound of footsteps approached, and Mrs. Winston appeared in the doorway, her expression calm but watchful. "Ma'am, the hors d'oeuvres are ready, and the first guests are in the elevator. Shall I begin serving?" Cornelia set her glass down and rose with the fluid grace of a dancer. "Yes, please, and bring them through the moment they arrive." Mrs. Winston nodded and disappeared back into the kitchen, leaving the 2 women alone once more. Cornelia turned to Pippa, her smile sharp and glinting. "Well, my dear," she said, her tone as smooth as the silk scarf she wore around her neck. "Are you ready for the performance?" Pippa hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. But as Cornelia's gaze bore into her, she found herself nodding, her lips forming the words before she could stop them. "Yes, of course." 8. Pippa sat perched on the edge of a low velvet armchair, her posture rigid, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Her eyes flitted nervously around the room, lingering on the door, the clock, Cornelia. The tension in her shoulders was palpable, her breath shallow and quick, as though she were bracing for something unseen. Cornelia observed her from across the room, a glass of wine held delicately between her fingers. She leaned against the mantelpiece with the air of someone utterly at ease, the faintest smile playing on her lips. But her eyes, sharp and calculating, took in every detail of Pippa's demeanor, every telltale sign of fraying nerves. "Pippa, darling," Cornelia said smoothly, her voice low and soothing, "you're fidgeting." Pippa startled, her head snapping up as though she'd been caught in the middle of something illicit. I'm fine," she stammered, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her. Cornelia's smile widened, though there was something predatory in the curve of her lips. She crossed the room with unhurried grace, setting her glass down on a side table as she approached. "Come now, Pippa," she said, her tone gentle but firm. "You're as pale as the table linens. What is it that's troubling you?" Pippa's hands tightened in her lap. "It's just the guests," she said, her words tumbling out in a rush. What if they start probing about Danny? What if they realize—" She trailed off, her voice faltering. Cornelia reached out, placing a hand lightly on Pippa's shoulder. Her touch was cool, her grip just firm enough to steady. "Pippa," she said softly, her voice carrying the timbre of absolute power. "Just wipe from your mind everything that occurred yesterday, and rewind back to the last time you saw Danny, all alive and healthy. Everything else has been handled, so do try to enjoy the evening, dearest." Pippa's eyes darted to Cornelia's face, searching for reassurance. "But Mrs. Winston, what if she goes into the bathroom? What have you done with—" Cornelia's expression didn't waver. "Mrs. Winston knows her place," she said calmly. "She is meticulous but loyal. She's also been away and busy in the kitchen since she arrived, and therefore has no reason to suspect anything is amiss." Pippa nodded, though her anxiety didn't fully abate, and Cornelia hadn't answered the question about what she'd done with Danny's body. Cornelia stepped back, her gaze narrowing slightly as she studied her companion. There was a brittleness to Pippa tonight, a wavering in the carefully molded minion that she'd cultivated over the years. It was troubling, and Cornelia didn't like to be troubled. "Listen to me," Cornelia said, her voice softening just enough to be reassuring. "This evening is about the guests. They'll be here to eat, to drink, to bask in the glow of good company. They won't be looking for anything beyond what's on the surface. And provided you keep your composure, no one will have any reason to suspect otherwise." Pippa nodded again, her movements jerky, almost mechanical. "I'll be fine," she said, though it sounded more like an attempt to convince herself than a declaration of truth. "Of course you will," Cornelia said, her tone lightening. She moved to the bar cart and poured another glass of wine, handing it to Pippa with a faint smile. "Here, this will help. Just a sip to steady your nerves. And should you need anything to, shall we say, dull the edges, I have some lovely little pills my doctor prescribed. They'll do the trick." Pippa hesitated, her fingers trembling as she accepted the glass. She took a small sip, the wine's warmth spreading through her chest, though it did little to calm the storm raging inside her. Cornelia returned to her place by the mantelpiece, her movements fluid, her demeanor unshakable. "You know, Pippa," Cornelia said after a moment, her gaze fixed on the flickering candles, "you've always had a tendency to overthink. It's both your strength and your weakness. But tonight you must set it aside. Focus on the role you need to play for me. That's all that matters." Pippa's grip on the glass tightened, her mind racing. She wanted to believe Cornelia, wanted to take comfort in her calm authority. But the toll of the day, of what they'd done, pressed down on her like a leaden cloak, suffocating and inescapable. The sound of the elevator doors opening broke the tension. Cornelia straightened, her face lighting up with a practiced smile that seemed almost genuine. She turned to Pippa, her eyes sharp but her tone honeyed. "It seems our first guest has arrived," she said. "Shall we go and greet them?" Pippa swallowed hard, forcing a smile onto her lips. "Yes," she said, though her voice wavered. She set the glass down and rose from the chair, her legs unsteady beneath her. Normally she would have been flattered that Cornelia was referring to the guests as though she and Pippa were hosting together. But on this occasion she saw it for what it was, all part of the game. Cornelia placed a hand lightly on her back, guiding her toward the foyer. Her touch was cool, reassuring, but there was an unspoken warning in the gesture. "Keep it together," the touch seemed to say. "Do not falter." As the elevator doors slid open, Cornelia's smile widened, her charm radiating like sunlight breaking through clouds. Pippa stood beside her, the smile on her own face thin and fragile, like glass poised to shatter. And as the first guest stepped into the apartment, the evening began in earnest. 9. The elevator doors glided shut behind the guest with a faint whisper of sound. Pippa stood near the edge of the foyer, her arms folded tightly across her chest, her fingers gripping her own forearms as though she might hold herself together through sheer force. In contrast, Kennedy Reed, Danny's best friend, looked relaxed but slightly disheveled despite her attempts at dressing for the occasion. Usually attired in thrift shop dungarees or jeans and unsightly knitted things in rainbow colors, she had at least worn a dress. Having cast off any outward signs of her family's wealth, most likely, Pippa had previously surmised, to fit in with her colleagues at the welfare department where she was a social worker. Kennedy thought she rocked the grunge look. Pippa disagreed, and had she the gumption, would have suggested to Kennedy she take a bath occasionally and learn to iron her clothes. Described always by Cornelia as compassionate yet naive, the only reason her target dress and anyone's guesswear from clumpy lace-up boots were allowed through the door was because Kennedy was from good stock, and connections of this kind were always of use to Cornelia. From 3 paces, Pippa watched the show as Cornelia gingerly hugged and wisely air-kissed the crumpled Kennedy, who had been invited for one specific reason: cannon fodder, an easy target and something to play with. Her socialist tendencies and perceived hypocrisy amused Cornelia no end, and at some point in the proceedings she would take great pleasure in reminding Kennedy that the apartment she lived in had been paid for by her daddy, that everyone could see through her posturing on social injustice, and that her charitable activities were a way of feeling better about herself and her $10 million trust fund. At 27, Kennedy only had to struggle on for 3 more years, surviving on her paycheck and an allowance from Daddy. Had she cared a jot about Kennedy, she would have felt worried for her. But knowing all about the other side of Kennedy via Cornelia, sympathy was in short supply, and frankly, Pippa had bigger things on her mind than grunge girl facing the firing squad later. Stepping away from Kennedy, Cornelia forced a welcoming smile and averted her eyes from whatever the hell her guest was wearing, at the same time as hoping the cloying scent of patchouli oil hadn't attached itself to her Hermes scarf. "Kennedy, so good to see you, and you're the first, after dear Pippa, of course. Now let's get you a drink. Oh, in fact, Pippa, can you do the honors? Someone is on their way up. I shan't be long, so make yourself at home." With a gentle guiding hand, Cornelia handed Kennedy over to Pippa, who looked as though she had been asked to rustle up a 5-course dinner, not hand them a glass of wine and the tray of canapé. Watching as the 2 women made their way down the hallway, listening to a one-way conversation as Kennedy chattered about the weather and the cab drive over, and Pippa nodded, aware that her patience with Pippa was beginning to wane, Cornelia took a deep breath and turned to face the elevator. With no idea which of her unsuspecting guests would appear next, Cornelia experienced a frisson of expectation and looked forward to the evening ahead. The polite hum of voices drifted from the living room, where Cornelia was already entertaining with her usual effortless charm, but Pippa couldn't bring herself to join them. The tension in her chest was unbearable, the suffocating sensation growing by the second. She moved to the edge of the room, her breathing shallow, her eyes scanning the gleaming surfaces as though searching for something out of place, or perhaps something incriminating left behind while moving Danny. Had Mrs. Winston helped her earlier? Cornelia loved to remind Pippa of the housekeeper's loyalty, ramming home how discreet and trustworthy she was. Yet despite her desire to keep everything running smoothly, and then bask in Cornelia's approval, surely Mrs. Winston would draw the line at disposing of a body. She had a daughter and grandkids, so no way would she risk jail for Cornelia, would she? Or the timid maid, Delphine, who scurried around on the periphery, avoiding Cornelia where she could. From what she gleaned via chatty Mrs. Winston, Delphine had an unemployed husband and large family to feed, so valued her job and the daily escape from Brownsville, an area of Brooklyn deemed the most dangerous in the city and always in the headlines. No, it couldn't be Delphine. Cornelia wouldn't take the risk. Of that, Pippa was certain. The faint reflection of her pale face stared back at her from the glossy surface of the grand piano, her eyes wide and unsteady, her mouth slightly parted as though she might speak but couldn't form the words. A flicker of nausea rose in her throat, and she turned sharply away, her hand flying to her mouth. "Pippa, darling." Cornelia's voice broke through the mounting panic, low and measured, cutting through the silence like a scalpel. Pippa turned, her movements jerky, to find Cornelia standing just behind her, holding a crystal glass of wine in one hand. Her expression was calm, composed, but her eyes, sharp and unyielding, were fixed on Pippa with a focus that made her stomach twist. "What are you doing?" Cornelia asked, her tone lightly chiding. She stepped closer, offering the glass with a faint smile. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Take this. It will help." Pippa startled, her head snapping up as though she'd been caught in the middle of something illicit. She hesitated before taking the glass, her fingers trembling as they closed around the delicate stem. "I just needed a moment," she murmured, her voice barely audible. Cornelia's smile widened, though there was something predatory in the curve of her lips. She crossed her arms loosely, the wine in her hand tilting slightly as she swirled it so if anyone was observing their friendly exchange would think nothing of it. "Of course it is," she said, her voice edged with faint amusement, "but you can't let it show. Not tonight, Pippa, not when everything is going so beautifully." I know," she stammered, her voice cracking slightly. "I'm trying, it's just... Did Mrs. Winston—" She trailed off, her gaze darting to the kitchen door as though expecting the housekeeper to materialize at any moment. Cornelia's expression softened, but her eyes remained unrelenting. "As I said earlier, Mrs. Winston knows her place," she said smoothly. "She's been with me for years, loyal as a bloodhound and twice as discreet. She wouldn't dare breathe a word." She took a step closer, lowering her voice. "But you, darling, you must keep your composure. If anyone senses that something is amiss..." She let the sentence trail off deliberately, its poundage landing like a stone in Pippa's chest. Oh God, it was Mrs. Winston. The thought screamed through her mind as panic flooded Pippa, who somehow managed to nod quickly, her breath hitching. "I know," she whispered. I'll be fine, but does she know I saw?" Cornelia raised a brow, clearly unconvinced. "She knows only what she needed to know, only what I told her," Cornelia said after a pause, her tone light but pointed. "And she fully understands that tonight is not just about appearances. It's about control. And control, Pippa, is everything." Pippa looked down at the wine in her glass, the deep red liquid swirling faintly as her hand trembled. She took a small sip, the taste bitter on her tongue, but it steadied her enough to meet Cornelia's gaze. "I'll do better," she said, her voice firmer now. "I promise." Cornelia tilted her head, a faint smile curving her lips. "That's what I like to hear," she said, stepping back and gesturing toward the dining room. "Come now, we can't leave our guests unattended, can we?" Pippa hesitated, her pulse hammering in her ears, but Cornelia's expectant expression left her with no choice. She nodded and followed, her steps faltering slightly as they crossed into the center of the brightly lit room. 10. The guests barely paid any attention as Pippa and Cornelia approached, engrossed in conversation to pass the time while secretly wondering when dinner would be served. By the bar cart stood Annie Holloway, Danny's soon-to-be bereaved mother. The glamorous blonde who wore her 55 years as well as she wore the shimmering emerald green gown that, as she adopted an angular pose befitting of a Vogue cover, accentuated her toned body. Pippa was fascinated by her because she exuded all the things she lacked and wished to be. She also knew that Cornelia secretly despised her. Pippa had often witnessed Cornelia on the offensive, teasing Annie in her own devious way, hinting that during her years as a well-respected academic and college professor, Annie had been top of the leaderboard for student crushes. Cornelia reveled in knowing that while Annie graciously batted off the compliment, those crushes had gone a lot farther than flutterings of hearts and eyelashes. Cornelia had confided in Pippa that Annie's inappropriate relationships with male and female students had been whispered of in hallowed halls for many years. Not that Annie's husband knew, and neither did her daughter, and now Pippa thought she never would. Was that a blessing? Not at all. It was with the heaviest heart that Pippa acknowledged the painful truth. Cornelia loved having secrets in her back pocket because, as she often reminded her devotee, one never knew if you'd need them to fend off the gloom of a rainy day. Annie was also deeply intuitive and kind-hearted, and loved her only child dearly and profoundly. So having found her Achilles' heel, Cornelia had struck. A trump card and a secret were now stored away in her handy back pocket, and it made Pippa want to weep. The thought sent bile whooshing upwards, forcing Pippa to take another sip of wine and focus on the conversations around her, and not on how Cornelia would find toying with Annie immense fun. And as Pippa stole a glance at their hostess, from the looks of her, she couldn't wait to get started. By Annie's side was another potential target, Kennedy, who was catching up on the seasonal gossip from Jared Walker, the only male in attendance, and the unfortunate fiancé of the now dead and somehow disposed Danny. Pippa's heart thumped as she stepped forward obediently, her smile brittle but present. Cornelia's hand brushed lightly against her arm, a fleeting touch that felt like both reassurance and a warning. As Pippa stammered her way through pleasantries and kissy-kissy, Cornelia remained close, her gaze watchful and unwavering. "Jared, lovely to see you again. How's life on Wall Street treating you?" Pippa was waffling because Jared wasn't someone you would class as a top-tier hedge fund manager. Rather, a tech entrepreneur who'd made some lucky moves that afforded him a swanky office off Wall Street. "Pippa, lovely to see you. And it's all going well, thank you for asking. I've got some interesting projects on the horizon, so hopefully by the time I hit 30 this summer, the yacht will be in the bag." Jared finished with a wink and a sip of his wine. Enjoying the appreciation of her very fine Margot, Cornelia then took note of Pippa. The stupid woman was just standing there, gawping at Jared like a dumbfounded, love-struck teenager. It was clear she was unraveling, the cracks in her composure widening with each passing moment. But Cornelia could not let her fall apart, not here, not now. Steering the conversation, she focused on Jared and put him on the spot. "Jared, darling, where on earth is Danny? I was expecting her tonight." Jared's face darkened imperceptibly, but he recovered quickly. She couldn't make it," he said. "Something came up." Cornelia tilted her head, her expression one of polite concern. "What a shame. And after she missed the wine tasting last night as well. I hope everything is all right." Jared offered a faint nod, his mouth thinning into a taut line. "I'm sure she's fine," he said, though his tone was unconvincing. The question had caught the attention of Annie, whose emerald dress shimmered under the chandelier. But rather than comment, she returned to her conversation with Kennedy. Disappointed that Annie hadn't taken the bait, Cornelia changed tack and asked Jared, "Where's Hannah? She was here a moment ago, and I haven't had chance to speak to her yet." Jared shrugged and, with a wry smile and a wink, replied, "I think she's gone to powder her nose. I'm sure she won't be long." His flippant comment rankled, and with a piercing gaze that could strip you bare, Cornelia returned with, One shouldn't judge everyone by one's own standards, Jared, dear. I expect she's looking at the art in the gallery, so I shall leave her be." Chastened, Jared flushed slightly, then looked away, while Pippa remained frozen on the spot, her mute state becoming more irritating by the second. Unperturbed by the awkward impasse, Cornelia decided to work the room, and exchanged pleasantries with Annie and Kennedy, who accepted more glasses of wine, and soon their laughter and conversation filled the space. Cornelia moved among them like a queen holding court, her every word calculated, her every movement deliberate. And yet, even as the evening unfolded with all the elegance and charm Cornelia had orchestrated, Pippa couldn't shake the gnawing dread that sat heavy in her chest. Cornelia's reassurances echoed in her mind, but they felt hollow now, drowned out by the unrelenting whisper of guilt that she couldn't silence. Soon the apartment pulsed with the soft glow of candlelight and the thrum of conversation. Pippa watched, sipped, and watched, her eyes trained on the hostess. Cornelia, poised at the center of her carefully curated gathering, was the picture of grace and charm. She moved seamlessly, her wineglass in hand, her voice carrying over the low murmur of chatter like music. Yet Pippa noticed that her attention was always focused, her gaze flicking briefly to Jared as he lingered near the edge of the room, where he stood with one hand in his pocket, the other gripping a glass of wine he had yet to sip. Pippa analyzed his body language, as she knew Cornelia would be. His posture was rigid, his expression drawn, as though he were holding back a tide of thoughts he dared not let loose. He was tall and lean, his dark hair swept back neatly, but his features betrayed him. The set of his jaw, the faint furrow in his brow, the way his eyes darted toward the door every few moments, all of it hinted at something he wanted to keep hidden, his secret. Pippa knew it was too late for that. The air in the room was warm. The scent of roses and beeswax polish was undercut by the merging of feminine fragrances and the subtle smokiness of a candle burning too close to the wick. When Pippa saw Cornelia approach Jared, her body tensed as she watched on, fascinated by the deliberate ease of a predator closing in on its prey. It was like a wildlife documentary, not filmed in the Serengeti, but right there in a living room in Manhattan. "Jared," Cornelia said smoothly, her smile disarming, "you're far too quiet tonight. Are we boring you already?" Jared glanced up, startled, and forced a thin smile. "Not at all," he said, "just taking it all in." Cornelia tilted her head, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly. "You seem distracted," she said, her tone light but probing. "Surely it's not work, or is there something else on your mind?" Jared's reply was terse. "Nothing worth mentioning," he said quickly, though his voice lacked conviction. He glanced away, his gaze settling on the nearest artwork. Cornelia's smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. She took a small step closer, her voice lowering just enough to create intimacy. "You know, I was quite surprised that Danny didn't come tonight," she said. "And after she missed the wine tasting last night, too. It's not like her to be so unreliable." Jared stiffened, his expression tensing further. "She's been busy," he said curtly. "Things come up at work." Cornelia's eyes gleamed, catching the faint flicker of unease in his tone. "Of course," she said softly, "but I do hope everything is all right. She seemed distracted the last time I saw her." She let the words hang in the air, before taking a slow sip of her wine. Jared's jaw tightened, and he finally lifted his glass to his lips, taking a long swallow as though to steady himself. "She's fine," he said firmly. "Really. You don't need to worry about her." Cornelia studied him for a moment longer, the faintest hint of amusement curling at the corners of her mouth. "I'm glad to hear it," she said finally, her tone brightening. "Now you mustn't let me monopolize you. Go mingle, enjoy yourself. You're far too handsome to stand in the corner all night." Jared nodded stiffly, muttering a vague excuse before moving toward the bar cart at the far end of the room. Cornelia watched him go, her smile fading into a look of quiet satisfaction. Across the room, Pippa lingered near the fireplace, her posture stiff, her glass of wine held precariously in one trembling hand. She had been watching the exchange between Cornelia and Jared with growing unease, her chest contracting with every calculated word that left Cornelia's lips. Pippa knew this game, knew it too well, and yet she couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for Jared as he was drawn into Cornelia's web. Her moment of quiet contemplation came to a swift end when Kennedy and Hannah approached, their laughter cutting through Pippa's thoughts. Kennedy, tall and still striking in her second-hand dress, was animated as always, her hands gesturing wildly as she recounted some anecdote about a disastrous gallery opening. Hannah, her dark hair swept into an elegant chignon, listened with a faint smirk, her sharp eyes taking in everything. "Pippa," Kennedy said, her voice bright, "you were looking a little lost over here. Hannah was just telling me about her latest investigation. Something about an art forgery ring?" Pippa forced a smile, though it felt brittle on her lips. "That sounds fascinating," she said, her voice faint. She glanced toward Cornelia, who was now deep in conversation with Annie, and felt a fresh wave of nausea rise in her throat. "Fascinating doesn't begin to cover it," Hannah said, her tone dry but amused. "You wouldn't believe the lengths people will go to for a painting. Greed, desperation, hubris. It's all very human, really." "More than human," Kennedy added with a laugh, leaning in conspiratorially. "It's downright animalistic. You should have seen the way they clawed at each other at the last auction I attended. It was practically barbaric." Hannah's smirk deepened. "Art has a way of exposing people," she said. "Their desires, their weaknesses. It's endlessly fascinating." Pippa nodded absently, her thoughts too scattered to process the words. She took another sip of wine, the bitterness grounding her, if only for a moment. Around her, the room buzzed with conversation, but all she could hear was the thudding of her own heartbeat, loud and insistent. Cornelia now stood with Annie, their heads bent together as they shared some private joke. Annie's emerald dress shimmered as she leaned closer, her golden hair catching the light, her smile wide and unguarded. Cornelia's hand rested lightly on Annie's arm, her grip almost possessive, her expression a mixture of delight and control. But even as she laughed, her eyes flicked toward Pippa, sharp and calculating, as though reminding her of the role she was meant to play. Pippa swallowed hard, forcing herself to set the glass down on the mantel before her trembling hands betrayed her further. She pasted on a smile and turned back to Kennedy and Hannah, nodding along to their conversation as though nothing were amiss. When she saw Cornelia on approach, the dread she held inside began to build, wishing she were anywhere else than there, on the Manhattan Serengeti in the company of a predator. Without a word to Pippa, and after gripping her by the elbow, Cornelia addressed the group. "Everyone, as much as I do love to chat, dinner is about to be served, so if you'd like to follow me through to the dining room." Without waiting for a response, Cornelia turned and led the way. The firm grip and the casual remark as she did so chilled Pippa to the bone. "It looks like Danny has stood us up or has lost the ability to tell the time, so we shall begin without her. I do so hate rudeness and unpunctuality. It's incredibly bad form." As the unfairness of Cornelia's words punched her in the gut, tears pricked Pippa's eyes as she remembered dragging Danny's body along the parquet floor. The vivid memory made her swoon slightly, as the hallway and the dread of the evening ahead stretched on before her. Once everyone was seated as per Cornelia's instructions, she at the head of the table, naturally. Gentle laughter rippled through the room, as her powder-room, art-loving guest, Hannah Mercer, seated to her left, leaned over. "Cornelia," she said, her voice low and steady, "you've outdone yourself again. This all looks marvelous." Her eyes swept the table, then rested back on her host. Why, thank you, Professor, and for coming this evening. I must say I've been looking forward to it. Cornelia smiled and held Hannah's gaze for a moment longer than necessary. Hannah smiled, accepting that the extra beat and the final sentence had sent her a somewhat veiled message, one that amused and slightly intrigued her. And I'm so glad I accepted, although I did wonder if there was an occasion my secretary had perhaps missed. It's definitely not your big birthday, so to what do we owe the pleasure? A wry smile and a glint of mischief in her eyes preceded Cornelia's reply. Oh, no occasion. Just for my own entertainment, I suppose. And who can resist a meeting of minds and friends? And maybe a revelation or two, but we shall see how the evening progresses. In the meantime, I can promise you fine dining and perhaps a revelation or two along the way to test that criminal mind of yours. Cornelia finished with a wink, and before Hannah could persist, she'd turned to her right to speak with Annie, the mother of Danny, who, with every tick of the St. Germain clock that stood on the mantelpiece, was becoming uncomfortably noticeable by her absence. Artfully left with something to ponder on, Professor Hannah Mercer took a sip of her wine and settled in for the duration. She regarded herself as a close friend and worthy sparring partner for the sometimes fearsome Cornelia, who, at 49, 3 years older than Hannah, hadn't mellowed with age like some, or, for that matter, the Margot. Over the past 2 decades they'd entered into many a battle, albeit using words as their weapons of choice. But rather than see it as a negative, Hannah regarded their combative relationship as an intellectual challenge, a positive exchange of ideas and beliefs that regularly stimulated the brain. There were fleeting moments when she missed her days as a philosophy professor at Harvard. However, her transition into true crime journalist and best-selling author kept her more than busy. She was in high demand, regularly appearing on panels at literary events or television shows, being called upon by news channels for her take and opinion on events, and currently as an advisor to the director of a popular crime series, streamed all over the world. Her bio pitched her as sharp-witted, observant, and highly skeptical. Cynical but deeply moral and unafraid to challenge and inquire. Hannah always brought her many attributes to the party, and accepted they were why Cornelia often invited her to functions. Her growing celebrity status was a plus, but in truth, Cornelia had plenty of true A-list celebrities amongst her contacts, therefore had no need of Hannah in that respect. Cornelia liked to play games. Mind games, board games, physical games, squash being a favorite. And she had to win at all of them, which posed a question, one that Hannah was hoping to work out as the evening progressed. What kind of game were they playing tonight? 11. The dining room was bathed in the warm glow of the chandelier, its light refracted through the crystal glasses and silver candlesticks that adorned the table. The centerpiece, a lavish arrangement of white roses and eucalyptus, filled the air with a subtle verdant scent, mingling with the aroma of the meal that had just been served. Guests leaned back in their chairs, their expressions a tableau of contentment and pleasure as they praised the sumptuous spread. The starter, a delicate terrine of veal and duck wrapped in prosciutto, had been the evening's first triumph. Arranged with precision on a bed of lightly dressed arugula, the terrine was served with thin slices of toasted brioche and a dollop of house-made fig compote. The interplay of textures, the smooth richness of the terrine, the crispness of the brioche, the sweet tang of the compote, elicited murmurs of delight from the table. "This is absolutely exquisite," Kennedy declared, her fork poised delicately over her plate. "Cornelia, you must give me the recipe, or at least convince Mrs. Winston to share it." "It's a masterpiece," Hannah agreed, her voice thoughtful as she savored another bite. "The balance of flavors is, well, it's perfect, the kind of dish that lingers in your memory." Cornelia smiled demurely, tilting her head slightly as if to downplay the praise. "I'm so pleased you're enjoying it," she said. "Mrs. Winston has always had a talent for creating dishes that feel both indulgent and refined. I'll be sure to pass along your compliments." "Do let her know," Annie chimed in, her emerald dress catching the light as she leaned forward. "This starter alone would have made the evening worthwhile. The main has a lot to live up to." She laughed, her eyes sparkling, "though I'm sure it will be just as divine." Cornelia's smile deepened, a flicker of satisfaction passing through her eyes. "Well, I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise," she said, "but I have no doubt Mrs. Winston will continue to impress." The table murmured its agreement, forks clinking faintly against plates as the guests savored the starter. Pippa, seated to Cornelia's left, barely touched her food. She pushed a small piece of meat across her plate with her fork, her stomach churning despite the tantalizing smell. Her hands trembled faintly in her lap, and she avoided looking up, afraid her expression might betray her. "And where is Mrs. Winston this evening?" Hannah asked, her sharp eyes flicking toward Cornelia. She had barely touched her wine, preferring instead to dissect the evening with her usual clinical precision. Surely she deserves to hear the praise firsthand. Cornelia's smile widened, her teeth catching the light. "She's in the kitchen, as always," she said. "She prefers to keep herself busy during dinner. She's the sort who takes pride in every detail, and I've learned not to interrupt her rhythm." As if on cue, the kitchen door swung open, and Mrs. Winston bustled into the room to check that everything was in order, her cheeks flushed from the heat of the stove. She was a round, rosy-cheeked woman, her apron smudged with flour and grease, her hair pinned back in a loose bun that seemed perpetually on the verge of collapse. She carried herself with the cheerful efficiency of someone who had spent decades perfecting her craft. And despite her disheveled appearance, there was a sparkle of satisfaction in her eyes. "Oh, stop it," Mrs. Winston said, waving a hand dismissively as the table erupted into applause. "You'll make me blush, and I haven't the time for that. There's the main course to prepare, and I have to say you're all in for a treat." Cornelia chuckled softly, tilting her head toward Mrs. Winston with an air of indulgent affection. "You see, she's utterly tireless." "Hardly," Mrs. Winston said, setting down a small tray of sauces before standing back to survey the table. Her gaze lingered on the arrangements, her sharp eyes taking in every detail. "Though I will say, things have been in quite the state lately. I can't find a thing in that kitchen anymore. The knives aren't where they should be, and I've run out of bleach and washing powder. Heaven knows where it all goes in this house." Pippa's fork clattered against her plate, drawing a few glances from the other guests. She mumbled an apology, her cheeks flushing, and reached for her wine glass with unsteady hands. Cornelia, ever the gracious hostess, smoothed over the moment with a light laugh. "You know how it is in a busy household," she said, her tone airy. "Things have a way of going astray. But I'll make sure you're stocked up tomorrow, Mrs. Winston. We can't have you fretting over such trifles." Mrs. Winston sniffed, though her expression softened slightly. "Well, I appreciate it. A proper kitchen needs proper supplies, after all." She cast one last glance at the table, her hands resting briefly on her hips. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got things to do." She bustled back toward the kitchen, the door swinging shut behind her with a soft thud. The room settled into a brief silence, the guests exchanging faint smiles before resuming their conversations. Pippa's hands remained clenched in her lap, her nails digging into her palms as Cornelia turned to her with a faint, knowing smile. "Relax, darling," Cornelia murmured, her voice low enough that only Pippa could hear. "You're going to give yourself away if you keep looking like that." Pippa's breath hitched, but she forced herself to nod, her eyes fixed on her plate. The meal continued, the buzz of conversation rising once more. But for Pippa, the room seemed to close in, the walls pressing closer with every passing moment. Cornelia, meanwhile, reclined in her chair, her expression serene as she accepted another glass of wine from Mrs. Winston. Her eyes drifted across the table, taking in the contented faces of her guests, the glow of the candles, the faint clink of silver against porcelain. She tilted her glass slightly, watching the crimson liquid catch the light, and allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. Everything was unfolding perfectly. The dining room hummed with the pleasant discord of animated conversation. The guests, buoyed by the warmth of the room and the flow of wine, leaned into their chairs, their faces flushed with pleasure. "So," Kennedy said, breaking the brief silence, "what does everyone think about the state of politics these days? Or is that too taboo for a dinner table?" "Hardly taboo," Jared said, his tone dry, though I'd wager we won't all agree. "Oh, let's not be coy," Kennedy said, her smile sharp. "What about Trump? Love him or loathe him?" "Loathe," Annie said immediately, her expression twisting in distaste. "He's an absolute disaster, a stain on the presidency." "I wouldn't go that far," Jared said, his voice measured. "I don't agree with everything he's done, but he's not without his merits. The economy, for one." Hannah raised a brow, her tone cutting as she replied, "The economy? At what cost? The man's divisiveness is tearing the country apart. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion." "Divisiveness didn't start with him," Jared countered. "He's just the lightning rod for what was already there. If anything, he's forcing people to confront issues they've been avoiding for years." The conversation grew more animated, the guests leaning forward, their voices overlapping as they debated. Cornelia intently, her head tilted slightly, as though enjoying the spectacle. Her eyes, however, betrayed her disinterest. Politics were merely another game to her, a dance of power and perception that held no real stakes in her meticulously curated world. Pippa, meanwhile, sat frozen, the noise around her fading into a distant buzz. Her eyes remained fixed on her plate, the uneaten food taunting her, its presence unbearable. She gripped her wine glass tightly and fought the urge to bolt from the room. Cornelia's voice cut through the din, cool and commanding. "Let's not let politics ruin a perfectly lovely evening," she said, her smile sharp as she raised her glass. "To good food, good company, and the art of a civilized debate." The guests hesitated for a moment before joining her toast, their laughter mingling with the clink of glasses. This time, aware of the scrutiny, Pippa forced herself to lift her glass, her hand trembling, the wine burning in her throat. Cornelia's gaze lingered on her for a moment, her smile deepening, before she turned her attention back to the table, her expression serene. The evening pressed on, the conversation shifting to lighter topics, but for Pippa, the room seemed to grow smaller with each passing moment. The load in her chest was suffocating, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the walls were closing in. Cornelia, ever the picture of composure, reclined in her chair, her eyes gleaming with quiet satisfaction, as she watched her guests, her glass of wine catching the light like a pool of blood. 12. The soft crackle of the fire in the corner lent an almost intimate warmth to the room, though the charged energy of conversation still hovered in the air. Cornelia, seated at the head of the table with her legs crossed and her glass balanced effortlessly in one hand, surveyed her guests with the satisfaction of a queen surveying her court. "So," she began, her voice lilting but carrying an edge of curiosity, "what are your thoughts on morality? Or perhaps more specifically, the boundaries of morality? It's such an elusive concept, don't you think? A moving target shaped by time, culture, and power." Kennedy arched an eyebrow, swirling the amber liquid in her glass. "That's a broad question, Cornelia. Care to narrow it down?" Cornelia's lips curved into a faint smile. "Certainly. Let's consider this. Is morality inherent, or is it simply a construct we've all agreed upon to keep chaos at bay? And if it is the latter, then what happens when one is powerful enough to redefine it?" "Sounds awfully Nietzschean of you," Jared remarked, leaning back in his chair, His tone was dry, but his expression betrayed genuine interest. "What are you getting at, Cornelia? That wrong can make right?" "Not exactly," Cornelia replied, her tone measured. "But I do think power has a way of revealing the truth about people. Strip away the constraints of society, and you see who they really are. Don't you find that fascinating?" Hannah, seated across from her, tilted her head slightly, her sharp eyes narrowing. "You're making it sound like morality is optional, that it's something we can put on or take off as it suits us. I don't buy that." Cornelia's smile didn't falter, but there was a glint in her eyes as she turned to Hannah. "Oh, I'm not suggesting it's entirely optional, but consider this. How often do we act out of genuine moral conviction? And how often do we act because we fear the consequences of not doing so?" "Fear isn't morality," Hannah countered. "It's coercion. True morality comes from within, from empathy, from understanding the impact of our actions on others." "But isn't that empathy itself a construct?" Cornelia pressed, her tone soft but insistent. "Something we're taught rather than something innate. And if that's the case, doesn't it mean it can be unlearned or ignored under the right circumstances?" The room grew quiet for a moment, the firelight casting shifting shadows on the walls. Pippa fidgeted with the stem of her glass as she struggled to maintain composure. The tension in the room was palpable, a taut thread that could snap at any moment. "I think we're wading into dangerous waters here," Kennedy said with a laugh, though there was an edge to her voice. "Leave it to Cornelia to turn a dinner party into a philosophy seminar." Cornelia chuckled, the sound low and melodic. "Well, since we're all feeling so intellectually stimulated," she said, rising gracefully from her chair, "why don't we play a game? Something to sharpen our wits and keep the conversation lively." She moved to the cabinet and retrieved a small wooden box, its polished surface gleaming in the firelight. "This," she said, placing it on the table, "is a rather unconventional game. Think of it as a cross between Scruples and Cards Against Humanity. The rules are simple. I'll pose a moral dilemma, and you'll tell me what you would do, but be honest. Half the fun is in the debate." "Oh, this should be good," Jared said, leaning forward with a faint smirk. "Let's hear it, Cornelia. What's the first dilemma?" Cornelia opened the box and drew out a card, her eyes scanning the text before she read it aloud. "You find a wallet on the street containing a significant amount of cash. There's no ID inside, no way to trace it back to its owner. Do you keep it, or do you turn it in, hand it to the authorities?" "Keep it," Kennedy said immediately, raising her glass. "Finders keepers, right?" Hannah rolled her eyes. "That's theft, Kennedy. You turn it in. It's the right thing to do. And I have to say I'm somewhat surprised. I'd have thought you'd give it to charity, considering your career choice." Smothering the awkward silence, Jared interjected. "But what if the authorities pocket it themselves? There's no guarantee it would ever get back to the owner. You might as well do something meaningful with it." "Like what?" Hannah asked, her tone skeptical. "Buy yourself something nice?" Jared shrugged. "No, as you said, donate it to charity. Something productive." Cornelia listened, her smile never wavering as the debate grew more animated. She held up a hand to quiet them, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade. "Interesting perspectives," she said, "but let's raise the stakes. What if keeping the wallet meant saving someone you love? Perhaps they're ill, and that money could pay for their treatment. Does that change your answer?" The room fell silent, the magnitude of the question settling over them. Pippa's breathing grew shallow, her gaze fixed on the table, willing herself invisible. Cornelia's eyes flicked to her briefly, a faint glimmer of amusement in their depths before she turned back to the group. "Morality," Cornelia said softly, "isn't always as clear-cut as we'd like it to be. Sometimes it's a question of survival." Hannah's voice broke the silence, her tone sharp. "Or justification. Survival is one thing, rationalizing selfishness is another." Cornelia inclined her head slightly, her smile deepening. Perhaps. But isn't it fascinating to explore where we draw the line? To understand what we're truly capable of when the stakes are high enough. The conversation shifted again, the tension easing slightly as the guests debated the nuances of the game. But beneath the surface, the unease lingered, unspoken but palpable. Cornelia watched them with quiet satisfaction, her glass of brandy catching the light as she swirled it slowly, her thoughts her own. The atmosphere in the room shifted subtly, the warmth of the early laughter replaced by an undercurrent of unease. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, but even its glow seemed muted against the growing tension at the table. Jared sat stiffly in his chair, his hands wrapped tightly around his glass, as he stared into the amber liquid. His shoulders were rigid, his jaw clenched, and the faint shadow beneath his eyes hinted at a restless night or something darker. As though she'd just thought of something, Annie leaned forward, tilted her head slightly, and studied him with an air of curiosity. "Jared," she began, her tone light but probing, "I can't help but notice you've been awfully quiet tonight. Is something on your mind?" Jared looked up sharply, his gaze flicking to Annie and then to Cornelia, who was watching the exchange with a faint, amused smile. He forced a laugh, though it sounded hollow even to his own ears. "Not at all," he said quickly. "Just enjoying the conversation." "Are you?" Annie pressed, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Because you seemed distracted earlier, especially when Cornelia mentioned Danny. She was supposed to join us tonight. Aren't you missing her?" The room seemed to hold its breath for a moment. The fire's crackle the only sound. Pippa's hands trembled. Cornelia's smile widened, her gaze fixed on Jared as though savoring the discomfort that flickered across his face. "Perhaps she had something come up," Jared said finally, his voice strained. "Work, probably." "That's odd," Annie said, her tone laced with curiosity. "Danny's usually so reliable. Did she at least call to let you know if she would make it later?" Jared's grip on his glass tightened, his knuckles standing out starkly against his skin. "No," he said shortly. "But it's not a big deal, is it? She is allowed to change her mind." "Not a big deal?" Kennedy interjected, her voice light but tinged with disbelief. "It's unlike her to be so flaky. Something must have come up. Something serious." Hannah's sharp eyes flicked between Jared and Cornelia, her expression thoughtful. "It does seem a little unusual," she said, her tone calm but probing, "especially since Cornelia said that Danny didn't turn up for the wine tasting. I would have thought she'd jump at the chance." Cornelia let out a soft laugh, drawing the room's attention back to her. She leaned back in her chair, her glass of brandy balanced effortlessly in one hand. "Oh, let's not interrogate the poor man," she said lightly. "I'm sure Danny had her reasons. Besides, we're all here to enjoy ourselves, aren't we?" Annie's gaze lingered on Jared for a moment longer before she leaned back with a shrug. "If you say so," she said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. Cornelia's smile deepened, a glint of mischief in her eyes as she turned to Hannah. "You're always so quick to analyze things, Hannah. Tell me, what do you think about Danny's absence? Or perhaps more broadly, about absence itself? Such an intriguing concept, don't you think?" Hannah raised an eyebrow, her expression wary. "Absence, you mean as a philosophical concept?" "Exactly," Cornelia said, her tone lilting. "Absence can be so much more powerful than presence, don't you think? It leaves room for speculation, for imagination. In some ways, it's the ultimate power. After all, what's more compelling than the unknown?" "Or more manipulative," Hannah said sharply, her gaze locking onto Cornelia's. "Absence can also be a weapon. It creates uncertainty, breeds suspicion. Sometimes it's less about imagination and more about control." The room grew quieter, the tension thickening as the two women regarded each other. Cornelia's smile didn't falter, but there was a flicker of something colder in her eyes as she raised her glass to her lips and took a slow sip. "Control is such an interesting word," she said softly. setting her glass down. "Tell me, Hannah, do you think we ever truly have it? Or is it just an illusion we cling to?" Before Hannah could respond, Cornelia turned to Pippa, her tone shifting to one of casual command. "Pippa, darling," she said, her voice low but insistent, "do you not have an opinion on anything? Because, quite frankly, I'm beginning to wonder why I invited you. Are you sick?" Pippa's head jerked up, her eyes wide and panicked. For a moment she looked as though she might refuse, but the force of Cornelia's gaze held her in place. Slowly, mechanically, her brain scrambled for inspiration and ability to string a few words together. Maybe, born from sheer panic, she stumbled upon a nugget of gold. It was something she'd read online, and she remembered it had affected her profoundly for days afterward. Having a photographic memory often came in useful, and right there and then was no exception. In a voice that sounded robotic, Pippa read from her mind to a hushed, expectant audience. "I suppose it depends on what type of control you're discussing, but, for example, psychological control refers to the use of manipulative or coercive tactics to influence or dominate someone's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Psychological control operates through subtle or indirect means that undermine an individual's autonomy and self-esteem. There are various methods of such control: emotional manipulation, guilt-tripping, playing on someone's fears, or using love or affection as a bargaining chip to get what one wants. Then there's gaslighting, by making someone doubt their own perceptions or memories, which leads them to question their own reality. Another method is withholding affection or approval, the giving of love, approval, or attention as a reward and withholding it as punishment. You could try shaming or belittling by criticizing, devaluing a person to make them feel inferior or incapable. And if you factor in excessive monitoring or micromanaging by intrusively checking up on someone, making them feel watched or that their actions are constantly being scrutinized. Sadly, psychological control can have long-term effects on a person's mental health, leading to feelings of helplessness, anxiety, depression, or a diminished sense of self-worth. In relationships, it often creates unhealthy power dynamics and can be an indicator of emotional abuse. So, to answer your question, Cornelia, no, I don't think control is an illusion. I think it's a very real and cruel form of torture that makes a lot of people incredibly miserable. When she finished, for all the guts it took to say the words that had been plaguing her for weeks, she still didn't have enough left in the tank to look Cornelia in the eye, so instead kept her head bowed and took a sip of water. Had she found the nerve to face Cornelia, she'd have seen the nerve in the side of her jaw twitch, and her eyes narrow for a second, before passing Pippa a look of quiet satisfaction, the cat-like smile quickly softening into something almost maternal. "There now," she said. "That wasn't so difficult, was it?" The room remained silent for a moment before Jared shifted in his seat, drawing the attention back to him. "I think I need some fresh air," he said abruptly, standing and setting his glass down with a faint clink. "Excuse me for a moment." The guests watched him leave in awkward silence. Annie exchanged a glance with Kennedy, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Well," Cornelia said after a moment, her voice bright, "it seems our little discussion has stirred quite the reaction. How delightful." Pippa's head remained bowed, her hands clutching her napkin tightly in her lap. The shadows from the fire danced on the walls, their flickering light casting strange shapes that seemed to grow and twist as the tension in the room mounted. Cornelia, serene as ever, watched her guests, her smile faint but triumphant. 13. The sound of Jared's footsteps faded as he strode down the hallway while the remaining guests exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and unease. Cornelia let the silence stretch for a beat longer before speaking, her voice smooth and unhurried. "It's fascinating, isn't it?" she said, her fingers tapping lightly against the rim of her glass. "How silence can tell us just as much as words. Jared is clearly holding something back." Annie's brows furrowed. "Do you think he knows something about Danny?" she asked, her voice dropping slightly. Cornelia smiled faintly, her gaze drifting toward the terrace. Perhaps, she said, her tone maddeningly ambiguous. Though I must admit, Danny confided in Pippa and me not long ago that she and Jared had been going through difficulties. Isn't that right, Pippa? Pippa's head shot up, her eyes wide and alarmed. She hesitated, her gaze flicking nervously between Cornelia and Annie. I suppose she might have mentioned something, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Difficulties? Hannah repeated, her sharp gaze locking onto Cornelia. What kind of difficulties? Cornelia leaned back in her chair, the very picture of languid elegance. Oh, I wouldn't want to betray Danny's confidence, she said, though the glint in her eyes suggested otherwise. But suffice it to say, not all was well between them. I do hope that's not why she's absent tonight. The significance of her words settled over the table, each guest reacting in their own way. Annie looked troubled, her hand resting lightly on her glass. Kennedy's lips pursed as though considering whether to press further. And Hannah's eyes narrowed, her suspicion thickening as she watched Cornelia with a quiet intensity. Pippa's hands trembled in her lap as she gripped her napkin. The shadows cast by the fire seemed to twist and writhe, creeping across the walls like dark fingers. Cornelia, serene as ever, sipped her brandy and watched her guests. Everything was unfolding exactly as she had planned. The soft tinkle of conversation had faltered, giving way to a weighty silence that hung over the room like a storm cloud. The fire's crackling seemed louder now, filling the uneasy quiet with its rhythmic pop and hiss. Jared's absence loomed as heavily as the question marks that hovered over his relationship with Danny, and the remaining guests exchanged glances, their expressions ranging from curiosity to suspicion. Annie's voice cut through the stillness, low and edged with doubt. You know, she began, her emerald earrings catching the firelight as she turned her head. Jared's behavior tonight is peculiar, isn't it? I've never seen him so tense, almost evasive. And I haven't heard from Danny all week, which isn't like her. Cornelia, perched at the head of the table, attempted to reassure. Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about Danny. And don't be too hard on Jared, Annie, she said smoothly, her voice a melodious drawl. I imagine he's under a great deal of pressure. Relationships can be taxing, don't you think? And we all have our ways of dealing with issues within them. After a faint smirk directed directly at Annie, her gaze flicked briefly to Pippa, who sat frozen, her hands clenching her napkin in her lap. Taxing, Annie repeated, her brow furrowing. Well, sure, but I've never seen him like this. He's usually the life and soul. She paused, glancing toward the terrace door as though expecting Jared to reappear. Do you think he's worried about Danny? Cornelia's smile widened, her fingers tracing the rim of her glass. It's possible, she said, her tone deliberately ambiguous, though I wouldn't presume to know the intricacies of their relationship. But I do know that Danny was, let's say, not entirely satisfied in recent months. Annie's eyes narrowed. Not satisfied? What do you mean? Pippa shifted in her chair, which creaked loudly. Cornelia caught the sound and cast her a sidelong glance, her smile deepening. Danny mentioned it to me once or twice, Cornelia said, her voice lowering conspiratorially. Just little things, of course. You know how people vent to their friends. She was feeling neglected, I suppose. Jared's long hours, his preoccupation with work. Perhaps she thought he was keeping something from her. After all, infidelity isn't uncommon in relationships, is it? Annie's frown deepened, her fingers drumming lightly against the edge of the table and ignoring the question, focused on her daughter's situation. She never said anything like that to me, she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. Perhaps she didn't want to burden you, and what daughter wishes to confide in their mother about personal matters? Cornelia suggested, her tone dripping with mock sympathy. Or perhaps she thought you wouldn't understand her need for fidelity. Annie's head snapped up, her eyes flashing with indignation. Of course I would have understood, she said sharply. Why wouldn't I? And if Danny was unhappy, I would have wanted to help. Of course you would, Cornelia said soothingly, her voice a purr. You're such a good mother. But relationships are complicated, aren't they? People don't always say what they mean. Sometimes they're afraid of what might happen if they speak the truth, or if someone finds out the truth. What truth? Annie demanded, her suspicion sharpening. What are you trying to say, Cornelia? Cornelia's smile didn't waver, but her eyes glittered with amusement. Oh, nothing at all, she said lightly. I'm merely speculating. After all, Danny confided in me, not in you or her father or Jared. And that speaks volumes, don't you think? How is your husband, by the way? Dearest Henry, it's been a while since I had the pleasure of his company. Maybe the three of us should get together soon. I'd like that. Annie didn't respond, just squinted her eyes as Kennedy, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke, her voice measured. I have no idea what you're trying to get at where Annie is concerned, Cornelia. But I think you are implying that Jared might have had something to do with Danny's absence tonight, she said, her gaze fixed on Cornelia. That's a serious accusation. Oh, I'm not accusing anyone, Cornelia said quickly, her hands raised in mock surrender. And it's very sweet of you to defend his honor, Kennedy. But I'm merely pointing out the complexities of relationships. But of course, I could be entirely wrong. Jared's a wonderful man. Isn't he, Pippa? Pippa's head jerked up, her face pale and drawn. I don't really know, she stammered. I mean, he's always seemed nice. Cornelia laughed softly, the sound low and rich. Nice is such a bland word, isn't it? She said. But perhaps that's just Jared's way. A quiet, steady presence. The kind of man who doesn't make waves until he does. The room fell silent again, the fire's crackle seeming louder in the wake of Cornelia's words. Annie's gaze remained fixed on the table, her expression troubled, while Kennedy's sharp eyes stayed on Cornelia, as though trying to decipher her true intentions. Pippa sat motionless, her hands trembling faintly in her lap. Cornelia, unbothered by the tension she had so artfully created, leaned back and sipped her wine, her gaze distant and thoughtful. Everything was progressing beautifully. 14. The air in the dining room had grown dense, laden with unspoken questions and a tension that refused to dissipate. Conversations, once vibrant and effortless, now stumbled over themselves, marked by awkward pauses and sideways glances toward the empty place setting at the far end of the table. Danny's absence, an unspoken guest in its own right, seemed to hover above them all, a silent specter that demanded acknowledgement. Cornelia, however, was a master conductor. Seated at the head of the table, her every gesture exuded a quiet authority that held the room together. She twirled the stem of her wineglass between her fingers, her expression serene, almost amused, as though she alone was immune to the strange unease that had settled over the group. She let the silence stretch on, much longer than necessary, the faintest of smiles playing at her lips before speaking. "Isn't it fascinating?" she mused, her voice light and melodic, "how easily a single absence can shift the mood of an entire room. It's almost as though Danny is here with us, in spirit, if not in body." Kennedy, seated 2 chairs down, raised an eyebrow. "I'm not sure that's comforting, Cornelia," she said, her tone dry but her expression uneasy. "If anything, it's a little eerie." "Oh, I don't mean it in a spooky sense," Cornelia replied with a soft laugh, waving a hand dismissively. "But don't you think it's a testament to her presence? That even when she's not here, she still lingers in our thoughts. That's a kind of power, isn't it? Power, Hannah repeated, her sharp eyes narrowing as they fixed on Cornelia. I'm not sure absence constitutes power. It feels more like a lack of control. If Danny wanted to make an impression tonight, showing up would have been a better strategy. Cornelia's smile didn't falter, but her gaze sharpened imperceptibly as it shifted to Hannah. Perhaps, she said, her voice lilting, or perhaps there's a certain genius in being unaccounted for. It creates a vacuum, doesn't it? Forces others to fill the gaps with their own assumptions. Annie leaned forward, her brow furrowed. I just can't imagine Danny leaving everyone hanging like this, she said. She was so enthusiastic about the wine tasting and tonight's dinner. Something must have happened. Oh, let's not jump to conclusions, Cornelia said smoothly, lifting her glass as though to punctuate the thought. People are unpredictable, aren't they? Danny could have been delayed, or perhaps she had a sudden change of plans. Life is full of little surprises. Pippa shifted uncomfortably in her seat, her hands clasping and unclasping her napkin beneath the table. Her gaze darted toward Cornelia, and for a fleeting moment, something unreadable passed between them. Cornelia's eyes lingered on her for a fraction longer than necessary, her expression cool, before she turned her attention back to the table at large. Still, Kennedy said, her voice cutting through the fragile equilibrium Cornelia had so carefully constructed. It's unlike Danny to be so inconsiderate. If she couldn't make it, why wouldn't she let someone know? Jared, at least. Cornelia inclined her head slightly, her expression the picture of benevolent curiosity. Perhaps Jared knows more than he's letting on, she said, her tone light but loaded. Men do have a way of keeping their cards close to their chest, don't they? And maybe you're feeling a tad left out because she hasn't contacted you either, and you're meant to be such very good friends, am I right? The words landed with precision, their impact rippling subtly around the table. Kennedy pursed her lips, her gaze shifting toward the terrace door where Jared had disappeared. When she replied, she sounded peeved. And what's that supposed to mean? We are good friends, everyone knows that, and for the record, Danny can tell me anything. Well, that's good to know, Kennedy dearest. That Danny can always rely on you. Annie's frown deepened, and even Hannah seemed momentarily unsettled, her sharp eyes narrowing as she studied Cornelia's face. That's quite the loaded comment and insinuation, Hannah said finally, her voice carefully measured. Cornelia's laugh was soft and rich, like the chime of a distant bell. Oh, I wouldn't call it an insinuation, she said. Just an observation. But let's not dwell on such serious matters, shall we? Tonight is meant to be fun, after all. She gestured toward the decanter of wine at the center of the table, her smile bright and disarming. More wine, anyone? The guests hesitated, their unease palpable, before Kennedy reached for her glass and slid it forward. Cornelia took the decanter herself, her movements fluid and unhurried as she poured the deep crimson liquid, the firelight catching in its depths like molten ruby. As the conversation shifted to lighter topics, art, travel, the latest scandal involving a mutual acquaintance, the tension at the table began to loosen. But beneath the surface it remained, a quiet undercurrent that Cornelia could feel as acutely as the beauty of the crystal glass in her hand. She reveled in it, in the power of the unspoken, in the way her guests' discomfort swirled around her like a tangible force. And though she smiled and laughed and played the gracious hostess, her thoughts remained sharp, focused, calculating. Cornelia, poised and serene, sat with the stillness of a cat, her hands folded neatly around her glass of brandy. It was Kennedy who broke the momentary lull. Her voice was quieter now, lacking the sharpness that had characterized her earlier remarks. She swirled her wine absently, her gaze distant. You know, she began, her tone tinged with melancholy. Your comment about Danny got me thinking. Fond memories that mean a lot to me. I met her when we were 10. Her family had just moved to the area and we ended up at the same private school. The room grew still, the other guests leaning in slightly, their glasses forgotten for the moment. Cornelia's expression didn't change, but her eyes gleamed with interest, watching Kennedy with the precision of a hawk. "We were both new," Kennedy continued, a faint smile ghosting across her lips. She had this wild, curly hair back then, and the kind of laugh that made everyone else laugh with her, whether they wanted to or not. The other girls were cruel, as girls that age can be, but Danny didn't care. She made friends with anyone she pleased, and by the end of the first month, half the class was vying for her attention. "She was magnetic," Annie said softly, almost to herself. Kennedy nodded. "Yes, and reckless. One afternoon we snuck into the old greenhouse behind the school. It was overgrown, practically falling apart, but Danny thought it was magical. She made up this whole story about it being enchanted, convinced me to climb up to the rafters with her to look for some non-existent treasure. We got caught, of course, but Danny talked our way out of detention. The headmistress ended up laughing, which was impossible, really. Danny had a way of doing that, turning trouble into charm. There was a faint ripple of laughter around the table, though it was subdued by Danny's absence. Pippa's gaze remained fixed on her lap, her hands gripping the edge of her napkin like a lifeline. Cornelia, ever the orchestrator, took a sip of her brandy, letting the silence stretch just long enough before speaking. "She sounds delightful," she said, her tone warm but edged with a faint wistfulness. "It's remarkable how certain people can leave such an indelible impression, isn't it?" Kennedy's expression faltered, a flicker of guilt crossing over her face. She set her glass down carefully, her movements deliberate. "She could be difficult, too," she admitted, her voice quieter, impatient, impulsive, sometimes thoughtless. "Sorry, Annie, but it's true." Hannah raised an eyebrow, her sharp gaze zeroing in on Kennedy. "Is that how you'd describe her now?" she asked, her tone neutral but pointed. Kennedy's cheeks flushed faintly, and she shook her head. No, of course not. I just—" She trailed off, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of the tablecloth. Cornelia tilted her head slightly, her smile softening into something almost maternal. "It's all right, Kennedy," she said gently. "We're all human, after all, Danny included. It's what makes her so unforgettable." The room settled into a fragile quiet again. For a moment, Cornelia allowed herself a flicker of triumph. The threads of uncertainty, of guilt, of shared memory were weaving together beautifully, each guest tugging at their own portion of the web. "What happened after school?" Hannah asked suddenly, her voice cutting through the quiet. "Did you stay in touch?" Kennedy hesitated, her gaze darting briefly toward the terrace. "On and off," she said finally. "We went to different colleges. But we'd see each other during the holidays. And later, when she moved back to New York, we reconnected. It was like no time had passed. Danny always had a way of making you feel like the center of the universe when she was with you." "And when she wasn't?" Hannah asked, her tone cool. Kennedy's mouth tightened, and she reached for her glass again. "She had her own life," she said shortly. "We all do." Cornelia watched the exchange with quiet amusement, noting the faint flicker of shame that crossed Kennedy's face. The pieces were falling into place, the unspoken questions beginning to form in the guests' minds. Had Kennedy been as loyal a friend as she claimed? Or was there something more tangled, more complicated beneath the surface? "It sounds like she was lucky to have you," Cornelia said, her voice smooth and soothing. "And you, her. Friendships, the sisterhood, bonds like that are rare. Wouldn't you agree?" Kennedy nodded, her throat working as she swallowed hard. "Yes," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, they are." Cornelia's gaze lingered on her for a moment longer before she turned to the rest of the table, her smile brightening. "Now then," she said, her tone lifting the mood ever so slightly. "Shall we move on to the main? I bet Mrs. Winston has outdone herself tonight." The mention of the next course prompted a faint murmur of approval, and the tension eased slightly as the conversation shifted once more. But beneath the surface, Cornelia could feel that delicate thread of uncertainty and doubt, pulling just enough to keep them all on edge. 15. Hannah, seated just to Cornelia's left, had grown silent, her sharp eyes darting from face to face, her wineglass untouched. There was a meticulousness to her stillness, the deliberate pause of a predator waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Cornelia, ever the poised hostess, leaned back in her chair, her hands cradling a fresh glass of brandy. She seemed to glow in the dim light, her serenity unshaken despite the subtle unease that had settled over the table. Pippa, on the other hand, looked frayed at the edges. Her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her sleeve, anything she could find, and she avoided eye contact, her movements too jittery to go unnoticed. Hannah's gaze lingered on them both, her instincts sharpening. Years as an investigative journalist had taught her to read people, the flicker of an eyelid, the faintest twitch of a hand. And what she saw in Pippa now was something raw and unsettled. In Cornelia, there was nothing but an unsettling calm. Too calm, Hannah thought. "Cornelia," Hannah said suddenly, her voice breaking the quiet with a precise, almost surgical intent. "You have such a knack for creating these moments. It's almost like you're conducting an orchestra. Every detail perfectly arranged. It's impressive." Cornelia smiled and inclined her head slightly. "You're too kind, Hannah. I've always believed that the art of hosting is in the details. The right wine, the right company, the right atmosphere. But don't you think," Hannah continued, her tone light but probing, "that sometimes perfection can be suffocating? That creating an environment so tightly controlled might leave little room for spontaneity?" Cornelia tilted her head, her smile never faltering. "Spontaneity has its place," she said. "But there's a certain beauty in structure, wouldn't you agree? It's within the boundaries we create that true creativity can flourish." Hannah's eyes narrowed slightly, and she leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand as though in casual contemplation. "And what about boundaries in other aspects of life? Morality, for instance. Do you think those boundaries should ever be crossed?" The question hung in the air like a challenge, drawing the attention of the other guests. Kennedy glanced between Hannah and Cornelia, her expression wary. Annie's brow creased, and even Pippa seemed to freeze. Cornelia, for her part, remained utterly composed. She regarded Hannah with something almost like amusement, as though indulging a precocious child. "Morality is such a fascinating subject, isn't it?" she said, her voice smooth. "It's so often shaped by context. What seems unthinkable in one situation can become utterly reasonable in another. Theft, murder, adultery, all immoral pastimes." "You mean like crime? Although I wouldn't say adultery comes under that heading, so I'm surprised you included it," Hannah pressed, her tone deceptively casual. "Although some people would argue that even the most heinous acts can be justified under the right circumstances. What do you think?" Cornelia's smile deepened, and she took a slow sip of her brandy before replying. "I think," she said, "that justification is a slippery slope. But then again, history is filled with examples of individuals who've been lauded for actions others might have condemned. Perhaps the real question isn't whether something is right or wrong, but whether it's necessary." The room seemed to hold its breath, the firelight dancing across the guests' faces. Pippa shifted in her seat, her hands fidgeting nervously in her lap. Hannah's gaze flicked toward her briefly, noting the movement before returning to Cornelia. "Necessary for whom?" Hannah asked, her voice low but firm. "The individual? Society? Or just the person who stands to gain the most? Cornelia's laugh was soft, almost musical. That depends entirely on perspective, doesn't it? She said. One person's necessity is another's indulgence. Lies, subterfuge. Perhaps we are all guilty of that at some time in our lives. Maybe we tell ourselves that our actions, no matter how unsavory, are for the greater good. And what do you mean by that? Hannah was becoming impatient and irritated by Cornelia's dance. For example, one could embark on an affair and convince yourself that your lover wouldn't be in your bed if they were unhappy. Or from another perspective, maybe your lover thinks that his or her affair is the salve for their marriage. The excitement of illicit liaisons allows them to bear the drudgery of marriage and family life. The act of infidelity, or cheating to put it in layman's terms, requires the ability to absolve oneself of sin by using whatever method comes to hand. Cornelia glanced around the table, her eyes lingering for an extra beat on Annie, then rested on Kennedy as she began her next onslaught. And you, Kennedy, practice at least one kind of subterfuge every day when you go to your place of work. Because I would bet one of my artworks to charity that none of them know that your weekends are spent at the most exclusive spa in the city, and your groceries are delivered by Citronella, not Walmart, as you'd have them believe. That your apartment was paid for by Daddy, and Mummy makes sure your allowance is regularly topped up. So, am I correct? Kennedy's mouth hung open, speechless after Cornelia's verbal assault. Her silence allowed the hostess to turn her attention elsewhere. But I must say, Hannah, you do have a way of steering the conversation into such intriguing territory. It's no wonder you're such a brilliant journalist. Hannah didn't smile. She held Cornelia's gaze, the faintest hint of a challenge in her eyes. It's a habit of mine, she said. I like to dig beneath the surface. People can be so surprising when you get to the truth of them. But that said, there are ways of speaking out without being cruel. I suspect I've offended your delicate souls with my observations. But I find that the truth is such a slippery thing, Cornelia replied, her tone unbothered. It changes depending on who's telling the story. And for the record, Kennedy, dearest, I'm not judging you, and I, for one, believe your wealth is nobody's business than your own, and I'm sure the very good work you do with those less fortunate makes you feel so much better about yourself. Unbelievable. Hannah shook her head. You can't help yourself, can you? I honestly don't know what's come over you tonight, Cornelia. Maybe you should ease up on the wine and play nice for a while. To this, Cornelia raised her glass, smiled, and took a sip, knowing that where challenges go, that was as good as it would probably get for a while, because Kennedy and Annie simply wouldn't dare. If they had any sense, from the beats she'd already given, they knew she was on to them, and one word could result in verbal carnage. The silence that followed was heavy, layered with meaning, and then, as if to prove Cornelia's unspoken point, Kennedy shifted in her seat, clearing her throat as though to break the spell and change the subject. Speaking of stories, she said, forcing a lighter tone, did anyone hear about the new exhibit opening at the Met? The conversation reluctantly followed her lead, the tension easing slightly as the guests murmured about art and cultural events. But Hannah's sharp eyes stayed fixed on Cornelia, watching the way she moved, the way she spoke, even the way she avoided glancing at Pippa. Something wasn't right. Cornelia, sensing Hannah's gaze, finally turned her attention to Pippa. Pippa, darling, she said, her voice soft but insistent. You've gone quiet again. Is everything all right? Pippa startled, her cheeks flushing as she looked up. Oh, yes, she said quickly, her voice unsteady. Just listening to the conversation. Good, Cornelia said, her smile returning. I'd hate for you to feel left out. She lifted her glass again, the firelight catching in the amber liquid. Now then, a toast. To good friends, stimulating conversation, and the courage to explore uncomfortable truths. The guests hesitated, their glasses lifting more slowly this time. the echo of her words lingering long after the toast was made. And as the fire crackled on, Hannah's suspicion grew, knotting tighter with every passing moment. The room had settled into an uneasy quiet, the earlier veneer of cordiality replaced by a slow creeping sense of disquiet. Hannah, ever observant, watched the interplay of expressions, the subtle shifts in posture. There was something in the air now, an unspoken question that had begun to gnaw at everyone seated at the table. It was she who broke the silence, her voice tentative but deliberate. "When exactly was the last time any of us saw Danny?" she asked, setting her glass down with a faint clink against her plate. Her gaze swept across the table, her tone carrying just enough severity to demand an answer. Kennedy straightened, her fingers tracing the edge of her glass. "It was last week," she said. "We had coffee together at that little place on Madison. She was okay, distracted, though, kept checking her phone. Did she say anything about Jared?" Annie interjected, her tone sharper than intended. The question lingered, and all eyes shifted momentarily to the terrace door where Jared had disappeared. Kennedy hesitated, her lips parting slightly before she spoke. "Not directly," she said carefully. "But she did mention they were spending less time together, and she felt like they were drifting." Hannah's brows lifted subtly. "Drifting in what way?" she asked, her voice low but probing. "I didn't press her on it," Kennedy admitted, her gaze dropping to the table. "I figured it was just the usual relationship stuff. Every couple has their rough patches." Cornelia, who had remained silent up until now, finally spoke, her tone light but with an edge of curiosity. "And you, Hannah, when did you last see Danny?" Hannah's expression tightened, her fingers lacing together in her lap. 2 weeks ago," she said, "at a gallery event. She seemed fine, happy even. She and Jared arrived together, and they looked perfectly normal." "But looks can be deceiving," Cornelia murmured, her smile faint but knowing. The words hung in the air, their alternate meanings settling like a stone in the center of the table. "What about you, Pippa?" Hannah asked suddenly, her gaze narrowing as it landed on her. "You and Cornelia are close to Danny, aren't you? When did you last see her?" Pippa's head jerked up, her eyes wide and panicked. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Instead, she glanced at Cornelia, as though seeking permission. Cornelia's smile widened, and she placed a reassuring hand on Pippa's arm. "Danny was supposed to come here yesterday," she said smoothly, her voice a soothing balm. "I'd asked her to stop by so she could taste some wine I'd ordered for tonight's dinner. After she told me about her summer wine-tasting vacation, I thought it would be fun to get her opinion, as I wasn't convinced by the sommelier's choice. But she didn't show. Isn't that right, Pippa?" Pippa nodded jerkily, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes. We wondered what had happened to her." Hannah's eyes sharpened. "Is that it?" she asked. "Did you ring or text to ask where she was, or did she message later to explain why she stood you up?" "No," Pippa said quickly, too quickly. "Nothing, and I didn't text because I thought that maybe Cornelia would." Cornelia's hand gave Pippa's arm a light squeeze before withdrawing. "Danny's always been a free spirit," she said with a faint laugh. "She probably got caught up in something that young people do, and I didn't want to pester. I did expect her to message or ring this morning, but I've been so busy it slipped my mind until tonight, and once again, she's a no-show." When Pippa stood and pushed back her chair before fleeing the room, her abrupt exit became a sobering moment that Hannah took control of. "Annie, perhaps you should give her a call, check she's okay." Hannah spoke quietly, her gaze locked onto Cornelia's. "Best to check. And until we know she's okay, maybe you should quit making assumptions, because from where I'm sitting, you're insinuating Danny is rude and flaky, and it's not a cool look, Cornelia. The city can be a dangerous place, and we need to look out for each other." The air in the room seemed to freeze. Cornelia's smile didn't falter, but there was a flicker of something colder in her eyes as she met Hannah's gaze. "That's quite an accusation," Cornelia said softly, her voice carrying just enough steel to make the words cut. I have nothing but admiration for Danny. She's a dear friend, and actually, I was simply trying to ease everyone's concerns. But I accept. I find it rude if people snub an invitation without explanation. It's how I am. Are you really easing concerns, though? Hannah pressed, her tone deceptively mild. Enough, Kennedy interjected, her voice firm. This is getting ridiculous. Danny's not a child. She'll turn up when she's ready. Let's not ruin the evening with baseless speculation and sniping. Otherwise, I think I'll call it a night and go home. There were murmurs of agreement, and the tension at the table eased slightly as the conversation shifted. But Hannah remained quiet, her mind working furiously. Something about Cornelia's demeanor didn't sit right with her. And Pippa was unraveling before her eyes, her nervous energy barely contained. It was then that Hannah made a silent vow. She would uncover the truth behind Danny's disappearance, before or after the coffee and mints were served. 16. The terrace behind the kitchen was quiet, its space enclosed by a high brick wall and veiled in shadows. The faint tremor of the city beyond was barely audible, and an evening chill had settled. Cornelia stepped out first, the heels of her shoes clicking softly against the tiled floor, her breath a visible plume in the crisp air. She leaned casually against the wrought iron railing, her silhouette sharp against the dim glow of the city lights. Pippa followed hesitantly, her movements jittery, like a moth caught in a web. Jared was nowhere to be seen, which left the two of them alone. Cornelia lit a cigarette, the flare of the lighter momentarily illuminating her face. She took a long drag, exhaling a stream of smoke that curled upward and disappeared into the night. Her eyes, steady and cold, fixed on Pippa, who was pacing back and forth, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. You made a scene, Pippa, Cornelia said finally, her tone measured, almost bored. Do you think no one's noticed how you've been fidgeting all evening? They're not blind, you know. And as for storming out like that, what were you thinking? Pippa stopped mid-step, her eyes wide and frantic. I had to get some air. I can't do this, she whispered, her voice cracking. I can't. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Cornelia's gaze didn't waver. She took another drag from her cigarette, her lips curving into a faint sardonic smile. You've already done it, darling, she said, her words laced with venomous sweetness. There's no undoing it now. So I suggest you pull yourself together before you ruin everything. Pippa's hands trembled as she clutched the edge of the railing, her knuckles white. They keep asking about her, she said, her voice barely audible. Annie and Hannah, everyone. What if they figure it out? What if they know? They know nothing, Cornelia replied sharply, her tone cutting through Pippa's panic like a blade. And they won't, if you keep your composure. But if you keep falling apart like this, you might as well hand them the answers on a silver platter. Pippa's breath hitched, and she looked at Cornelia with a mix of desperation and fear. I didn't think it would be like this, she said, her voice trembling. I thought it would be easier. But I can't stop thinking about her, about what we did. Cornelia stepped closer to the terrace railing and focused on the city below as she said, It's such a long way down, isn't it? I often imagine what it would be like to go over the edge, free-falling to the ground. I wonder what would go through one's mind before hitting the ground. Pippa's eyes were so round, her eyelids hurt, and it felt like her eyeballs would pop out of their sockets any minute, which, going by the sadistic smile, pleased Cornelia no end. Stepping toward Pippa, her presence commanding and unyielding, she placed a hand on her shoulder, her grip firm, almost painful. Listen to me, she said, her voice low and steady. You're not thinking about her. You're thinking about yourself, about your guilt, your fear, and that's what will destroy you if you let it. Pippa's eyes filled with tears, but she blinked them away, nodding shakily. I just don't know if I can keep pretending, she said. Cornelia's smile returned, cold and calculating. Oh, but you can, she said, and you will, because you don't have a choice. Do you understand me? Pippa barely managed a nod. Cornelia managed a loud tut. You're thinking too much, she said, her voice slicing through the silence. Cornelia turned slightly, her eyes catching Pippa's, the glow of the cigarette illuminating her face in brief, flickering flashes. I can see it. That's your problem, Pippa. You overthink everything. Pippa opened her mouth to respond, but no words came. Her throat felt tight, constricted by the weight of her own guilt and fear. Cornelia stepped closer, the sharp click of her heels on the tile punctuating the quiet. She placed a hand on Pippa's shoulder, her grip firm, almost possessive. You're letting your imagination run wild, she said, her tone soft but insistent. There's nothing to worry about. Everything is under control. But what if... Pippa began, her voice trembling. No. Cornelia cut her off, her grip intensifying. No what-ifs. Not tonight, not ever. Do you understand me? Pippa nodded shakily, her eyes welling with tears she refused to let fall. Cornelia's hand moved from her shoulder to her chin, tilting her face upward until their eyes met. You owe me, Pippa, Cornelia said, her voice low and almost tender. And I've never asked for anything in return. Not really. But tonight, I need you to be strong. I need you to trust me. The words wrapped around Pippa like a vice, its teeth closing until she could barely breathe. She nodded again, more firmly this time, and Cornelia released her with a satisfied smile. Good, Cornelia said, stepping back and flicking her cigarette over the railing. Now go inside and fix yourself a drink. Smile. Be charming. Leave the rest to me. Pippa swallowed hard, her throat constricting. Okay, she whispered. Good, Cornelia said, releasing her grip and stepping back. She flicked the remains of her cigarette over the railing, watching as the glowing ember disappeared into the darkness below. Pippa hesitated, her body rigid, before nodding again. She wiped at her cheeks, though no tears had fallen, and straightened her posture. Without another word, she turned and stepped back toward the door, her movements robotic but resolute. Cornelia lingered for a moment, her eyes sweeping over the city skyline. A faint smile played at her lips as she reached into her pocket for another cigarette. The game was still hers to control, and she intended to keep it that way. Pippa stood motionless on the other side of the glass. The door had closed behind her. Cornelia hadn't moved. She remained poised by the railing, her silhouette sharp against the dim glow of the city, another cigarette now balanced between her fingers. She exhaled a slow, steady stream of smoke, the air around her curling. Pippa's mind wandered. No, it spiraled. The trauma of the evening, of everything she'd done, and the performance she had to keep up was too much. Yet, as always, her thoughts drifted back to Cornelia, the woman who had saved her once, and now seemed to own her entirely. It had been years ago, in the early, heady days of their friendship. Pippa had been younger, naive in a way that Cornelia had found both amusing and useful. They had been at some gala, one of those overwrought charity events where the wine flowed too freely, and the room swelled with the self-congratulatory air of New York's elite. Pippa had said something. She couldn't even remember what now. Some careless comment about the host's gaudy choice of decor, and it had been overheard by exactly the wrong person. The fallout was swift, a tidal wave of whispers and side-eyed glances that threatened to drown her entirely. Cornelia had stepped in then, effortlessly, redirecting the room's attention with a well-timed laugh and an offhand remark that turned Pippa's faux pas into a charming anecdote. The scandal dissolved almost instantly, as though it had never existed, and Cornelia had turned to Pippa afterward with that same faintly mocking smile. "You really should be more careful, darling," she had said, her voice low and conspiratorial. "But don't worry, you and I are friends, so I'll always be here to pick up the pieces." Pippa had laughed then, too relieved to notice the edge in Cornelia's tone, the subtle way she had laid the foundation for a debt that would never truly be repaid. And now, standing on the terrace, she felt the tonnage of that debt like a chain around her neck. But what could she do? Cornelia wasn't going to let her go. Not now. Not ever. 17. Back in the dining room, Jared had returned to a strange atmosphere, made more troubling when all eyes seemed to focus on him. Annie broke the silence first, her voice tentative. "I didn't realize you and Danny have been having problems," she said, glancing uneasily at Hannah and Kennedy, who avoided her eyes. "You always seem so solid." Jared visibly bridled, his body tensed before he replied, "Can someone tell me what's been going on while I was outside? Because from where I'm sitting it looks like you've been discussing my relationship with Danny, which is nobody's business but ours." Annie answered, "No, it's not like that. We're just worried about where Danny has got to, and it was Cornelia who started it. She's been making all kinds of barbed comments, and she told us that Danny had confided in her recently, that's all. Nobody is invading your privacy. Well, nobody's still in this room." Jared relaxed slightly and asked, "And what exactly did Danny say?" "She said that you've been having problems, difficulties." The voice came from the doorway where Cornelia stood, dominating the room before she'd even stepped inside. While the others remained silent, Jared turned and frowned. "Difficulties like what?" Cornelia moved towards the dining table and lowered herself into her seat as she spoke, her voice dropping just enough to draw the others in. "She said you'd become distant, preoccupied. She felt like she was always the one trying to bridge the gap. It was exhausting for her emotionally. She felt neglected and wasn't sure what to do about it." "Well, this is the first I've heard about it, and I'd be grateful if you stayed out of my personal matters, Cornelia. I can't stop Danny talking to you, but that doesn't give you the right to share what she said with others." Jared held Cornelia's gaze for a second, then lost his nerve. "I disagree, Jared. Her mother is sitting across the table from you and is clearly becoming distressed, so I merely hope to shed some clarity on the situation. Perhaps she felt too uncomfortable to attend tonight, for whatever reason. And as Hannah pointed out, we live in a city that can be dangerous, and I wouldn't want anything untoward to happen to her." "I agree," Annie blurted, "because I've just called her again and I think her phone is switched off. So I sent a message, and that's not even been delivered. I'm getting worried, Jared, so please, if you know anything or where she may be, please say, if only to settle my mind." Annie's voice held a hint of a tremor, and her eyes had become glassy. "Don't you think I want to know where she is too? I've been calling her repeatedly while I was outside, and nothing. But if you must know, we have been experiencing problems, and yes, we have drifted lately, but I'm busy with work and I can't be in two places at once." Annie huffed. "Well, how very caring of you. Just because he's busy doesn't mean he's a bad person," Kennedy interjected suddenly. Her tone was defensive, her posture rigid. "Relationships are complicated. Danny wasn't perfect either." As if realizing she'd spoken out of turn, Kennedy then slumped back in her chair and tried to make herself invisible. Jared's face darkened, and he crossed his arms over his chest as he stood behind his chair. "Exactly," he said, his voice low and tight. "It wasn't all on me. Danny had her flaws, too. She could be demanding, and stubborn as hell when she wanted to be." Cornelia's eyes gleamed, her smile faint as she watched the interplay. "I'm sure she could be," she said, her tone almost soothing. "But that's what made her so dynamic, don't you think? She had such a spark. It's a shame to think that spark may have been dimmed. Jared's jaw tightened and he gripped the back of his chair. If you're implying I had anything to do with her disappearance, you're way off base, he said, his voice rising slightly. Oh, no one's implying anything, Cornelia said quickly, her hands raised in mock surrender. I'm simply relaying what Danny herself shared with me. She was struggling, Jared. I'm sure you were too. These things are rarely one-sided after all. But it's very interesting that Kennedy chose to defend you. Then again, perhaps she's just playing devil's advocate. Is that right, Kennedy? Kennedy managed a nod, then a rather large glug of her wine. The tension in the room thickened, the guests exchanging uneasy glances. Hannah, however, seemed unfazed. She leaned back in her chair, her sharp gaze fixed on Cornelia. You seem to know a lot about their relationship, Hannah said, her tone cool, almost too much. Cornelia's smile didn't waver. Danny confided in me, she said simply. I suppose she felt comfortable sharing things with someone who wasn't directly involved. Jared exhaled sharply, dragging a hand through his hair. This is ridiculous, he muttered. You're all sitting here speculating about my relationship like it's some kind of soap opera. Danny's gone and none of us know why. But I loved her, and whatever issues we had, we could have worked through them. Cornelia tilted her head, her expression unreadable. Love is such a complicated thing, isn't it? She mused. It can make us do such irrational things, like use the past tense when we are explaining ourselves and, may I add, talking about someone who hasn't showed up to the party. The words hung in the air, their inference palpable. Jared glared at her, his frustration barely contained, while Kennedy stared down at her plate, her lips pressed into a thin line. The other guests exchanged nervous glances, the earlier ease of the evening now a distant memory. Just then, Mrs. Winston appeared in the doorway, her hands clasped in front of her pristine white apron. Her round, rosy face beamed with practiced cheer, though her eyes darted nervously around the room as if sensing the tension. Excuse me, she said, her voice warm and tinged with a slight Irish lilt. I thought I'd let you know that the main course will be served shortly. The exotic cut of meat you selected, Mrs. Langford, has been roasted to perfection. It's resting now, just as you instructed. Cornelia's smile brightened, and she inclined her head graciously. Thank you, Mrs. Winston. I trust it will be as exquisite as always. Oh, I've no doubt, Mrs. Winston said with a small laugh, though her hands fidgeted slightly with her apron. You've such a knack for selecting the finest ingredients. Shall I begin plating? Cornelia gave a small wave of her hand. Please do. I'm sure we're all eager to see what you've prepared. Mrs. Winston nodded and disappeared back into the kitchen, her footsteps fading quickly. The room remained silent for a moment, before Annie spoke again, her voice hesitant. Exotic meat, she asked, glancing at Cornelia. What exactly are we having? Cornelia's smile returned, enigmatic and faintly amused. A surprise, she said simply. I thought it might be nice to do something unexpected tonight. The guests exchanged uncertain glances, but no one pressed further. Cornelia's gaze lingered on each of them in turn, her expression serene as she lifted her glass once more. Everything was progressing beautifully. The main course arrived with an air of ceremony, Mrs. Winston bustling in with an array of carefully plated dishes. The tantalizing aroma filled the room, rich and earthy, with a hint of something unfamiliar that made the guests murmur appreciatively. She set the plates down with practiced precision, her smile wide and genuine, though her eyes darted toward Pippa, who sat rigid and silent at the far end of the table. Cornelia watched the scene unfold with quiet satisfaction, raising her glass to Mrs. Winston in a gesture of approval. As always, Mrs. Winston, your work is impeccable, she said, her voice carrying just the right balance of praise and authority. You're too kind, Mrs. Langford, Mrs. Winston replied, before retreating to the kitchen, leaving the diners alone with their plates. "Well, this certainly looks intriguing," Annie said, leaning forward to inspect the dish. The main course, a succulent roast accompanied by roasted root vegetables, a silky parsnip puree, and a red wine reduction that glistened like garnets on the porcelain plates, was being devoured by the guests. "This is magnificent," Jared said, breaking his silence. He cut into his slice of roast with deliberate precision, the meat's tenderness apparent even from the way his knife glided through it. "Mrs. Winston really is a treasure, Cornelia. You're fortunate to have her." Cornelia's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with quiet satisfaction. "I am," she said, lifting her glass in a subtle gesture of acknowledgement. "Though I'd like to think it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. She's been with me for years, and we've developed quite the understanding." Kennedy nodded her approval and admired the food on her plate. The meat was dark and glistening, resting atop a bed of roasted vegetables. She cut into it carefully, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she brought the fork to her mouth. "Oh, it's divine. So tender and unique." The other guests followed suit, murmuring their approval as they ate. Hannah, however, kept her fork hovering above her plate, her sharp eyes flicking between Cornelia and Pippa. Across the table, Kennedy dabbed at her lips with a napkin, her sharp features softened by the candlelight. "She's certainly outdone herself tonight," she said. "Though I have to ask, Cornelia, where do you find your inspiration? The menus at your dinners are always so unconventional." Cornelia's laugh was light, almost musical. "Oh, I draw inspiration from everywhere," she said, her tone breezy. "Travel, literature, even conversations with friends. But truly, it's Mrs. Winston who brings it all to life. She has a remarkable ability to take even the most abstract idea and turn it into something tangible." "And delicious," Annie added, raising her glass in a mock toast as she leaned back in her chair, her expression one of languid contentment. "To Mrs. Winston." The table joined in the toast, their glasses clinking softly. Pippa, seated to Cornelia's right, barely moved. Her hand trembled as she set her glass back down, and she glanced quickly at her plate, her face pale and drawn. She'd barely touched her food, the sight of it turning her stomach despite the effusive praise from the other guests. "You're not eating, Pippa," Hannah said, her sharp eyes narrowing slightly. "Is everything all right? You're not ill, are you?" Pippa startled, her fork slipping from her hand with a faint clatter. She forced a smile, though it wavered at the edges. "Oh, no," she said quickly. "I'm just not very hungry tonight. Too much wine, I think." Cornelia's gaze flicked toward her, a faint crease forming between her brows. "Nonsense," she said, her tone light but firm. "You must eat something, darling. Mrs. Winston has worked far too hard for you to let it go to waste." Pippa nodded quickly, her fingers fumbling with her fork as she speared a small piece of meat. She brought it to her mouth and chewed mechanically, the texture almost unbearable. The taste. She couldn't even think about the taste. She swallowed hard, her throat constricting, and reached for her wine glass to wash it down. Pippa's eyes darted around the table, landing briefly on Hannah, who was watching her with quiet intensity. The sting of the scrutiny made her hands tremble even more, and she reached for her glass of water, hoping it might steady her. "Do you not like the meat, Pippa, or have you gone vegetarian?" Hannah was attempting to lighten the mood or get her out of eating something she didn't like, Pippa could tell. "I'm fine," she managed, though the words sounded hollow even to her own ears. "Are you?" Hannah asked suddenly, her voice cutting through the room like a blade. "You seem on edge, Pippa. It's hard not to notice, and Cornelia is right. Over the past few years you've lost so much weight that you're a shadow of the young woman I first met." The other guests paused, their forks suspended midair as they turned their attention to Pippa. Even Jared, who had been resolutely avoiding eye contact with anyone, glanced up, his brow furrowed. "It's just been a long day," Pippa said quickly, her words tumbling over one another. "I'm fine, really, and I've been Going to the gym lots and fasting. It's what everyone is doing. Cornelia's gaze lingered on her for a moment longer before she turned to Hannah, her smile cool and composed. And Pippa's been under a lot of stress lately, she said smoothly. Work matters. She's always been sensitive, haven't you, dear? Pippa's cheeks flushed, and she looked down at her plate, her appetite now entirely non-existent. Hannah, however, wasn't satisfied. She set her fork down deliberately, leaning back in her chair as she studied Cornelia. Stress has a funny way of manifesting, doesn't it? Hannah said, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. Sometimes it makes us act differently, even irrationally. Cornelia's smile didn't falter. Oh, I agree, she said. But that's why it's so important to have a strong support system. People you can rely on to keep you grounded. Hannah's gaze flicked to Pippa, then back to Cornelia. And you're that support for Pippa, aren't you? She asked, her voice laced with something that might have been accusation. Cornelia raised her glass, her smile widening. I'd like to think so, she said. After all, what are friends for? The tension at the table grew palpable, the unspoken questions swirling like smoke. Pippa's hands were now clenched in her lap, her nails digging into her palms as she fought to keep herself together. As the guests returned to their meals, their conversations hesitant and stilted, Pippa remained frozen, her mind racing. She couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was watching her, waiting for her to slip. And the way she felt, it was only a matter of time. 18. The dining room crackled with an undercurrent of tension that no amount of candlelight or fine wine could mask. Cornelia watched Pippa closely, her eyes narrowing with a mixture of irritation and curiosity. The younger woman was unraveling. Pippa's fork lay untouched beside her plate, and her hands rested awkwardly in her lap, fingers twisting the fabric of her napkin into tight knots. Her face was pale, and the faint sheen of perspiration on her forehead betrayed her growing discomfort. Cornelia tilted her head slightly, her lips curving into a faint smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Pippa, darling, Cornelia began, her voice smooth and measured. Are you quite all right? Pippa's head snapped up, her wide eyes meeting Cornelia's. I'm fine, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Just a little tired, that's all. Cornelia's smile widened, though there was an unmistakable sharpness to it now. Tired? Oh, come now, Pippa. You're among friends. Surely you can summon the energy to join the conversation? The words were light, almost playful, but Pippa felt them on her, pinning her in place. She glanced nervously around the table, catching Hannah's watchful gaze and Annie's concerned frown. Jared and Kennedy were speaking in hushed tones, their heads bent close together, but even they seemed attuned to the growing tension. I'm fine, Pippa repeated, her voice trembling. She reached for her water glass with shaking hands, taking a small sip as if it might steady her. Cornelia's smile faltered for the briefest of moments, and her eyes darkened. She leaned forward slightly, her elbows resting elegantly on the table. You're not convincing anyone, you know, she said softly, her voice carrying just enough menace to make Pippa's breath catch. And I think you know how much I detest falsehoods. Pippa couldn't speak. Her throat felt constricted, as if an invisible hand were closing around it. Cornelia's gaze was unrelenting, a predator sizing up its prey, and Pippa felt the heat of it burning into her skin. Perhaps, Cornelia continued, her tone lighter now, almost teasing, you're worried about something. Pippa's eyes darted to the other guests, but no one seemed willing to intervene. Hannah's brows furrowed slightly, as if she sensed there was more to this exchange than met the eye, but she remained silent. Cornelia had mastered the art of public chastisement, disguised as casual conversation, and no one was brave enough to challenge her. "I'm just overwhelmed," Pippa managed at last, her voice thin and unsteady. "It's been a long day." "Nonsense," Cornelia said briskly, waving a hand. "You've always been such a resilient creature. I remember that time in St. Bart's when the storm stranded us for 3 days. You didn't complain once. Surely tonight's little gathering isn't enough to rattle you." The reminder of that trip, a memory laden with private humiliations that Cornelia had glossed over with charm, made Pippa's stomach churn. She clenched her fists beneath the table, willing herself to hold it together. Cornelia was testing her, pushing her, and she knew exactly why. While everyone continued to eat, Pippa couldn't help but wallow in the memory of the trip to St. Bart's. The sun was relentless, burning down on the pristine white sand and glinting off the turquoise waves. Pippa adjusted the straps of her swimsuit, self-conscious in a way she hadn't been in years. The others, Cornelia, Jared, Danny, and a few of Cornelia's socialite friends, looked effortlessly glamorous, their bronzed skin glowing against crisp linen and silk cover-ups. Cornelia had invited her along with the casual generosity she always wielded like a weapon. "Of course you're coming, darling, don't be ridiculous." And yet, Pippa had quickly realized that her presence served a purpose. She was there to be kept in line, to be reminded of where she stood. The first sign had come on their second day, when they lounged on a private yacht. Pippa had been sipping champagne, lulled by the gentle rocking of the sea, when Cornelia turned to her with a bright, sharp smile. "I told Margot to mix your cocktail extra strong," Cornelia said, "just loud enough for the others to hear. You get so delightfully loose when you're a little tipsy." Pippa had laughed along with the group, but her stomach twisted. Loose. The way Cornelia said it dripped with implication. A subtle reminder of past nights when Pippa had let things slip. Her feelings, her fears, her desperate need for Cornelia's approval. By the third night, Pippa had started pulling back, recognizing the pattern. Cornelia had been treating her like a well-trained pet, alternating between affection and casual cruelty, on a human version of a tight leash. But it was the last night of the trip that left a permanent mark. The beach bonfire was in full swing. Cornelia, effortlessly radiant in a silk slip dress, had orchestrated a drinking game, something absurd and childish, but with an edge. They went around the circle, each person having to answer a question or take a shot. "All right, Pippa," Cornelia said, reclining against a lounge chair, her gaze gleaming with something unreadable. "Tell us about the most humiliating thing you've ever done for love." The group laughed, but Pippa froze. She knew. Cornelia knew. It was a test, a power play. For a moment, Pippa considered lying. She could make something up. Some stupid high school crush story, some harmless anecdote. But Cornelia was watching her, expectant. If she lied, Cornelia would punish her for it later, in the way only she could, cutting her off, icing her out, reminding her exactly where she stood in their hierarchy. So, Pippa told the story. About the time she had waited outside an ex-boyfriend's apartment in the rain, too embarrassed to call him, but too desperate to walk away. She's returned, her suitcase repacked, her speech rehearsed, where she would tell him she didn't believe the rumors and she'd acted hastily, throwing her clothes into a heap on the bed as she wept and told him he'd broken her heart. About the moment he finally emerged with another girl on his arm, her sister of all people, glancing at her with something like pity before shutting the door in her face. The result had been a descent into depression and a spell at a private clinic paid for by her worried parents who couldn't cope with the family fallout. Pippa had never got over it. The walk back to her parents' home, drenched, distraught, and her cheeks burning with shame and humiliation. The group laughed, though a few of them hesitated. Jared, sitting across from her, looked vaguely uncomfortable. But Cornelia? Cornelia beamed. "Oh, sweetheart," she cooed, lifting her drink in a mock toast. "That is truly tragic, but I promise you, I will put it right." Pippa smiled, but her insides were on fire. That was the moment she realized. Cornelia had done this deliberately. She had chosen that question, knowing exactly how it would unravel her. What she didn't expect was that Cornelia would come good on her promise. And months later, via the gossip grapevine, Pippa learned that her ex had been sacked from his top job at Tiffany after accusations of sexual misconduct were made by a female member of staff. And her sister had left him high and dry when his excuses and money ran out. Pippa hadn't known whether to be scared or grateful, especially when Cornelia reminded her that she expected revenge to be repaid in loyalty. And now, sitting at the table in the present, with Cornelia watching her, testing her once again, Pippa's fists curled beneath the table. She would not let her win. Not this time. Somehow, she had to find the courage to speak out and break this cycle of abuse. Yes, that's what it was. And Pippa had had enough. Cornelia leaned back in her chair, satisfied with Pippa's silence. But there was a flicker of something behind her composed facade, an unease she couldn't quite suppress. Pippa's visible distress was a liability, and for the first time, Cornelia felt the faintest tremor of discomfort. She prided herself on control, on her ability to orchestrate every moment to her advantage. Yet now, with the evening teetering on the edge of something wonderful, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was losing her grip on Pippa. "You know," Cornelia said, leaning over, her voice suddenly softer, almost coaxing, "if you need to take a break, perhaps have a little lie down, then just say. I wouldn't want you ruining the night, do you understand?" Pippa forced a nod, her heart pounding in her chest. Yes, I understand," she whispered. Cornelia's eyes narrowed, searching Pippa's face for any sign of defiance. Finding none, she relaxed slightly, though the edge in her gaze remained. "Good," she said, her tone firm. As the other guests resumed their muted conversations, Cornelia reached for her glass and took a long sip, her composure fully restored. But as she set the glass down, her fingers trembled ever so slightly, a subtle betrayal of her own unease. The game was still hers to control, but the pieces were beginning to shift. And for the first time, thanks to Pippa being a weakening link, Cornelia wasn't entirely sure of the outcome. The muffled clinking of glasses and the low murmur of conversation faded into the background as Pippa stared blankly at her untouched plate. Cornelia's words still hung in the air. Act normal, stay composed. Those were the unspoken commands beneath every pointed glance, every carefully chosen phrase. And Pippa knew, better than anyone, what happened to those who defied Cornelia Langford. Her mind drifted to a memory she'd long tried to bury, one that resurfaced now with startling clarity. It was years ago, during one of Cornelia's many lavish fundraisers. A small circle of guests had gathered in the drawing room, sipping champagne and exchanging barbed compliments. Among them was a man named Victor Hampton, a gallery owner known for his sharp tongue and even sharper ambition. He had been charmed by Cornelia at first, as everyone was, but something about her effortless dominance had rankled him. That night he'd decided to challenge her, to assert himself in her carefully curated world. It had started innocently enough, a sly remark about Cornelia's taste in art, delivered with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The other guests had laughed nervously, their gazes darting between Victor and Cornelia. Pippa had been there, standing quietly at Cornelia's side, watching the faint flicker of annoyance cross her friend's face. But Cornelia had laughed, too, her response as smooth and polished as the pearls around her neck. "Oh, Victor," she'd said, her voice light and amused, "your wit is as sharp as ever, though I do wonder how much of it is genuine and how much is simply deflection." The remark had landed with precision, cutting through Victor's bravado like a scalpel. He'd flushed slightly, his smile faltering, but he'd recovered quickly. The exchange had continued, each of them parrying and thrusting with words, but by the end of the evening it was clear who had won. Victor had left early, his charm worn thin and his confidence visibly shaken. Pippa had thought that was the end of it, a harmless clash of egos. But a week later, Victor's name had appeared in the society pages, attached to a scandal that had effectively ended his career. Cornelia had never mentioned it, never so much as acknowledged the man's existence again. But Pippa had known. She'd seen the way Cornelia's lips had curved ever so slightly as she skimmed the headlines. It was a small, almost imperceptible gesture. But to Pippa, it had spoken volumes. Now, as she sat at the dinner table, that memory burned in her mind. She could feel Cornelia's eyes on her, could sense the unspoken warning beneath her cool demeanor. Pippa knew better than to cross her, knew that Cornelia's kindness was conditional, her loyalty fleeting. And yet, the reminder of her own guilt, her own complicity, threatened to spill over. Cornelia's voice broke through her thoughts, low and smooth. "I was just thinking," she said, "about Danny. How much she loved evenings like this." The mention of Danny's name hung in the air, and for a moment the room felt impossibly still. Cornelia's smile tightened, her eyes narrowing slightly. But before anyone else could respond, Hannah spoke up, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Yes, Danny did love gatherings," Hannah said, her tone pointed, "and yet she's not here. Strange, isn't it?" Cornelia's gaze shifted to Hannah, and the faintest hint of pleasure flickered across her face. Her smile remained intact, her composure unshaken. She loved pushing the narrative. "Strange indeed," she said lightly, "but I'm sure she has her reasons. Danny was always unpredictable." Pippa's hands trembled beneath the table, her nails digging into her palms. She felt trapped, caught between her fear of Cornelia and the growing suspicion of the other guests. Why was she doing this? Constantly reminding them of Danny's absence. She'd had her sick thrill, got her kicks from murdering someone in cold blood in front of an audience and doing Christ only knew what with them afterwards. She glanced at Hannah, who was watching Cornelia with sharp, probing eyes, and then at Jared, who sat stiff and silent. Cornelia leaned back in her chair, her fingers drumming lightly against the stem of her glass. "Oh well," she said, her tone brisk. "Shall we move on? There's no sense dwelling on what we can't change." The other guests hesitated, their unease palpable, but eventually the conversation resumed, tentative and fragmented. Pippa forced herself to join in, her voice thin and brittle, her words carefully measured. But the touch of Cornelia's gaze never left her, like sunburn, a constant reminder of spending too much time in the glow of someone as radiant as the sun, and the consequences of failure. 19. The rich aroma of the main course hung heavily in the air, its earthy, savory scent filling the room. Annie leaned forward, her fork spearing a piece of the tender, glistening meat on her plate. She brought it to her lips, chewing thoughtfully before her face broke into a smile. "This is incredible," she said, glancing around the table as though expecting everyone to agree. "Really, Cornelia, you've outdone yourself." Cornelia inclined her head graciously, her smile faint but smug. "I'm so glad you're enjoying it," she said, her tone smooth and practiced. "It's a rather unique cut, isn't it? Very refined." Pippa sat frozen, her hands resting limply in her lap. Her plate remained untouched, the food before her an unbearable presence. She couldn't look at it, couldn't bring herself to even pick up her fork. She had this dreadful feeling that, no, it was impossible. But her chest felt tight, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps as the walls seemed to close in around her. Annie took another bite, her expression rapturous. "I don't know what it is, but it's divine," she said. "The texture, the flavor, it's like nothing I've ever had before." Pippa couldn't believe that Annie had pushed the subject of her absent daughter aside and instead stuffed her face with whatever was on her plate. But Annie was known to be fickle and treated Danny like an accessory, rather than someone who may have needed her mother's guidance and love. Cornelia often said that Annie only had a baby, and just the one at that, to prove she could do it, tick a box and keep her wealthy husband happy, and to make Cornelia jealous, that Annie had something she didn't. It was pathetic, all of it. Pippa was starting to despise everyone around the table, most of all Cornelia. Her fingers curled into fists beneath the table, her nails biting into her palms. A tremor began in her shoulders, subtle at first, but it quickly spread through her body until she was shaking uncontrollably. She clenched her jaw, willing herself to stop, to keep it together. But the effort only made it worse. Her breath hitched, and she felt a cold sweat break out across her forehead. Cornelia noticed immediately, her sharp eyes flicking to Pippa with a mixture of annoyance and concern. "Pippa, dear," she said, her voice cutting through the room. "Are you feeling all right? You've gone terribly pale." The other guests turned their attention to Pippa, their expressions ranging from mild concern to outright curiosity. Hannah, seated across from her, studied her with quiet intensity, her gaze narrowing as she noted the tremors and the sheen of perspiration on her face. I'm fine," Pippa stammered, though her voice was thin and brittle. She forced a weak smile, but it faltered almost immediately. "Just a bit lightheaded. Must be the wine." "You've barely had a sip," Hannah observed, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. Pippa's stomach churned, and she pushed back her chair abruptly, the legs scraping loudly against the floor. "Excuse me," she mumbled, rising unsteadily to her feet. "I just need a moment." Cornelia's smile tightened and she leaned forward slightly, her tone laced with concern. "I think you should sit down. Perhaps a bit of food would help." "No," Pippa said quickly, shaking her head. "I'll be fine. I just need some air." Without waiting for a response, she turned and hurried toward the door, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. After almost running towards the terrace, when she opened the sliding door, the cool night air hit her like a slap as she stepped outside, gripping the railing for support. She leaned over slightly, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she fought to keep from being sick. Pippa knew what crossing Cornelia meant. She'd seen what happened to them, people who thought they could expose her for what she was. Cornelia had a way of silencing them, of making them disappear. Not literally, perhaps, but socially, professionally, utterly. And Pippa knew she would be no exception. Back inside, the guests exchanged uneasy glances. Annie looked toward the door with a frown. "Do you think she's all right?" she asked, her tone tinged with genuine concern. Hannah's eyes remained fixed on Cornelia, her expression unreadable. "She's not all right," she said quietly. "Something's wrong." Cornelia's laugh was light, dismissive. "Oh, Pippa has always been sensitive," she said. "It's just the excitement of the evening, I'm sure. She'll be fine in a moment." Hannah didn't respond, her gaze lingering on the terrace door. There was something about Pippa's reaction that didn't sit right with her, something more than mere lightheadedness, and Cornelia's dismissive tone only deepened her suspicion. Out on the terrace, Pippa gripped the railing tightly, her clammy palms savoring the cold of the steel. Her body trembled violently, and tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. She couldn't go back in there. She couldn't face them. Couldn't face Cornelia. Not now. Not after what she'd just realized. But she had no choice. Cornelia's voice echoed in her mind, cold and commanding. Act normal. Stay composed. If you falter, we both fall. Pippa closed her eyes, taking a deep, shuddering breath. She straightened slowly, wiping at her damp cheeks with trembling fingers. She had to go back. She had to keep the facade intact, no matter the cost. Because the alternative was unthinkable. Cornelia watched the dining door swing open as Pippa returned with a slow blink, her smile still fixed in place, though it had taken on an almost serpentine quality. She turned back to the table, her hands folding delicately in her lap. "Poor thing," she murmured, her voice carrying just enough pity to seem genuine. "Pippa has always been terribly high-strung. It's just her nature." Hannah's gaze remained on Cornelia, sharp and calculating. "High-strung, perhaps," she said, leaning back in her chair. "But tonight she's subdued, almost dulled at the edges. Different, don't you think?" Cornelia's smile widened, and she tilted her head as though considering the question. "Do you?" she asked lightly, her tone perfectly measured. "I think it's simply the excitement of the evening. Some people find gatherings like this overwhelming, especially with so much going on." "So much going on," Hannah repeated, her tone neutral but her eyes unwavering. "Yes, I suppose that's one way to put it." Annie, oblivious to the subtle exchange, dabbed at her lips with a linen napkin. "Well, whatever's bothering her, I hope she's all right," she said. "This meal is too delicious to miss. Honestly, Cornelia, where do you find your ingredients? I've never tasted anything like it." Cornelia allowed a faint laugh, reaching for her glass of wine. "Oh, I have my sources," she said, her voice smooth as velvet. "You'd be surprised what you can discover if you know where to look." Hannah's brows furrowed slightly, but before she could respond, Cornelia's attention shifted, effectively cutting her off. "Jared," she said, her tone bright and engaging. "You've been terribly quiet this evening. What's on your mind?" Jared looked up, startled, his fork frozen mid-air. "Oh, nothing," he said quickly, though the tightness in his voice betrayed him. "Just thinking about Danny, I suppose. Do you mind if I call her again, even though we're at the table?" Cornelia's expression softened, though her eyes remained calculating. "Of course," she said. "We're all thinking about her. It's only natural. You call, and then let's not let our worries overshadow the evening. She'd want us to enjoy ourselves, don't you think?" Jared nodded mutely, returning his attention to his phone, which he'd slipped out of his jacket pocket. Cornelia's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer, before she turned back to the table at large, expertly steering the conversation toward lighter topics. But beneath the surface, her mind churned. She wasn't concerned about Pippa leaving the table. No, Pippa's fear was too deeply ingrained, her dependence on Cornelia too complete. She could shake, she could panic, but she wouldn't dare act against her. Cornelia had made sure of that. She'd spent years cultivating that control, weaving a web so tight that Pippa had nowhere to go, and tonight was no different. Still, the faint tremor of unease lingered. Pippa's reaction had been too obvious, too erratic, and Cornelia knew the others had noticed. Hannah, in particular, was watching her like a hawk, her sharp mind piecing together fragments that Cornelia had taken great care to scatter. It was irritating, to say the least, but then again, part of the challenge of the evening. Could she get away with murder, right under the noses of a specially curated audience? "Feeling better, darling?" Cornelia asked Pippa, her tone light and concerned. Pippa forced a nod, her voice catching slightly as she replied, "Yes, thank you. I just needed some fresh air." "Of course," Cornelia said, gesturing to her seat. You mustn't let your food get cold. It's far too exquisite to waste. Pippa picked up her fork with trembling hands, forcing herself to take a small bite of the untouched vegetables on her plate. Cornelia watched her closely, the faintest hint of satisfaction flickering across her face. Hannah's gaze lingered on the interaction, her sharp eyes narrowing slightly. But she said nothing, instead sipping her wine thoughtfully. Cornelia's smile remained firmly in place as she turned her attention back to the table. She could feel the undercurrent of unease, the questions lurking just beneath the surface. But for now, she was in control. 20. While Mrs. Winston cleared away the dishes, Cornelia had excused herself, and the remaining guests stretched their legs and chatted amongst themselves. By the window, Annie was on the phone to her husband, deep in conversation, relaying her concerns over Danny, asking him to keep calling her and if she turned up to let Annie know immediately. In a corner near the fireplace, Hannah and Kennedy sipped their wine and leaned toward each other, their voices low but urgent. "It's odd, isn't it?" Hannah murmured, her brow furrowed. She swirled the wine in her glass absent-mindedly, her eyes darting toward the dining table where Cornelia had sat, serene and composed. Danny just vanishes, and Cornelia acts as if nothing's happened. Kennedy nodded, her expression troubled. "I noticed that too. You'd think she'd be more concerned. Danny's not just a casual acquaintance. They were close for a while, or at least they seemed to be." "Exactly," Hannah said, her voice brittle, and the way she keeps brushing off any mention of Danny, it feels deliberate. One moment she's offended by her absence, making a point, and now she's steering the conversation away from her. Kennedy sighed, setting her glass down on the marble side table. "Do you think she knows more than she's letting on, about where Danny might be?" Hannah hesitated, her fingers tapping lightly against the stem of her glass. "I don't know," she admitted, "but something about her demeanor tonight is unsettling. She's too composed, too in control. It's as if she's playing a role, and we're all just pieces on her chessboard." Kennedy glanced toward the dining table again, her gaze lingering on Pippa, who sat in silence, as Jared tapped out messages on his phone. "Do you think Jared knows anything?" Hannah asked, lowering her voice even further. "He's been acting strange all evening." Kennedy's lips pressed into a thin line. "He does look uncomfortable, but who wouldn't be? Cornelia hasn't exactly been a delight this evening, has she?" Hannah nodded. "I saw the way he clammed up when Cornelia brought up Danny earlier. And then there's the way he keeps avoiding eye contact with everyone. It's like he's terrified someone will ask the wrong question. I'm sure he's just as concerned as we are. And let's face it, I was squirming when Cornelia targeted me earlier, so I feel his pain," Kennedy said, her voice tinged with hesitation. "If he knows anything, I'm sure he'd have said, and bear in mind, her mother is here. He probably feels really awkward thanks to Cornelia blabbing about what Danny told her." Hannah tilted her head. "Okay, I won't say anything yet," she said softly. "If we push too hard, he'll shut down completely. And besides, if Cornelia is hiding something, we need to tread carefully. She's sharp. She'll see right through us." Kennedy crossed her arms over her chest. "So what do we do?" she asked. Hannah's gaze flicked back to Cornelia, who was now pouring herself another glass of wine, her movements slow and deliberate. "We watch," she said quietly. "We listen, and we wait for someone to make a mistake." At that moment, Cornelia returned to the room and took her place at the dining table where Jared sat stiffly, his hands clenched tightly around his glass. He'd barely touched his food, his appetite long gone. Immediately, Cornelia homed in on him, engaging him in conversation as Kennedy and Hannah returned to the table. The older woman's laughter rang out softly as she exchanged pleasantries with Jared, her tone as smooth as silk. But there was something in her posture, in the calculated way she moved, that set Kennedy's nerves on edge. Cornelia's laughter grated on his nerves, each carefully chosen word a reminder of how little control he had over the situation, how out of his depth he was, and how much he regretted his actions over the past few months, because he was sure they were going to catch up with him any time soon. "Any news from Danny, Jared?" Hannah said, her voice cutting through Cornelia's faux conversation like a blade. Hannah had turned her full attention on him, her smile sharp and knowing. "Is something on your mind, because you don't seem to be enjoying yourself?" Jared hesitated, his gaze flicking toward Annie and Kennedy, who were also watching him. He forced a smile, though it felt hollow. "Just tired," he said simply. "It's been a long day." "Of course," Cornelia said smoothly, lifting her glass in a mock toast. "You're a busy boy, aren't you? Lots of balls to keep in the air." Jared nodded, though his hands remained clenched. He could feel Hannah's and Kennedy's eyes on him, their suspicion palpable. He wanted to tell them the truth, to lay it all out in the open, but he couldn't. Not yet. Not with Cornelia watching his every move. "I do hope Mrs. Winston hurries up with the sorbet. I think we all need a little palate cleanser before dessert, don't you? To prepare us for my next serving of deliciousness." Cornelia smirked and gave Hannah an almost imperceptible wink. Hannah knew immediately that Cornelia had more to offer that evening than fancy French cuisine, but exactly what that was anyone's guess. Hannah sat quietly now, her gaze fixed on Cornelia, who was smiling, charming, but cold as marble beneath the surface. Something about her demeanor tonight, so calculated, so practiced, set Hannah's mind racing. It wasn't just the absence of Danny. It was the way Cornelia seemed to glide over every mention of her, redirecting attention with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. Hannah swirled her wine absently, her thoughts slipping to a case she'd covered years ago. A young woman named Abigail Dunn had gone missing from an affluent Connecticut town. She had been the golden child of her social circle, and her disappearance had sent shockwaves through the community. The family, desperate and frantic, had plastered Abigail's face across newspapers and television screens, begging for any information. But it wasn't the family that had stuck with Hannah. It was the best friend. The woman's name was Victoria Park, and she had played the role of the grieving confidant so perfectly that it had taken weeks for anyone to suspect her. But Hannah had. Victoria had been too poised, her statements too carefully constructed, her tears too well timed. And when the truth had come to light, that Victoria had been the one to push Abigail from that yacht in a fit of jealousy, Hannah had felt a kind of satisfaction that came with confirming a suspicion. But she also remembered the frustration, the anger at how long Victoria had gotten away with it. For weeks, she had controlled the narrative, spinning lies that kept everyone's focus elsewhere. It was only a missed detail, a photograph of the wrong shoes in the background of an Instagram post, that had cracked the facade. Cornelia reminded her of Victoria, the same composure, the same careful curation of words. And Pippa was unraveling, just as one of Victoria's co-conspirators had before finally confessing everything. Hannah's instincts told her to keep pressing. She'd always trusted her gut, and her gut was telling her that Cornelia Langford wasn't just an eccentric socialite. She was something far more dangerous. Hannah leaned slightly toward Kennedy. "This reminds me of a case I covered years ago," she murmured, keeping her voice low. Kennedy's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" she asked, her tone cautious but curious. "There was a girl who went missing," Hannah said, her eyes never leaving Cornelia. Her best friend seemed so distraught, too distraught, and as it turned out, she was the one responsible all along. Kennedy followed her gaze to Cornelia, who was laughing softly at something Jared had said. "You think she knows something about Danny?" Kennedy asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I think she knows everything about Danny," Hannah replied, "and I think she's counting on us not asking the right questions." Kennedy's lips pressed into a thin line, and she glanced toward Jared, who sat stiffly at the table, his eyes downcast. "Jared's hiding something, too," Hannah said. "We need something concrete," she said. "Something we can use to connect the dots. Because right now, all we have is suspicion." "How do we get it?" Kennedy asked, her voice tight with tension. Hannah took a slow sip of her wine, her mind working quickly. "We watch," she said. "We listen, and we wait for the moment she slips. People like Cornelia always do. They can't help themselves." Cornelia's laughter rang out again, sharp and crystalline, and Hannah felt a chill run down her spine. She set her glass down carefully, her jaw set with resolve. She wasn't going to let another Victoria Park get away. Not this time. Hannah had always been the type to question the story beneath the story. Even as a child, she had a knack for spotting lies. Her father, a professor of philosophy, had called it a relentless hunger for the truth. But truth, as she'd learned over the years, was rarely straightforward. It was messy, layered, and often obscured by those who had the most to lose. She'd grown up in a modest but intellectually vibrant household in upstate New York. Her mother, a journalist for the local paper, had instilled in her a respect for facts and an unflinching curiosity. Hannah remembered sitting at the kitchen table as a child, watching her mother underline passages in transcripts and pore over notes late into the night. "Always ask why," her mother would say, "and when you think you found the answer, ask again." That lesson had followed her through college and into her career. As an investigative journalist, she had made a name for herself uncovering stories that others had dismissed. Corruption in the city government, financial scandals among the elite. Her reputation for persistence was both her greatest asset and her most dangerous liability. And now, sitting in Cornelia Langford's opulent apartment, surrounded by polished floors and priceless art, she felt that same itch she'd felt countless times before. The feeling that something was wrong, that someone was hiding something, and that it was her job to uncover it. She glanced at Kennedy, who had returned to her conversation with Annie, though her posture remained tense. Cornelia's laughter floated through the room again, and Hannah's gaze snapped back to her. She didn't trust that laughter. It was too perfect, too controlled. It reminded her of Victoria Park. And Hannah had learned the hard way what happened when she ignored that instinct. 21. Jared shifted uneasily in his seat, his hand gripping his wineglass with a kind of intensity that threatened to shatter it. Each tick of the ornate grandfather clock in the corner amplifying the tension. Cornelia's eyes gleamed as she observed him, her poised expression betraying the faintest flicker of satisfaction. She enjoyed watching him squirm. Hannah's sharp gaze flicked to Jared, narrowing as she studied him. "When was the last time you saw Danny?" she asked, her voice calm but probing. Jared hesitated, his hand gripping his glass. "Yesterday, but not for long," he said. She's been busy. We've both been busy." "Busy?" Cornelia interjected, her tone skeptical. "She told me last week she'd been taking some time off. Said she wanted to relax." Hannah watched as Pippa took a sip of water, her hands visibly shaking. Jared's jaw tightened, and he looked away, his shoulders stiff. Cornelia's smile deepened, and she tilted her head, watching him with the air of a cat toying with a trapped mouse. "Yes, that's true. She's been doing her own thing, shopping, the spa, visiting friends, I suppose. She's a grown woman, and I'm not her babysitter." "And how was she yesterday, when you last saw her?" Hannah probed on. "Okay. She said she was coming to see Cornelia to sample wine. I didn't think anything of it and presumed she'd gone back to her own place afterwards." "And it's not unusual for her not to text you to say good night? Did you text her?" The room fell silent. her words settling heavily over the table. Jared's head snapped up, his eyes wide with alarm. "What are you getting at?" he demanded, his voice sharp. "I'm merely trying to piece together what's going on here, and my instinct tells me there is something very wrong." Hannah's voice held an ominous edge, and it was at that moment Cornelia made a move, one that surprised Hannah. "Oh, Jared, don't look so stricken," she said. "We're all friends here. No need to be coy. Perhaps it's time you told the truth, because from where I'm sitting it looks like our investigative journalist here might be on to you." "Coy about what? And what do you mean on to him?" Annie asked, her brow furrowing as she glanced between Cornelia and Jared. "What are you implying?" Cornelia's gaze shifted to Kennedy, who sat rigid in her chair, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "It's nothing, really," Cornelia said, her tone airy. "Just that Jared clearly isn't telling you the whole truth about the state of his and Danny's relationship. Especially that he and Kennedy seem to have been spending a great deal of time together lately. Isn't that right, darling?" Kennedy's eyes widened and she opened her mouth to respond, but no words came out. Jared shot to his feet, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. "That's enough, Cornelia," he said, his voice shaking with anger. "You have no idea what you're talking about." "Oh, don't I?" Cornelia said, her smile razor-sharp. She leaned back in her chair, completely at ease. "I suppose I must have imagined seeing the two of you together in Chicago last month. At the Palmer House, wasn't it? You looked so cozy, stepping into that elevator together, your hand brushing Kennedy's as the door swished shut." The room erupted into shocked murmurs. Annie's hand flew to her mouth, her wide eyes darting between Jared and Kennedy. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Is that true?" she asked, looking at Kennedy. "Were you—" She trailed off, her disbelief palpable. Kennedy finally found her voice, though it was weak and trembling. That wasn't," she stammered. "It's not what you think." "Isn't it?" Cornelia asked, her tone dripping with faux innocence. "Well, I suppose that's for Jared to say, isn't it?" Jared's face was a mask of fury and humiliation. "You're unbelievable," he spat. "Dragging this up now, in front of everyone? What the hell is wrong with you?" Cornelia's smile didn't waver. "Oh, Jared, you wound me," she said. "I was merely making an observation. I had no idea it would upset you so." The guests sat in stunned silence, the tension in the room now unbearable. Annie's eyes filled with tears as she turned to Kennedy, her voice breaking. "How could you?" she asked. "Danny, she trusted you. And now this. What kind of a person does that?" Kennedy's hands trembled as she...
We'll return to the story in just a bit. But for now, let these soft notes guide you into a state of peace and quiet. Thank you for watching and listening.
I'm guessing that we're done. What a shame. But if we think about it carefully, I'm good on my own, don't feel alone. At least that's what I'm telling myself every night. Pillows are cold, silence is gold. Kind of start to get used to it now. Give me a couple more days. I'm beginning to feel like I'm better without you. No tears I cried are in vain. Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Give me a couple more days. I'm beginning to feel like I'm better without you. No tears I cried are in vain. Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Just needed some time to grow. They say flowers don't bloom overnight.
He reached out toward Annie. "Please, Annie," she pleaded. "It's not what it looks like. I swear it's not. We're in love. We didn't mean for it to happen. And I've hated lying to Danny, to everyone, but I didn't know what to do, and neither did Jared. If we could have found a way to be together and not hurt her, then we would have." Annie pushed her hand away, her expression hardening. "Don't," she said coldly. "Don't you dare try to justify this." Hannah's gaze flicked between Cornelia and the others, her sharp mind cataloging every reaction, every crack in the facade. She could see the satisfaction in Cornelia's eyes, the way she relished the chaos she had sown. But Hannah wasn't fooled. This wasn't just a diversion, it was a calculated move. Cornelia was quick to prove the point. "So, from where I'm sitting, we have two people who had a very good reason to get rid of Danny, so they could be together, which makes me wonder how we can trust anything they say. And let's face it, they've been lying to us all evening, haven't they?" Cornelia directed this question to Hannah, who remained silent, thinking it through. Jared, for a moment, just stared at Cornelia, his chest heaving, before slamming his hands on the table, causing the contents to quiver and Annie and Kennedy to jump. "Are you fucking insane, Cornelia? Kennedy and I might have been in a no-win situation, but we're not desperate. Seriously, as if we'd do something drastic. It's not like we're the first people in the world to cheat, which, if you must know, is why." He looked at Kennedy, as if he wanted to apologize before saying, "Which is why I told her yesterday, when she came to my apartment, that I wanted to take a break from our relationship." At this, Kennedy looked genuinely shocked, her hand flying to her mouth, eyes wide. But before she could speak, Annie got there first. No wonder she didn't turn up here to taste the wine with Cornelia. She was probably distraught and has gone somewhere to lick her wounds, my poor baby. "You disgust me, Jared, and so do you, Kennedy. I cannot believe you hurt her this way. The deceit sickens me, it really does, but at least some of this makes sense, and I get why she's not answering her phone." Kennedy sank back in her chair, her face pale. Cornelia watched her with a faint smile, then lifted her wine glass, the golden liquid catching the light as she took a slow, deliberate sip. Glancing to her side and facing Hannah head-on, she raised her eyebrows as if to say, "I told you so." But instead, she decided to have a bit more fun. "Well, wasn't that illuminating? But really, I don't know what all the fuss is about. People have affairs, it's fact. Deal with it, and I have to say I'm rather amused by your show of disgust, Annie. The greatest display of hypocrisy I've witnessed in a long time." Annie retaliated immediately, some might say too quickly. "And what the hell do you mean by that? I'm getting a little tired of your barbed comments, Cornelia. So if you have something to say, get on with it. Put us all out of our misery, because I can see you're dying to." To Cornelia, the challenge was a gift. "What I mean is, you've been sleeping around your whole married life, Annie, with whoever takes your fancy. Most people in our wider circle know it. You've been quite the talk of the town for many years, especially amongst your academic peers, so I'd be most surprised if poor Henry doesn't know, but then again, he has his own secrets. I can assure you of that, so before you go throwing stones at dear Kennedy and Jared, remember what they say about glass houses." All eyes were on Annie, who attempted to stand but seemed to have trouble, swaying slightly as if she might swoon, so grabbed a glass of water, remained at the table as she drank greedily, cast her eyes downwards. "Now," she said, setting the glass down with a soft clink, "before you all scurry off into the night to lick your wounds, because I can tell you're dying to leave, shall we move on to dessert?" 22. Pippa couldn't bear the tension, or to witness Cornelia toying with them all, like a cat plays with a mouse. Amid Annie's furious questioning of Jared and Kennedy while Cornelia sparred with Hannah, and then her shocking revelations and the delivery of them, Pippa was able to sneak from the room unseen. Her chest heaved as she moved quickly down the corridor, her steps faltering as she glanced nervously over her shoulder. She couldn't explain what she was looking for, but her instincts screamed that she had to know. Cornelia's words, Her calculated ease, the faint glint of something sinister in her smile. It was too much. She found herself standing outside the door to the guest bedroom, her trembling hand resting on the door handle. Sucking in a breath, she stepped inside and on wobbly legs made straight for the ensuite. Pausing for just a second, then mustering whatever bravery she had left in the tank, she pushed open the door with a force that surprised her. The bath was empty. Studying herself against the doorframe, Pippa took in the scene. The bathroom was clean, white, pristine. However, this smell of bleach was hard to ignore, and her mind went back to earlier, when Mrs. Winston complained that her cleaning supplies had dwindled. Nausea swelled. But she couldn't stop now, and as much as her mind screamed no, Pippa knew she had to follow her instincts, and there was only one other place that Danny could be. The pantry had always been a strange comfort to her. Rows of neatly labeled jars, the faint scent of spices, and the cold drone of the industrial freezer tucked against the back wall. But tonight, it felt as though the room itself was holding its breath. Pippa's fingers closed around the handle, and with a quiet creak, the door swung open. The faint light from the hallway spilled across the shelves, illuminating jars of preserves and rows of imported oils. Her gaze darted to the freezer. The cold metallic surface gleamed under the light, its edges sharp and unyielding. "Just look," she whispered to herself, her voice barely audible. "Just look and put your mind at ease." Her hands trembled as she stepped inside, the air growing cooler with each step. She hesitated in front of the freezer, her breath visible in the faint chill. Slowly she reached for the handle. It felt cold and uninviting beneath her fingers, and for a moment she considered turning back, but the smear of doubt stained her soul, demanding resolution. With a sharp tug, she opened the freezer. At first, the contents seemed innocuous, neatly wrapped packages of meat, their surfaces frosted over. But as her gaze traveled lower, something caught her eye. Beneath the top layer, the wrapping on one package was torn, revealing what lay inside. Her heart stopped. A hand. Pale, stiff. The fingers curled slightly as though frozen mid-reach. It was unmistakably human. Pippa's knees buckled and she clutched the edge of the freezer for support. Her breath came in shallow gasps as her eyes darted over the contents. A forearm, a section of rib cage, and then, horribly, Danny's face, or what was left of it. Her lifeless eyes stared up at Pippa, the features distorted and frozen in an eternal expression of terror. The realization hit her like a physical blow, forcing the air from her lungs. Her stomach churned violently and she turned away, barely making it to the corner of the pantry before retching. Her hands clutched at the walls, her body trembling uncontrollably. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "No, no, no." Her mind raced, piecing together the fragments of the evening. The strange texture of the meat, the smug satisfaction in Cornelia's gaze, the guests' compliments on the exotic flavors. It was all too clear now. They had been eating Danny. Cornelia had served her, and Pippa had done nothing to stop it. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, and she staggered out of the pantry, her vision swimming. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly before her, the faint sounds of laughter from the dining room twisting into something grotesque. Her legs felt like lead, each step a monumental effort as she stumbled toward the living room. By the time she reached the center of the room, the world around her had begun to tilt and blur. She called out, formed incoherent words. Her knees gave way, and she collapsed, knocking a delicate vase to the floor, which smashed onto the parquet, her head striking the edge of the coffee table with a sickening thud. The sound echoed faintly through the apartment, and the voices in the dining room fell silent. For a moment, there was only the distant ticking of the grandfather clock. Then the sound of chairs scraping against the floor as the guests rose, their murmurs growing louder as they moved toward the living room. Cornelia was the first to appear, her figure framed by the doorway. Her gaze fell on Pippa's crumpled form, her expression unreadable. She stepped forward slowly, her heels clicking softly against the floor. The guests crowded behind her, their faces pale with confusion and concern. "What happened?" Annie's voice trembled as she stepped closer. Cornelia knelt beside Pippa, her hand lightly brushing the younger woman's shoulder. "She must have fainted," she said calmly. Her voice was soothing, almost tender, but there was a flicker of something cold in her eyes. "Poor thing. She's been under so much stress lately." Hannah crouched down on Pippa's other side, her sharp gaze scanning the room before settling on Cornelia. "Stress doesn't explain this," she said. "She's shaking." Cornelia smiled faintly, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I'm sure it's nothing," she said. "Let's give her some air. She'll be fine." But as the guests exchanged uneasy glances, the cracks in Cornelia's perfect facade began to show. And for the first time that evening, the room buzzed with an undercurrent of something that Cornelia had fought to keep at bay. Suspicion. Hannah knelt beside Pippa, her hand resting gently on her shoulder. The room had gone quiet, except for the ticking of the grandfather clock. The guests hovered in the doorway, their expressions a mix of curiosity and alarm. But Hannah's focus remained entirely on Pippa. The younger woman's breath was shallow, her skin pale and clammy. She looked up at Hannah with wide, unfocused eyes, her lips trembling, as though she wanted to speak, but couldn't find the words. "Pippa," Hannah said softly, her voice low enough that only Pippa could hear. "You're safe. Whatever it is, you can tell me." Pippa shook her head almost imperceptibly, her body stiffening under Hannah's touch. Hannah's mind was racing, spiraling through memories she had filed away. Moments where Cornelia's words had cut like a blade, her silken voice wrapping around other people's insecurities like a noose. And then there was Pippa. The way Cornelia always knew exactly what to say, to keep her in line, to make her doubt her own instincts. She remembered the first time she had felt uneasy around Cornelia. It had been at one of Cornelia's lavish dinner parties, years ago, when Hannah had overheard her speaking to another guest. Her tone had been light, even playful, but the words themselves had been razor-sharp, dismantling the other woman's reputation with a few carefully chosen phrases. Hannah had laughed nervously at the time, brushing off the knot of discomfort in her stomach. Cornelia was clever, she had told herself, witty. But now, looking back, she realized it had been something else entirely. Cruelty, disguised as charm. "You fainted," Hannah continued, her tone gentle but insistent. "But something made you faint. Did you see something? Did someone say something?" Pippa's eyes darted to Cornelia, who stood just a few feet away, her hands folded neatly in front of her. Cornelia's expression was calm, serene even, but there was a glint of warning in her eyes that sent a shiver down Pippa's spine. "I'm fine," Pippa whispered finally, her voice barely audible. "Just dizzy, that's all." Hannah frowned, unconvinced. "Pippa, this isn't just dizziness, you're shaking." "I'm fine," Pippa repeated, her voice a little stronger this time. She pushed herself into a sitting position, wincing as the movement sent a sharp pain through her head. "Really, I just need a moment." Cornelia stepped forward, her expression softening into one of concern. She crouched beside Pippa, placing a cool hand on her arm. "Darling, you've had a fright," she said soothingly. "Perhaps we should call it a night." Pippa flinched at Cornelia's touch but didn't pull away. She could feel the eyes of the other guests on her, their curiosity prickling against her skin like static electricity. They didn't know, couldn't know what Cornelia was capable of. But Pippa did, and that knowledge was enough to keep her silent. "She's right," Pippa said, forcing a small, unconvincing smile. It's been a long day. I'm sorry for causing a scene. Perhaps I could lie down for a while." "Nonsense," Cornelia said, her tone light but firm. "You have nothing to apologize for. Now, why don't you go and lie down in the guest bedroom, and I'll ask Mrs. Winston bring you some tea? That always helps." The mention of Mrs. Winston made Pippa's stomach twist. The image of the freezer flashed in her mind, vivid and grotesque. She swallowed hard, forcing the bile back down. Hannah's gaze lingered on Pippa, her brow furrowed in concern. "If you're sure you don't need a doctor," she said slowly, but her tone made it clear that she wasn't. Pippa nodded quickly, desperate to end the conversation. "I'm sure," she said. "Thank you, Hannah, really. That's settled then. I shall instruct Mrs. Winston, and in the meantime, perhaps Hannah and Kennedy could take you to the bedroom." As Hannah helped her to her feet, Pippa's legs trembled beneath her. She allowed herself to be guided down the hallway, Kennedy assisting while Jared and Annie watched, her mind racing with the horror of what she had seen and the horrible truth she now carried. But even as the horror threatened to overwhelm her, she remained silent. Because she knew one thing for certain. Cornelia Langford always got what she wanted. And right now, Cornelia wanted her silence. 23. The door to the guest bedroom opened with a soft creak, and Hannah guided Pippa inside. The room, like every corner of Cornelia's apartment, was impeccably styled. The deep green walls were accented with gold-framed artwork, and the bed, a sprawling queen draped with a velvet coverlet, looked as though it had never been slept in. A pair of silk slippers sat neatly at the front of the bed, as if awaiting their occupant. "There," Hannah said, her voice smooth and practiced. She guided Pippa toward the edge of the bed, her hand lightly resting on Pippa's back. "Lie down. You've had quite an ordeal tonight. A little rest will do you good." Pippa hesitated, her arms wrapped tightly around her torso. Her skin felt clammy, her heart hammering in her chest. The walls of the room seemed to press inward, the luxurious surroundings unable to mask the suffocating tension. The atmosphere in the bedroom was hushed, the faint murmur of conversation from the dining room barely audible through the heavy oak doors. Kennedy lingered near the window while Hannah plumped pillows and settled Pippa. The room smelled faintly of bleach and lavender polish, a testament to Mrs. Winston's obsessive attention to detail. Overhead, an ornate light fitting cast soft golden light, illuminating the rich jeweled-toned furnishings and the intricate patterns of the Persian rug underfoot. As Kennedy stepped closer to the armchair by the bed, her gaze dropped to the floor. There, half hidden beneath the edge of the Persian rug, was a small glint of gold. Frowning, she bent down, her breath catching in her throat when she saw it clearly. It was an earring, delicate and unmistakable, with an intricate filigree pattern that sparkled faintly in the dim light. Kennedy's pulse quickened as she turned it over in her hand. She'd seen these earrings before. Danny had worn them many times, had mentioned once that they belonged to her grandmother. There was no mistaking it. This was Danny's. Kennedy straightened slowly, her heart pounding. Her first instinct was disbelief. How could it have ended up here, in this room? And why hadn't Cornelia mentioned it? Pippa lay with her eyes closed, and seeing she was calmer, Hannah indicated to Kennedy that they should leave, whispering to Pippa as she stood, "Mrs. Winston will be here soon with your tea, but I'll come back and check on you soon. I'd just like a word with Cornelia. Call out if you need anything." To this, Pippa barely nodded and kept her eyes firmly closed, her hands clasped tightly as if in prayer, while Kennedy and Hannah left the room, leaving the door slightly ajar. The second they were in the hallway, Kennedy grabbed Hannah's arm, halting her in her tracks, desperate to share what she had found. "What's wrong?" Hannah asked, her voice low but tinged with curiosity. Kennedy held up the earring, her hand trembling slightly. "Look," she whispered. "It's Danny's. I found it in there, on the floor." Hannah's eyes narrowed. She took the earring from Kennedy's outstretched hand and examined it closely, her expression darkening. "You're sure it's hers?" she asked. "Positive," Kennedy replied. "She told me once it was part of a set her grandmother gave her. She wore them all the time." Hannah's jaw tightened, and she glanced toward the door, then down the hallways, as though expecting Cornelia to appear at any moment. "This doesn't make sense," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "If Danny hasn't been here since last week, how could this still be here? Cornelia's housekeeper doesn't miss a speck of dust, let alone an earring." Kennedy's eyes widened. "You think—" "I don't know," Hannah said quickly, cutting her off, "but we need to confront her. See how she reacts." Hannah and Kennedy entered the dining room together, the earring clutched tightly in Hannah's hand. They stopped near the head of the table, their presence drawing the attention of the other guests. "Where's Cornelia?" Hannah said, her voice steady but firm. "I'm here, but I need to go and check on Pippa." Cornelia had a habit of appearing as if from nowhere. Hannah raised her hand to halt Cornelia. "Pippa's fine, resting and waiting for the tea, so if you don't mind, Cornelia, I'd like to show you something Kennedy found in the guest bedroom." Cornelia stepped into the room, her brow lifting in polite curiosity. She took a seat with perfect posture, her slender fingers resting lightly on the table. "Oh," she said, "and what might that be?" Hannah held up the earring, letting the dim light catch its surface. "This," she said. "It's Danny's. We found it on the floor." For a brief moment, a flicker of something crossed Cornelia's face. Surprise, perhaps, or annoyance. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by her usual calm. "Ah," she said, leaning back in her chair. "That must have been from the last time Danny was here. Over a week ago, wasn't it? I'm surprised it hasn't been picked up before now." "Over a week ago?" Hannah repeated, her tone laced with skepticism. "Are you sure?" Cornelia's smile widened, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Quite sure. She stopped by for tea. Perhaps she dropped it then." "But why wouldn't Mrs. Winston have found it?" Kennedy interjected, her voice rising slightly. "She's meticulous. There's no way she'd miss something like this." As if summoned, Mrs. Winston appeared in the doorway, her hands holding a cup and saucer. She looked between the guests, her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. "Missed what, exactly?" she asked, her voice tinged with defensiveness. Cornelia turned to her with a placating smile. "It seems Danny's earring was found in the guest bedroom," she said. "I told them it must have been from her last visit." Mrs. Winston's brows furrowed deeply. "In the bedroom? But Delphine has cleaned that room thoroughly," she said, her tone firm. "There wasn't an earring there before, and if she'd found one, she would have shown it to me. I'm certain of it." The room fell silent, the common sense of her words hanging heavily in the air. Cornelia's smile tightened almost imperceptibly, though her tone remained light. "Well, accidents happen," she said. "Perhaps it was kicked under the rug or hidden by something. There's no need to make a fuss over it." Turning away from Hannah, she addressed her housekeeper. "You may go now, Mrs. Winston. Please take Pippa her tea." As the housekeeper nodded and left, Hannah's eyes remained locked on Cornelia, her suspicion deepening. "It's not an accident," she said quietly. "It's a clue." Cornelia's gaze flicked to Hannah, her smile now more of a smirk. "A clue," she echoed, her voice laced with amusement. "My dear, you've been reading too many detective novels." Hannah ignored the barb and turned to Annie and Jared, dropping the piece of jewelry into Annie's palm. "Can you confirm that this is Danny's earring?" They both scrutinized the earring, both nodding as they did so. Annie spoke first. "Yes, this belonged to my mother-in-law. I'd recognize it anywhere. Danny has the whole set. Earrings, necklace, and bracelet." Jared confirmed, then added another layer of suspicion to the situation. "And she was wearing them yesterday when I last saw her." All eyes then turned to Cornelia, the Ice Queen, who merely shrugged, yet despite her bluff, was unable to mask the ashen tinge to her skin and the look in her eye, that of a cornered animal, one who came out fighting, teeth bared. "How dare you insinuate that I'm lying when both Pippa and I have repeatedly told you that Danny hasn't been here, not while I was present. So the only other explanation is that she may have called when I was out. Perhaps Delphine let her in, who knows? But under the circumstances, I think I'd like you all to leave now, as I will not be spoken to or interrogated in this manner in my own home." With that she stood, as if waiting for them to obey. She was in for a shock, because they all stood firm, and Hannah, refusing to be cowed, took the lead. "We're going nowhere, not until we get to the bottom of this, and I'll start with speaking to Mrs. Winston. Let's see if she can cast some light on the comings and goings to the apartment, and, if necessary, I'll ask her to ring Delphine and speak to her myself." Hannah held Cornelia's gaze and waited. "Do as you wish. I have absolutely nothing to hide, nothing at all now. While you play detective, I'm going to check on dear Pippa." With that, she turned and, rather than glide from the room as was her way, she stalked, back rigid, steps swift. Turning to the others, Hannah said, "Wait here and do not leave. I'll be back as soon as I've spoken to Mrs. Winston, and in the meantime, keep that earring safe." Annie, Jared, and Kennedy nodded, then watched Hannah leave the room. 24. When Pippa heard the door creak open, she was too terrified to open her eyes, sensing who had entered the room and was now sitting by her side on the bed. "Pippa, open your eyes. We need to speak. I mean it. Open your eyes." "I can't," Pippa whispered, her voice barely audible. "I can't bear to. Not after what I saw." Cornelia tilted her head, her expression one of feigned concern. "What you saw?" she repeated, her tone light. "You'll have to be more specific, dear." Pippa's throat tightened and her nails dug into her palms. She glanced toward the door, as if calculating how quickly she could escape. But she knew there was no leaving. Not now. "The freezer," Pippa said finally, her voice trembling. Her gaze darted to Cornelia's face, searching for a reaction. "I saw what's in the freezer." Cornelia's smile faltered just for a fraction of a second. But when she spoke, her tone was as calm and measured as ever. "Oh, Pippa," she said, straightening her back. "You've let your imagination get the better of you." "Don't," Pippa snapped, her voice breaking. Tears welled in her eyes as she stood abruptly, putting distance between herself and Cornelia. "Don't act like I'm imagining things. I saw it. I saw her. And you've been—" Her stomach turned, and she clutched at her midsection. "You've been feeding her to them. To us." Cornelia's expression hardened, the veneer of concern giving way to something colder, sharper. "Careful, Pippa," she said, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "You're speaking nonsense. And nonsense, as we both know, can lead to very unpleasant consequences." Pippa shook her head, her back pressing against the wall. "You're insane," she choked out. This is monstrous. Danny trusted you. We all did, and you—" She trailed off, her voice breaking in the wake of horror. Cornelia let out a soft sigh, her lips curving into a faint smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Monstrous," she repeated, as if considering the word. "No, darling. Monstrous would have been letting her humiliate me, letting her ruin everything I've built. She leaned forward, her gaze locking onto Pippa's with an intensity that made her feel as though she were shrinking under Cornelia's scrutiny. She'd been having therapy, chatting away to a shrink who'd advised her to get it all out in the open, expose the people who had let her down or caused her pain. She was going to blab about it all. Me. What I did was necessary. You'll see that in time. Pippa's breath hitched, her hands trembling at her sides. I don't care. I've never done anything to hurt Danny, so she had nothing on me, and whatever she had on you, that's not my problem. When you told me what you planned, I thought it was a silly game for your entertainment and you wouldn't go through with it. So I played along like the weak, pathetic creature I am. But you killed her, she whispered. And now you're serving her to your guests, to your friends. Lower your voice, Cornelia snapped, the sharpness of her tone cutting through the air like a blade. She lunged forward, her hand reaching out to grip Pippa's wrist. Her nails dug into Pippa's skin. Not enough to draw blood, but enough to remind her who was in control. Listen to me very carefully, Pippa, she said, her voice low and venomous. You will not ruin this. You will not breathe a word of this to anyone. You will stick to the story. Do you understand me? If you don't, I will take you down with me, I swear I will. Tears spilled down Pippa's cheeks as she nodded, the fight draining from her body. Cornelia released her wrist, her expression softening just slightly. Good girl. Now drink your tea, Cornelia said, her voice returning to its usual silky cadence. She stood, stepped back, smoothing the hem of her dress as though nothing had happened. Pippa didn't respond. She stared at the ceiling, her hands gripping the edge of the mattress. Cornelia lingered for a moment longer, her gaze lingering on Pippa's trembling form, before turning and leaving the room, the door clicking softly shut behind her. As the silence settled over the room, Pippa's mind raced. She had to do something, had to stop Cornelia before anyone else got hurt. But the toll of Cornelia's threat hung over her like a storm cloud, paralyzing her with fear. For now, all she could do was sit in the suffocating stillness and pray for a way out. The door creaked open again, and Cornelia stepped back into the guest bedroom, a faint smile playing on her lips. In her hand was a small glass of water and a single white pill, resting delicately between her fingers. She moved with the same practiced elegance as always, as though she were carrying a priceless artifact instead of a painkiller. Here, she said softly, holding the pill out to Pippa. This will help with the bump on your head. You've had such a trying evening, haven't you, darling? Pippa looked at the pill, her heart pounding in her chest. The stark white of it seemed to glow against Cornelia's perfectly manicured fingers, its presence both innocuous and sinister. She didn't trust it. She didn't trust Cornelia. But as her head throbbed and the rooms seemed to close in around her, her resolve wavered. I don't think I need it, Pippa stammered, her voice weak. Cornelia's smile didn't falter, but her eyes sharpened. She crouched slightly, bringing herself to Pippa's level, and placed the pill on the palm of her hand. Nonsense, she said, her tone soft but unyielding. You'll feel much better once you've taken it. Trust me, Pippa. I only want what's best for you. Pippa's hands trembled as she stared at the pill. Her mind raced with possibilities. What if it wasn't a painkiller? What if it was something stronger, something meant to silence her permanently? But then another thought crept in, cold and insidious. What if she didn't take it and Cornelia saw that as defiance? What would happen then? Go on, Cornelia urged, pressing the glass of water into Pippa's hand. You'll feel so much better. You'll be able to think clearly, to rest. Pippa's fingers curled tightly around the glass. She felt trapped. She couldn't think clearly, couldn't breathe. Cornelia's presence was suffocating, her voice a silk noose slithering around Pippa's throat. Okay, Pippa whispered, her voice barely audible. She forced herself to pick up the pill, her movements slow and hesitant. Her stomach churned as she placed it on her tongue and lifted the glass to her lips. The water was cold, the pill bitter as it slid down her throat. She swallowed hard, the lump in her throat refusing to ease. Cornelia's smile widened, and she straightened, smoothing the fabric of her dress. "Good girl," she said, her tone warm and patronizing. "See? That wasn't so difficult. You'll feel better in no time." Pippa set the glass on the nightstand, her hands still trembling. She wanted to scream, to run, to do anything to escape, but her body felt leaden, her limbs refusing to obey her mind. "You're so fragile sometimes," Cornelia continued, her voice light and conversational, as though they were discussing the weather. "But that's why I'm here, to take care of you, to make sure you don't do anything reckless." Pippa's head snapped up, the hidden meaning of the sentence not lost on her, her eyes wide with fear. "I wouldn't," she said quickly, her voice trembling. "I promise, Cornelia, I won't say anything." Cornelia tilted her head, studying Pippa with an almost clinical detachment. "Of course you won't," she said, her tone soothing. "You're smarter than that. And you know as well as I do that there are consequences for disloyalty." The word hung in the air, heavy and menacing. Pippa's stomach twisted, her fear bubbling up to the surface. She nodded quickly, her head pounding with the effort. "I won't," she repeated. "I promise." Cornelia stepped closer, her hand reaching out to brush a strand of hair from Pippa's face. The gesture was intimate, almost tender, but it sent a shiver down Pippa's spine. "That's my girl," Cornelia murmured. "You're safe here, Pippa, as long as you trust me, as long as you do what you're told, and leave the rest to me." Pippa swallowed hard, her throat rough and dry despite the water she had just drunk. She nodded again. Cornelia's smile lingered for a moment longer before she turned toward the door. "Rest now," Cornelia said, her hand pausing on the doorknob. "Later you'll see things more clearly, and we'll put all this unpleasantness behind us." The door clicked shut behind her, leaving Pippa alone in the silence of the room. She stared at the door, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. The pills sat heavily in her stomach, a foreign object she couldn't shake. Her head throbbed, her thoughts racing in an endless loop of fear and regret. She knew she couldn't trust Cornelia. She knew she was in over her head. Cornelia had her trapped, body and soul. And for now, all Pippa could do was survive. 25. Mrs. Winston was busy in the kitchen, spinning sugar into delicate wisps that would no doubt adorn the dessert if anyone remained long enough to eat it. Hannah had been sorely tempted to leave, but stubborn determination made her stay, plus the sense of foreboding that made the skin on her arms prickle every time she thought of Danny. Hannah observed the housekeeper for a second or two before coughing lightly to alert her of her presence. "Oh, it's you, Miss Hannah. Is everything okay? How's Miss Pippa?" "She was fine when I left her, no need to worry, but I wondered if I could ask you something about Danny." Hannah approached and watched, semi-fascinated by the housekeeper's skill. "Oh, yes, and what's that then?" Mrs. Winston didn't take her eyes off her task. "Did she call here yesterday by any chance? Did you or Delphine let her in?" Mrs. Winston answered immediately. "Oh, I wasn't here yesterday. I was away visiting my daughter, so I wouldn't know if Danny came over. Sorry about that." Hannah wasn't put off. "Do you think it would be possible to call Delphine and ask her? It's rather important, as Danny seems to have gone AWOL, and we have a feeling she may have called here yesterday, and it would help us retrace her steps. I need to know what time she left the apartment, too." A look of concern flashed across the housekeeper's face as she ceased her task, wiped her hands on her apron, and went straight over to her handbag, chatting as she walked. "I'm so sorry to hear about Miss Danny. I do hope she's all right. Now, let me get my phone and I'll ask Delphine. 2 ticks." Hannah watched as Mrs. Winston delved inside her bag and retrieved her phone. Then, after she'd located Delphine's number, called and conducted a brief conversation with the housemaid. Hannah listened with interest, picking up on the gist of things. "So she definitely didn't call yesterday. And you're sure? And what time did you leave?" 3, as usual. Okay, Delphine, thank you. And have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow. Yes, yes. I had a lovely time. I'll tell you all about it when I see you. Bye for now." Mrs. Winston ended the call and replaced her phone, then looked towards Hannah, who already had her answers. "Thank you for asking, Mrs. Winston. I won't disturb you further and let you get on with your creation. I'll see you soon. I do hope you find out where Miss Danny is. She's a lovely lady, and you hear of all sorts happening out there, don't you? I bet her mother is worried sick. I know I would be." Mrs. Winston looked flustered and genuinely concerned as she went back to her work. "If I hear anything, I'll come back and let you know, I promise. And thank you again." On that note, Hannah turned and exited the kitchen, eager to get back to the others and report her findings. When Hannah returned to the dining room, the air was thick with unspoken accusations and barely restrained suspicion. All eyes were on her as she took her seat and gave them the news. "It seems that Mrs. Winston wasn't here yesterday, and Delphine didn't let anyone into the apartment before she left at 3, so, Jared, I need to know what time you last saw Danny." He answered immediately. "It was 5, and I can be certain of that because I'd been working from home and had just finished a conference call at 4 when Danny arrived. We spoke, argued, for about an hour, then she left. I had another call due at 5:15, which I took even though I wasn't in the best headspace. That's the last time I saw her, but you can check on my door camera if you like. You'll see her arrive and leave, and there's even surveillance on the door of my block, which I can ask for if you need it." Hannah nodded. "Thank you, Jared, that's fine. I believe you. And it's a pity that you don't have a similar feature, Cornelia, because that would be most helpful." Cornelia harumphed at that suggestion. "My dear, this is an exclusive building and the residents inside it value their privacy. Hence why we don't have security cameras watching our every move. We have no need of 24-hour surveillance. It's intrusive." Very convenient, and it makes one wonder what they could possibly be getting up to that they protect their privacy in such a way. But that's a thought for another day. Hannah's voice was laced with sarcasm. Kennedy shook her head, as if bemused, and sat forward in her chair, her wineglass forgotten on the table, her eyes fixed on Cornelia with a sharpness that cut through the strained pleasantries. The candlelight danced on the polished wood, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist with the mood of the evening. "Cornelia," Kennedy began, her voice deceptively calm, but carrying an unmistakable edge. "I've been trying to let this go, but I can't stop thinking about Danny's earring. How exactly do you explain it being in the bedroom? The last time Danny was here was weeks ago, wasn't it?" Cornelia tilted her head slightly, her expression serene, as though Kennedy's words had floated past her without impact. She took a measured sip of her wine, her movements deliberate, before setting the glass down with a soft clink. "Oh, darling," she said with a faint smile, "I'm sure it simply fell out the last time she visited. You know how easily those little things can slip through the cracks." "Weeks ago?" Kennedy pressed, her tone hardening. "And Mrs. Winston just missed it? The woman who practically scrubs this place spotless?" "Let's not be unkind to poor Mrs. Winston," Cornelia said smoothly, her tone like silk. "Even the most diligent of us can overlook something from time to time. I'm sure there's a perfectly innocent explanation." "Innocent?" Kennedy repeated, her voice rising. She leaned forward, her elbows resting on the table, her gaze unrelenting. Danny's missing, Cornelia, and you're telling me the only trace of her we've seen in days just so happens to turn up in your house, and it's all a coincidence. Jared, who had been sitting silently, let out a sharp breath. She was supposed to meet Cornelia that day, he blurted, his voice cracking. The room fell into a stunned silence as all eyes turned to him. Jared, Cornelia said, her tone cool and measured, though her eyes flashed with warning. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Jared's face was pale, his jaw tight. He shook his head, as though trying to collect himself before continuing. Danny told me she was meeting you to discuss the wine for tonight. She left and never came back. A ripple of murmurs spread around the table. Annie's hand flew to her mouth, her wide eyes darting between Cornelia and Jared. Hannah's sharp gaze locked on to Cornelia, her mind racing to connect the dots. Cornelia's lips curved into a faint smile, though the tension in her shoulders betrayed her. Yes, she was supposed to stop by, she admitted, her voice steady. But she never arrived. I assumed she got held up. These things happen, don't they? We've been through all this. Did you call her? Hannah asked, her voice cutting through the low whispers. When she didn't show, did you try to reach her? Cornelia's gaze shifted to Hannah, her expression cool and composed. I did, of course, she said, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I didn't think much of it at the time. Danny's always been unpredictable. Unpredictable? Kennedy said, her voice dripping with disbelief. That's your excuse? Danny's not unpredictable, Cornelia. She's reliable, good at her job, remembers birthdays, hates to be late for anything, let alone not show up. Cornelia's smile tightened and she reached for her glass, taking another measured sip. I'm sorry if my words upset you, Kennedy, as I'm not disparaging Danny, she said, her tone as smooth as ever. But I really don't see how speculating like this is helpful. Danny's absence is concerning, yes, but creating drama won't bring her back any faster. The room fell into an uneasy silence, the shock of Jared's confession and Cornelia's deflections hanging heavily in the air. Hannah's sharp eyes darted between the guests, cataloging their expressions, their reactions. She could feel the tension rising, the cracks in Cornelia's carefully constructed facade beginning to show. Something was deeply, horribly wrong, and she was determined to find out what. Jared's hands shook as he ran them through his hair, his face a patchwork of anger and guilt. The room was silent, save for the faint clink of glasses, as Cornelia reached for her wine, her movements calculated and slow, as though she were savoring the mounting tension. She was furious with me, Jared said finally, his voice cracking under the might of his confession, when I told her that I thought we should cool things off, maybe even end it. End it? Annie's voice was sharp, her eyes narrowing as she leaned forward. What exactly are you saying, Jared? Did you actually say you wanted to end things because earlier you said you wanted a break? Jared's jaw tightened and he looked down at his hands. I didn't want to hurt her, he said, but things hadn't been right between us for a while. She deserved better than what I could give her. So you broke her heart, Annie snapped. And then what? She just disappeared? No, Jared said quickly, his head snapping up. That's not what happened. She stormed out. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. I asked where she was going, and she told me to mind my own business. And you let her go? Annie's voice trembled, her hands clutching her glass so tightly it seemed on the verge of shattering. Just like that? Jared hesitated, his gaze flicking to Cornelia before dropping back to the table. No, he admitted. I followed her. To the lift. The room fell deathly quiet. Even Cornelia's serene expression faltered for the briefest moment, a flicker of something cold and calculating passing through her eyes before she masked it with a faint smile. What happened at the lift? Hannah's voice was calm, but there was a sharp edge beneath it, Her gaze locked onto Jared with unrelenting focus. Jared exhaled shakily, his shoulders slumping. "I heard her on the phone," he said. "She was talking to Cornelia. She said she'd meet her here for wine tasting." "Oh, Jared," Cornelia said, her voice light and laced with amusement. "You make it sound so dramatic. Danny and I often spoke about wine. She had exquisite taste, you know." "This isn't about her taste in wine, Cornelia," Kennedy snapped, her voice rising. "She was supposed to come here, and now she's missing. Don't you think that's a little convenient?" Cornelia's smile tightened, and she set her glass down with deliberate care. "Convenient," she repeated, her tone icy. "I'm not sure what you're implying, Kennedy, but I assure you I've done nothing wrong. Danny never arrived. Perhaps she changed her mind. Or perhaps something happened to her before she could," Hannah said, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Her sharp gaze shifted to Cornelia, unflinching. "You were the last person she spoke to, Cornelia. Something you conveniently forgot to mention, and frankly, I think you should be showing a little more concern." Cornelia's eyes flashed, but she quickly masked her irritation with a faint laugh. "Of course I'm concerned," she said smoothly. "Danny was, a dear friend. But speculating like this won't help anyone. Perhaps we should all take a moment to calm down." The room erupted into whispers, the guests exchanging uneasy glances. Jared's head was in his hands, his shoulders shaking slightly as he muttered under his breath. Kennedy stared at Cornelia, her expression a mix of disbelief and anger. "Why are you so calm?" Kennedy demanded, her voice breaking through the murmurs. "If you cared about Danny, you'd be doing something. Anything. Instead, you're sitting here, sipping wine, your fancy wine, and deflecting questions." Cornelia's smile disappeared entirely, her eyes narrowing. She leaned forward, her hands resting lightly on the table. "I understand that emotions are running high," she said, her tone soft but laced with steel. "But accusing me of something so heinous without a shred of evidence is not only unfounded but deeply insulting. I suggest you choose your words carefully, Kennedy." The room fell silent, Cornelia's words settling over the table. Hannah's sharp gaze flicked between Cornelia and Jared, who sat frozen, his face pale. "I think we've all had enough excitement for one evening," Cornelia said finally, her voice regaining its usual calm. "Perhaps it's time to bring this discussion to a close. After all, we wouldn't want to ruin such a lovely dinner, would we?" No one responded, and as Cornelia raised her glass once more, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, Hannah knew one thing for certain. The game was far from over. Which made her think of Pippa, who was another pawn in the game. Giving Cornelia no opportunity to stall her, and after excusing herself to use the bathroom, Hannah headed straight for someone she was sure held the secret to this particular puzzle. 26. Pippa barely made it to the bathroom before she collapsed against the sink, her trembling hands gripping the cold porcelain for support. Whatever Cornelia gave her had reacted badly in her stomach. Bile rose sharply in her throat, and she doubled over, retching violently into the toilet. The sound echoed harshly in the small tiled space, her breaths coming in ragged gasps as she clung to the edge of the sink for dear life. The room spun, her vision blurring as the guilt and terror pressed down on her chest like a crushing vice. The bathroom was immaculate, a reflection of Cornelia's obsessive control. The marble floors gleamed under the soft glow of recessed lighting, their intricate veining catching the light in an almost hypnotic way. The vanity was spotless, a slab of polished black granite that seemed to repel even the faintest speck of dust. On it sat a cluster of apothecary jars, each filled with neatly arranged items: cotton swabs, bath salts, perfectly folded white cloths, all arranged with the precision of a museum exhibit. The air smelled faintly of lavender and citrus, the kind of subtle yet deliberate fragrance that hinted at wealth and careful curation. Even the mirror above the sink was pristine, reflecting every detail of Pippa's pale, tear-streaked face with merciless clarity. A single vase of white peonies sat on a small shelf by the door, their petals so flawless they might as well have been sculpted from porcelain. Everything about the space exuded order, control, and an unsettling sterility that only deepened Pippa's nausea. She didn't hear the bathroom door creak open at first, too consumed by the nausea and shame that racked her body. But then a voice, sharp and probing, cut through the fog. "Pippa?" Hannah's voice was low but firm, tinged with concern. "What's going on? Are you all right?" Pippa froze, her hands gripping the edge of the sink. She turned her head slightly, catching Hannah's reflection in the mirror. Her sharp eyes, so piercing and unrelenting, felt like they could see straight into her soul. Pippa's stomach churned again, and she looked away, her breath hitching. "I'm fine," she managed to whisper, her voice trembling. "Just something I ate, maybe, and I have a terrible headache from my fall. I just need to be left alone." Hannah stepped closer, her expression unreadable. She shut the bathroom door quietly behind her, leaning back against it as she folded her arms across her chest. "You're lying," she said bluntly, her voice soft but unyielding. "Something's wrong, Pippa. I can see it, and I think it's about Danny." Pippa shook her head quickly, her damp hair clinging to her cheeks. "No," she said, her voice rising in panic. "No, it's not. I don't know anything about Danny, I swear." "You expect me to believe that?" Hannah asked, her tone growing sharper. She took a step closer, her gaze never leaving Pippa's face. "You've been acting strange all night, and Cornelia, she's been hovering over you like a hawk. What is she trying to keep you from saying?" Pippa's breath came faster, her chest heaving as the walls seemed to close in around her. She shook her head again, her fingers digging into the porcelain sink. "Nothing," she whispered, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Please, Hannah, just leave me alone." "I can't do that," Hannah said, her voice softening slightly. She placed a hand on Pippa's shoulder, her touch light but steady. "If something's happened to Danny, we need to know. You need to tell me the truth, Pippa, for her sake." "You're hiding something," Hannah pressed, her voice calm but insistent. "I've seen it before, Pippa. People carrying the load of things they can't speak about. You're terrified, and I want to know why." Pippa turned away, her fingers using the porcelain of the sink to imbue strength. "I'm not terrified," she murmured, her voice shaking. I don't feel well." "Lying doesn't suit you," Hannah said softly. She placed a hand on Pippa's arm, her touch both gentle and firm. "Whatever Cornelia's done to make you afraid, you don't have to face it alone, but you need to talk to me. What happened to Danny?" The name hung in the air like a specter, and Pippa's breath hitched. She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood, the coppery tang grounding her for a moment. Her mind raced, torn between the fear of Cornelia's wrath and the unbearable guilt that gnawed at her insides. She couldn't speak. Not yet. But the words clawed at her throat, desperate to be released. "I can't," Pippa whispered, her voice barely audible. She shook her head violently, tears streaming down her face. "Please, Hannah, don't ask me." "I have to," Hannah said firmly, her gaze never wavering. "If Danny's in trouble, or worse, we need to act now. You're protecting someone who doesn't deserve it. Don't let her drag you down with her." Pippa's hands trembled as she gripped the sink, her reflection blurring through her tears. Hannah's voice soothed, but with a note of urgency slipping in. "Pippa, this is your chance. If you don't say something now, You might not get another." The room seemed to shrink around Pippa. She wanted to scream, to tell Hannah everything, to break free of the chains that bound her to Cornelia. But fear kept her rooted in place, her voice locked away behind an iron curtain of dread. I'm sorry," she finally whispered, her voice cracking. "I can't." Hannah stepped back, disappointment flickering across her face, though she quickly masked it. She nodded slowly, her sharp gaze lingering on Pippa. "All right," she said quietly. Pippa's shoulders shook, her sobs choking her as she turned away, burying her face in her hands. She couldn't speak, couldn't find the words to explain the horror that had unfolded, the terrible knowledge that weighed on her like a leaden shroud. Cornelia's voice echoed in her mind, cold and commanding, a reminder of the consequences if she dared to betray her. Hannah's voice smothered the memory of Cornelia's. "I'm going to leave you be. For now." Pippa's head jerked up, her tear-streaked face full of surprise and gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice cracking. "But this isn't over," Hannah added, her tone firm. "I'm going to find out what happened to Danny, Pippa, with or without your help. But I can see you're sick, so I'll fetch you an ice pack for your headache. It always works for me. I won't be long." Pippa flinched at her words, her eyes widening in fear. Hannah lingered for a moment longer, her gaze piercing, before turning and leaving the bathroom. The door clicked shut behind her, and Pippa sank to the floor, her head in her hands, as sobs once again racked her body. Outside, Hannah leaned against the wall, her mind racing. Pippa's reaction had only confirmed what she'd already suspected. Cornelia was at the center of whatever had happened to Danny. She knew she'd been close to breaking through, but something held Pippa back. Something, or someone, had a hold on her, and Hannah was determined to find out who. Cornelia's web was intricate, but Hannah had faced worse. She'd seen fear like this before, and she knew one thing: fear always left cracks, and cracks always led to the truth. Hannah wasn't about to back down. She'd seen that kind of fear before, and she knew one thing for certain: it always led to the truth, eventually. 27. Hannah stepped into the dimly lit kitchen, the light from the refrigerator filling the room as she rummaged through its contents. The cool air wafted out in a brief rush, carrying the faint scent of lemons and herbs, but the ice compartment was almost empty. She frowned, shifting the few remaining cubes around with a sigh. It wasn't enough to fill the bag she held in her hand, let alone offer any real relief for Pippa's head. Behind her, Mrs. Winston's sturdy frame appeared in the doorway, her hands folded neatly in front of her apron. "Is something the matter, Miss Hannah?" she asked, her voice warm but laced with curiosity. Hannah turned, forcing a small smile. "There's barely any ice left in the fridge," she explained. "I was hoping to make a cold compress for Pippa. She's not feeling well." Mrs. Winston's brow furrowed, her hands now clutching the sides of her apron. "Ah, poor thing," she murmured. "She did look a bit pale when I saw her. I've been worried about her all evening. Let me check the pantry freezer. There's always plenty of ice in there." Hannah nodded, stepping aside to let Mrs. Winston pass. The housekeeper moved with the efficiency of someone who had spent years tending to every detail of the apartment. Her footsteps echoed softly on the marble floor as she crossed the room and opened the pantry door, disappearing into the shadows beyond. "Leave it with me, Miss Hannah. I'll make a compress, then come and find you. I shan't be long." The kitchen felt colder in her absence, or perhaps it was Hannah's own unease, her eyes drifting to the gleaming appliances and pristine countertops. The space was perfect, unnervingly so, much like the rest of the apartment. Every utensil had its place, Every surface shone as if it had never been touched. It was a kitchen meant for display, not use. And yet here they were, preparing ice as though this were any ordinary evening. Okay, if you're sure. I need to speak to Cornelia anyway. Thank you, Mrs. Winston. As she walked away, she heard the faint clink of metal echoed from the pantry, and the housekeeper muttering to herself about having enough on her plate without having people giving her more to do. Mrs. Winston reappeared in the dining room doorway moments later, her usually rosy complexion drained to an ashen pallor. Her hands, wringing the hem of her apron, trembled as her wide eyes darted around the room. She seemed to be struggling for breath, her lips opening and closing wordlessly, like a fish gasping out of water. The guests froze mid-sentence, their arguments dissolving into a heavy, expectant silence. Mrs. Winston. Cornelia's voice was calm, sharp as a blade hidden in velvet. She set her wine glass down with a deliberate clink, tilting her head as if examining a piece of art. What on earth is the matter? The housekeeper's gaze landed on Cornelia, her expression one of pure, unfiltered horror. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed, her voice caught somewhere between a sob and a scream. I, she stammered, but the words refused to form. Her entire body shuddered, and she clutched the doorframe for support. For God's sake, someone get her a chair, Kennedy snapped, standing abruptly and moving toward Mrs. Winston. The gesture was more out of impatience than concern, her voice laced with irritation as much as unease. What happened? Sit her down, Hannah interjected firmly, already on her feet. She stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on Mrs. Winston's arm. The housekeeper flinched at the touch, her eyes darting to Hannah as though trying to communicate something, a silent plea wrapped in panic. It's in the freezer, Mrs. Winston whispered finally, her voice barely audible. Her knees buckled, and Hannah and Kennedy moved quickly to guide her into a chair. I didn't know. What's in the freezer? Hannah demanded, crouching down to meet Mrs. Winston's gaze. Her voice was firm but low, steadying. Tell me what you saw. Mrs. Winston's eyes brimmed with tears, her hands clutching Hannah's as if they were a lifeline. It's her, she choked out, her voice cracking. Miss Danny, her head, it's in the freezer. A collective gasp rippled through the room, followed by the scraping of chairs as the guests shifted uneasily. Annie let out a strangled cry, burying her face in her hands. Jared staggered backward, gripping the edge of the table as though it might anchor him to reality. Cornelia, however, didn't move. Her face remained unreadable, her expression placid. That's ridiculous, Cornelia said, her voice cutting through the room like a shard of ice. She stood, her movements deliberate and composed. Mrs. Winston must be mistaken. Perhaps it's a prank or some kind of misunderstanding. A prank? Kennedy's voice rose sharply, her eyes flashing with anger. Are you serious, Cornelia? Mrs. Winston just said she found Danny's head in the freezer, and you think it's a prank? Hannah rose slowly, her gaze fixed on Cornelia. I'll check, she said simply, her voice steady but edged with steel. If there's nothing there, then fine. But if Mrs. Winston isn't mistaken... She didn't finish the sentence, her words hanging heavily in the air. Hannah, there's no need for dramatics, Cornelia replied smoothly, though a faint edge of irritation colored her tone. I'm sure this is all just a terrible misunderstanding. Then I suggest you come with me and find out. Mrs. Winston, I'd be grateful if you could accompany us. That's if it won't distress you further. Hannah didn't expect the housekeeper to agree, but when she stood, sucking in air, was proved wrong. Yes, I'll come with you, but I'm not looking in there again. But I'll show you. Kennedy rubbed the housekeeper's arm and helped her to her feet. That's very brave of you. I'll come too, but I'm not going to look either. But I'll be there to support you, so try not to worry. Annie was inconsolable, sobbing into her hands while Jared made magic circles on her back, his face ashen, tinged with green, as though he was either going to pass out or throw up. Tellingly, Cornelia remained seated, as though she had no intention of moving. Hannah didn't hesitate. She turned on her heel and strode toward the pantry, her heart pounding in her chest as she made her way through the apartment. After moving through the kitchen, she pushed open the pantry door and stepped inside, the cold air hitting her like a slap. Supported by Kennedy, the housekeeper faltered at the door, her reluctance to go any further plain to see. The chest freezer stood in the corner, its lid slightly ajar. A faint mist curled upward from its depths, and Hannah's breath fogged in the chill as she approached. Her fingers hesitated for a moment, trembling slightly, before she reached out and lifted the lid fully. Hannah's gaze fell into the freezer, her breath catching as she took in the sight before her. The contents were a disorganized jumble of frost-covered bags and containers, but something about the way they were packed, the shapes, the sizes, made her stomach churn. The freezer exhaled a ghostly breath, nipping at Hannah's fingers as she reached into the cold. She noticed a layer of frost clinging to the edges of the bags, their surfaces smeared with faint reddish smudges that looked too dark, too organic to be a simple spill. Her pulse hammered in her ears as her fingers brushed against one particularly heavy bundle, wrapped in butcher paper. The faint metallic smell hit her like a whisper of dread. The corners were tied with string, and a faint reddish stain seeped through the edges of the packaging. "Mrs. Winston, when was the last time you went into the freezer?" Mrs. Winston's face had gone pale, her hands twisting nervously in her apron. I don't know," she stammered. "Maybe the day before I took my leave, but I swear they weren't there then. I've never seen anything like that in there before." "Are you sure they weren't in there the last time you opened this freezer?" Hannah pressed, her voice sharper now. "Positive?" Mrs. Winston said quickly, her words tumbling over themselves. It's always been ice and frozen vegetables and things like that. I didn't put those awful things there, Miss Hannah, I swear it." Hannah's mind raced, piecing together fragments of the evening, the unease that had settled over her since she arrived. She reached deeper into the freezer, her fingers grazing the frigid paper as she lifted the bundle slightly. It was heavier than she expected, the weight of it sending a shiver down her spine. She set it to one side carefully, her breath fogging in the cold air. The sight that greeted her sent a jolt of nausea through her stomach. Nestled among the frost-covered packages and bags was a severed head, its features unmistakably Danny's. Her eyes were closed, but the expression on her face, a mixture of terror and anguish, seemed frozen in time. Her lips were parted, as though she'd been trying to scream when her life was cut short. The pale skin was tinged with the bluish hue of the freezer's icy grip, and strands of her dark hair clung to the frost, brittle and matted. A dark, congealed trail of blood had pooled beneath her, frozen into a jagged halo that glinted under the weak pantry light. The tang of blood, mixed with the acrid chill of the freezer, filled Hannah's nostrils, making her stomach churn violently. She staggered backward, her hand flying to her mouth as bile rose in her throat. Her breathing quickened, sharp gasps punctuating the suffocating silence. "Oh my God," she whispered, her voice barely audible, her words dissolving into the cold mist. Hannah turned away, bracing herself against the wall as she fought to steady her breathing. Her mind raced, fragments of the evening flashing before her in rapid succession. The earring in the library, the bundle in the freezer, Cornelia's calm, calculated demeanor. It all clicked into place, a grotesque puzzle revealing itself piece by horrifying piece. And one stark fact punched her in the gut. Cornelia had remained in the dining room, leaving Hannah to check the freezer when surely, if someone said there were body parts of a dear friend hidden inside it, in your home, you'd rush off to see for yourself. Why didn't Cornelia come with them? because she knew exactly what they would find. 28. Hannah straightened slowly, her jaw clenched as she turned back to the freezer. Her breath fogged the air as she closed the lid with deliberate care, the sound echoing in the small space like a final punctuation mark. Whatever game Cornelia was playing, Hannah knew one thing for certain. The facade was crumbling, and the truth was clawing its way to the surface. Addressing Mrs. Winston and Kennedy, her voice somber, Hannah said, "You'd better come with me. You've been very brave, though, both of you. I know this hasn't been pleasant or easy." Without another word, the three of them made their way back through the apartment, the sound of Kennedy and Mrs. Winston sobbing following in Hannah's wake. She stepped back into the dining room, her expression grim and haunted. All eyes turned to her, the room holding its collective breath as they waited for her verdict. Hannah met Cornelia's gaze, her voice steady and cold as she spoke. "It's her," she said simply. "There are bags containing. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Danny is in the freezer. Mrs. Winston wasn't mistaken. I'm so sorry, Annie." The room erupted again, voices rising in panic and disbelief as the reality of the situation set in. Annie let out a piercing wail, collapsing into her chair as tears streamed down her face. Jared gripped the back of his chair, his mouth opening and closing as though searching for words that refused to come, before stumbling back, knocking over a glass in his retreat, the sound of shattering crystal cutting through the chaos. Cornelia remained seated, her expression unreadable, but her eyes glittered with something that sent a shiver down Hannah's spine. She looked almost amused, as if the pandemonium unfolding before her was nothing more than an elaborate performance for her entertainment. The game had changed, but Cornelia wasn't finished yet. Hannah could tell. Pippa stood just outside the dining room, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The muffled cacophony of the guests' voices had reached her ears, like the distant roar of an oncoming storm, waking her from a drug-induced sleep. After sluggishly lifting herself off the bed, she'd made her way down the hallway in time to catch Hannah's comment. Through the fog in her mind, Pippa managed to work out what Hannah meant. Fearing she was about to faint, Pippa pressed herself against the wall, her hands trembling as she clenched her fists, digging her nails into her palms. It did little to ground her. The world felt like it was tilting beneath her feet. "I can't," she whispered to herself, her voice quivering, fragile as a thread about to snap. "I can't do this anymore." The sound of Annie's wail pierced through the fog in her mind, sharp and visceral, cutting through her resolve like a blade. Pippa flinched, her composure fracturing. She took a hesitant step toward the doorway, then another, her breath quickening as though she were walking toward her own execution. By the time she reached the threshold, the room had fallen into chaos until they spotted her, hovering on the periphery. All eyes turned to her as she stepped into view. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow, and the touch of guilt hung around her like a shroud. The guests stared at her, their expressions ranging from confusion to concern, but it was Cornelia's gaze that froze her in place. Cold, calculating and sharp as a scalpel, it pinned Pippa where she stood, dissecting her with a detached cruelty. "Pippa," Cornelia said, her voice smooth and controlled, a sharp contrast to the chaos in the room. "What are you doing?" Pippa opened her mouth, but the words caught in her throat. Her gaze darted to Annie, who was sobbing uncontrollably in her chair, and then to Kennedy, whose face was a mask of barely contained rage. Hannah stood near the doorway, her arms crossed and her expression unrelenting, as though daring Pippa to speak. Pippa's voice broke, and she looked down at her trembling hands. Her nails had left crescent-shaped imprints in her palms, the skin around them reddened and raw. "I can't keep this in anymore." Cornelia's eyes narrowed, her body tensing almost imperceptibly. "Keep what in?" she asked, her tone laced with a warning, each syllable a taut wire stretched to breaking point. Pippa took a shaky breath, her chest heaving as she fought to find the courage. The air felt dense, suffocating, as though the walls themselves were closing in. "It was her," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. "Cornelia. She killed Danny." A collective gasp swept through the room, rippling outward like a stone dropped into still water. Jared's face went ashen, and Kennedy's hand flew to her mouth. Annie's sobs grew louder, her body shaking with the force of her grief. Hannah straightened, her eyes narrowing as she took a step closer to Pippa. "What did you say?" Hannah asked, her voice steady but sharp, cutting through the mounting hysteria like a scalpel. "Cornelia killed Danny." Pippa nodded, tears streaming down her face. "She did it yesterday," she said, her voice trembling. She strangled her with the scarf." Her gaze flicked to Cornelia, who sat perfectly still, her expression unreadable. "The scarf she's wearing right now. It was Danny's." All heads turned to Cornelia, their eyes zeroing in on the crimson silk scarf draped elegantly around her neck. The room seemed to hold its breath, the vibrant color of the fabric now taking on a sinister hue, as if it were soaked in blood. The scarf, so often a symbol of Cornelia's polished sophistication, now felt like a noose around everyone's collective psyche. "Is this true?" Kennedy demanded, her voice rising. "Cornelia, is this true?" Cornelia's lips curled into a faint smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. "This is absurd," she said, her voice calm and measured, each word delivered with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. "Pippa, you've clearly had too much to drink. You don't know what you're saying." "Don't you dare gaslight her," Hannah snapped, stepping forward. "She's telling the truth, isn't she? You killed Danny, and you've been wearing that scarf like some kind of trophy." Cornelia's eyes flicked to Hannah, her smile fading. "Watch your tone," she said quietly, the warning in her voice unmistakable. "You have no idea what you're accusing me of." "Oh, I think we do," Jared said, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and fear. "You killed her, didn't you? And all this time you've been—" He trailed off, his voice breaking. Annie let out a guttural scream, collapsing into her chair as tears streamed down her face. Kennedy moved to her side, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, though her own face was pale and stricken, her usual composure shattered. "Why?" Kennedy demanded, her voice shaking. "Why would you do this, Cornelia? What did Danny ever do to you?" Cornelia rose slowly from her chair, her movements deliberate and composed. She adjusted the scarf around her neck, her gaze sweeping over the room like a queen addressing her subjects. "You're all letting your emotions get the better of you," she said coolly, her voice a velvet blade. "Danny's disappearance is a tragedy, yes, but these wild accusations are beneath you." "Stop lying," Pippa cried, her voice breaking. "Just stop. I saw you do it. I helped you move the body. I didn't want to, but you made me." She collapsed onto her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." The room descended into chaos. Annie's cries grew louder, Kennedy shouting over her as she demanded answers from Cornelia. Jared stood frozen, his hands clutching his head as if trying to block out the noise. Hannah knelt beside Pippa, her voice firm but gentle as she tried to calm her down, though her own mind raced with grim determination. Cornelia, however, remained eerily composed. Her gaze lingered on Pippa for a moment, a flicker of something dark and dangerous crossing her face, before she turned to the rest of the group. If you're going to crucify me based on the ramblings of a drunk and hysterical woman, then by all means, she said, her voice dripping with contempt. But I suggest you think very carefully about what you're doing. Hannah rose slowly, her eyes locked on Cornelia, her gaze unrelenting. We don't need to think, she said. We know what you are. Cornelia's faint smile returned, but it no longer held any warmth. It was a mask, a veneer as thin and fragile as the tension in the room. She tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over the broken, fractured group before her. Then I suggest you make the next move, she said softly, because I've had so much fun making mine. 29. Cornelia stood at the center of the dining room, her posture regal and her expression as serene as if she were hosting an ordinary dinner party. The chaos around her, the panicked murmurs, the sobs, the trembling accusations, might as well have been a faint breeze stirring the edges of her carefully constructed world. Her gaze swept over the faces of the guests, each one contorted with horror or anger, and she felt a deep, quiet satisfaction. This was her masterpiece. Her eyes landed on Pippa, who knelt on the floor, her shoulders heaving as sobs racked her fragile frame. Pippa, who had been so easy to mold, so desperate for approval. Cornelia almost smiled at the memory of their first meeting. Pippa, awkward and unsure of herself, standing on the fringes of an art gallery opening in a dress that didn't quite fit. It had taken only a few kind words, a casual compliment, to draw her in. Pippa had been practically trembling with gratitude, as though Cornelia's attention was a gift she could never repay. And repay it she had, over and over again, in ways both small and large. Cornelia had seen the cracks in her from the start, the insecurities and fears that made her pliable. A stray comment here, a pointed look there, and Pippa would do anything to stay in her good graces. It had been almost too easy. Cornelia adjusted the crimson silk scarf around her neck, letting her fingers linger on the fabric. A silk scarf had become her favorite accessory, and not just for its elegance. It was a reminder of her power, of how she had taken control that afternoon and silenced Danny for good. The look in Danny's eyes, as the life drained from her, had been almost poetic. A mix of shock, defiance, and finally, fear. Cornelia had replayed the moment in her mind several times since then, savoring it like a fine wine. You planned this. Hannah's voice cut through the din, sharp and accusatory. She stood a few feet away, her arms crossed and her eyes burning with determination. You've been manipulating all of us from the beginning, haven't you? Cornelia met her gaze with a calm smile. Hannah, dear, you're giving me far too much credit. This could all be a tragic misunderstanding. Stop it! Kennedy snapped, her voice trembling with anger. Stop pretending like you're innocent. Stop making a mockery of a young woman's death. Pippa just confessed. She saw you do it. She helped you hide the body. What more do we need? Pippa, Cornelia said smoothly, turning her attention to the woman on the floor. You're upset, it's understandable. But you know the truth, don't you? Tell them this is all a mistake, and that it was you who killed Danny in a fit of rage, and then begged me to help you cover your tracks. Pippa's head shot up, her tear-streaked face filled with a mix of anguish and defiance. No, she said, her voice cracking. It's not a mistake. You killed her, Cornelia, and you made me help you. I didn't kill her. I wouldn't. You know I wouldn't. The room erupted again, voices overlapping in a cacophony of disbelief and outrage. Annie clung to Kennedy, her sobs muffled against her shoulder. Jared paced near the table, running his hands through his hair as if trying to make sense of the madness. Hannah remained still, her gaze locked on Cornelia, unwavering and cold. Cornelia allowed herself a small sigh, as though she were disappointed in a child who had failed to meet her expectations. "If that's the story you want to tell, Pippa, I won't stop you," she said, her voice soft but firm. "But I'd remind you to think carefully about the consequences. Lies have a way of unraveling." "Lies?" Hannah's voice was sharp, cutting through Cornelia's words like a blade. "You're the one spinning lies, Cornelia, trying to confuse the narrative, make us unsure what or who to believe, and it won't work." Cornelia turned to Hannah, her smile never faltering. "You've always been clever, Hannah. Too clever for your own good, perhaps. But cleverness can only take you so far without proof, and right now all you have are the ramblings of a distraught woman." "We have Danny's head in your freezer," Jared snapped, his voice shaking with rage. "What more proof do we need?" Annie wailed as Cornelia raised an eyebrow, her expression serene. "I think you'll find it's not as simple as that," she said. "Do you think the police will simply take your word for it? There's a way to go yet before anyone can prove it was me, and remember, money can buy a lot of things, especially the best lawyers in the country, so don't count any chickens, Jared. Not just yet." Hannah stepped closer, her voice low and steady. "Well, let's put your theory to the test, shall we, and see what the police think, because I'm calling them, Cornelia, right now." For the first time, a flicker of something unreadable crossed Cornelia's face. It was gone in an instant, replaced by her usual mask of calm detachment. "Do what you must," she said, her tone indifferent. "But don't say I didn't warn you." As Hannah reached for her phone and stormed into the hall to make the call, Cornelia turned her gaze back to Pippa. The poor woman was trembling, her hands clenched in her lap, as fresh tears streamed down her face. Cornelia felt a pang of irritation, not guilt, never guilt, but a sharp annoyance at how easily Pippa had cracked under pressure. She had underestimated her fragility. Still, Cornelia thought, there was something beautiful in the way it was all falling apart. The guests, the accusations, the chaos. It was a performance, a tableau of human frailty and desperation. And at the center of it all, Cornelia remained untouched, an unshakable pillar of control. She allowed her gaze to drift over each of the guests, savoring their expressions. Annie, distraught, humiliated, and exposed, was clutching at Kennedy like a lifeline, her face streaked with tears, her eyes wide and glassy. Jared's pacing had become erratic, his hands tugging at his hair, as he muttered incoherently under his breath. Hannah, phone in hand, radiated a cold, focused fury, the kind that Cornelia knew would make her an excellent adversary, if only she had more time to prepare. Kennedy, usually so composed, looked as though she might shatter at any moment. Her lips were pressed into a thin line. Her eyes flicked between Cornelia and Pippa, as though trying to decide which version of the story she believed. Or was she simply incredulous, unable to believe that she'd been in the company of a murderess and her accomplice? But which one was which? The sound of sirens grew louder, their wails slicing through the tense atmosphere like a blade. The dining room had fallen into an uneasy silence, each guest frozen in their own state of shock. Mrs. Winston sat on a chair and stared into the middle distance, holding a glass of brandy she hadn't attempted to drink. Pippa sat hunched in her chair, her hands trembling in her lap. Her face was pale, streaked with tears, and her gaze remained fixed on the tablecloth, as though staring at anything else would break her completely. Cornelia, on the other hand, stood poised by the fireplace, the crimson silk scarf around her neck a macabre emblem of her composure. "Well," she said softly, her voice cutting through the room like the sharp edge of glass. "It seems our evening is about to become more eventful." Jared's pacing halted abruptly, and he turned to glare at Cornelia. "Eventful?" he spat. "You murdered Danny, and you're acting like this is some kind of performance? What the hell is wrong with you?" Cornelia tilted her head, her expression one of faint amusement. "Temper, Jared," she said. "There's no need to lose your composure. It's unbecoming." Hannah, standing by the window with her phone still in her hand, narrowed her eyes at Cornelia. "You're not even trying to deny it anymore, are you?" she said. "You think you're untouchable." "I found that denial is often futile in the face of hysteria," Cornelia replied, her voice smooth and unhurried. "People see what they want to see, hear what they want to hear. And you, Hannah, have always been so eager to uncover a story." The doorbell echoed through the apartment, sharp and deliberate. Mrs. Winston stood, ever the professional, and within seconds appeared from the hallway, her face pale and drawn, her usually bustling demeanor subdued. "It's the police," she said quietly. Cornelia turned to her with a faint smile. "Thank you, Mrs. Winston," she said. "Let them in." Mrs. Winston hesitated for a moment, her hands wringing nervously, before she disappeared down the hall. The guests exchanged uneasy glances, the tension in the room palpable. Annie clung to Kennedy, her sobs now muffled but no less heartbreaking. Jared stood by the table, his fists clenched at his sides, while Hannah remained by the window, her gaze fixed on Cornelia as though trying to decipher her next move. The police officers entered the dining room moments later, their expressions professional but wary, as they took in the scene. "Cornelia Langford," one of them said, his tone firm but polite. Cornelia stepped forward gracefully, her hands folded in front of her. "That would be me," she said, her voice calm and measured. "We've had a call regarding the disappearance of Danielle Holloway," the officer said. "Yes, that was me. I called you. May I show you what I found? I'll explain on the way. We need to go to the kitchen pantry." Hannah had stepped forward, determined to steer the next few moments away from Cornelia. The police officer looked confused but nodded and said, "Yes, ma'am. Please lead the way." Without hesitation, Hannah nodded and marched from the room, turning to Jared as she reached the door. "Keep an eye on Cornelia and Pippa. Don't let them leave the room." And then she was gone, leading the way as she introduced herself and explained the series of hideous events. Minutes later, the police officers returned with Hannah. The younger of the two remained in the hallway, where he could be heard passing on instructions and explaining to a dispatcher what they had found. The older officer, stern-faced and serious, approached Cornelia as his eyes flicked to the guests, his gaze lingering on Pippa, who looked as though she might faint at any moment. Refocusing on Cornelia, he asked, "I believe you own the apartment, Ms. Langford?" Cornelia smiled. "That is correct." "And are you aware of what is currently stored in your freezer? And by that I mean what the lady here," he indicated towards Hannah, "assures me are the remains of Danny Holloway." Cornelia straightened her spine, her retort haughty and condescending. "I do apologize, officer, but I have staff to take care of the contents of my freezer, so I really wouldn't have the first clue about what's in there. However, if you're telling me that poor Danny is in there, I shall take your word for it." He raised his eyebrows but didn't respond, then glanced again towards Pippa, who was sobbing and shaking uncontrollably. "And you are?" he asked her gently. Pippa opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Her hands grasped the edges of her chair for support. Cornelia's gaze settled on her, sharp and calculating. "Pippa is my dear friend," Cornelia said smoothly. "She's had a rather difficult evening. I'm sure you can understand. All this commotion has been quite overwhelming." "Is that so?" the officer said. his tone skeptical. He turned back to Pippa. "Ma'am, do you have anything you'd like to tell us?" Pippa's eyes darted to Cornelia, and for a moment it seemed as though she might speak. But Cornelia took a step closer to her, her presence both protective and threatening. "Pippa has nothing to say that will be of any use to you," she said, her voice soft but firm. "Isn't that right, Pippa?" Pippa's breath hitched, and she nodded weakly, her gaze dropping to the floor. Yes, she murmured. "Nothing to say." "Well, that's not entirely true, is it?" Cornelia added, her tone suddenly sharp. She turned to the officers, her eyes glinting with a malicious kind of satisfaction. "You see, Pippa has been quite involved in this entire affair. In fact, she was instrumental in helping me move Danny's body." The room erupted. "What?" Kennedy gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Cornelia, you're lying!" Hannah shouted, her voice shaking with outrage. Pippa froze, her face draining of color. She looked up at Cornelia, her eyes wide with betrayal. "No," she whispered. "No, you can't do this." Cornelia's smile was razor sharp. "I'm afraid it's the truth," she said. "Pippa was with me from the start. She helped me every step of the way. Didn't you, darling?" The officers turned to Pippa, their expressions now filled with suspicion. "Is this true, ma'am?" one of them asked. Pippa's mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air. Her gaze darted around the room, searching for an ally, but all she found were faces filled with shock and condemnation. I didn't," she stammered. "It wasn't like that. She made me do it. She threatened me. I didn't mean for it to happen," she had said. "I didn't think she'd go through with what she was planning. I thought she was playing mind games." "But when you realized it wasn't a game," Hannah had interjected, her voice sharper than she intended, "you went along with it." Pippa didn't have time to answer because Cornelia's laughter rang out, low and melodic. "Threatened you?" she said. "Oh, Pippa, darling, don't be so melodramatic. You were more than willing. In fact, it was your idea to serve Danny to our guests tonight." The room descended into stunned silence. Annie let out a horrified gasp, clutching at Kennedy for support. Jared's face twisted with revulsion, and he stepped back as though the very air in the room had become tainted. Hannah's eyes narrowed as she turned to Pippa. "Is that true?" Hannah demanded, her voice sharp and unyielding. "Did you know? Did you let us eat her?" Pippa shook her head violently, tears streaming down her face. No, that's a lie. I didn't know. I didn't realize until..." Her voice broke into a sob. "She's lying. She's trying to pin this on me." "You expect us to believe that?" Kennedy snapped, her voice trembling with fury. "You've been acting guilty all night, Pippa, and now we know why." "Enough," Hannah interjected, stepping between the group and Pippa. "This is exactly what Cornelia wants. She's trying to turn us against each other." Cornelia's smile widened, a predator enjoying the chaos she had sown. "Believe what you will," she said, her tone almost playful. "But the truth is, none of you will ever forget this evening. And isn't that what matters most?" The officers exchanged a glance before one of them stepped forward. "Ma'am," he said to Cornelia, his tone firm, "you're going to have to come down to the station with us so we can speak to you about Danielle Holloway. And you," he added, turning to Pippa, "will need to come with us for questioning too. I've called this in, and a team is on their way over, so for the time being, the rest of you need to stay right where you are." He turned to his colleague. "Officer, read them their rights. Keep them in separate cars until the boss gets here." As Cornelia extended her wrists for the cuffs, her smile remained fixed in place. She cast one last glance around the room, her gaze lingering on each of the guests. "Well," she said lightly, "I do hope this evening has been as unforgettable for all of you as it has been for me." One officer led her toward the door, his movements brisk and efficient. Pippa and the other officer followed behind them, her steps faltering, her face a mask of despair. As the door closed behind them, the dining room fell into a heavy silence. The raw, unadulterated truth of what had transpired that evening settling over the remaining guests like fog. 30. For several moments, no one moved. The air was thick with the mingling scents of wine, cold plates of half-eaten food, and something far more sinister they could no longer ignore. Hannah was the first to break the silence. She stood rigid, her arms folded tightly across her chest, her face a mask of fury and determination. "Well," she said, her voice low but biting, "she's a monster. But she's not wrong about one thing. None of us will ever forget tonight." Kennedy sat down heavily in her chair, her hands trembling as they rested against the polished surface of the table. "I feel sick," she muttered, barely audible. Her fingers toyed nervously with the stem of her wine glass, though she didn't dare drink from it. How could she make us eat? Her words trailed off as she pressed a hand to her mouth, her expression one of pure revulsion. Annie, still clinging to Kennedy's side, had tears streaming down her cheeks. Her sobs were quieter now, but they carried an unmistakable note of grief. "Pippa knew," she whispered. "She knew, and she let us—" "No," Hannah snapped, turning sharply to face Annie. "Don't let Cornelia twist this. You heard Pippa. She was manipulated, just like the rest of us." "Manipulated?" Jared's voice was hoarse, his words laced with disbelief and anger. He stood near the table, his hands planted firmly on its surface as though he needed the stability to keep himself upright. "She moved Danny's body. She went along with it. How is that just manipulation?" Hannah's glare could have cut through stone. "Have you never been afraid of someone, Jared? Truly afraid? Because that's what Cornelia does. She doesn't just lie. She gets inside your head. She turns your fear into her weapon." "But Pippa's not innocent," Kennedy interjected, her voice steadier now but no less furious. "She had a choice, and she made the wrong one." "You don't know that," Hannah said firmly, stepping closer to the table. "None of us know what Cornelia might have done to her, what she's threatened. You saw her in there. She's breaking apart. That's not guilt. That's terror." "Terror doesn't excuse letting us eat Danny," Jared said, his voice rising slightly. He raked his hands through his hair, pacing back and forth as if the movement could help him process the unthinkable. "She's as complicit as Cornelia. She let us—" He faltered, his voice cracking. The room fell silent again, each of them sinking into their own spiraling thoughts. Kennedy stared into space. Annie had buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. Jared leaned heavily against the wall, his breathing uneven, while Hannah remained standing, her arms crossed and her expression grim. "Do you think she'll talk?" Kennedy asked suddenly, her voice small but sharp. "Pippa, I mean, do you think she'll tell them everything?" Hannah's jaw tightened. "I think she will. She has to. Cornelia may have manipulated her, but Pippa's not the same as her. She's not evil." "Evil," Jared repeated bitterly, letting out a harsh laugh. "That doesn't even begin to describe Cornelia. She's psychotic. She enjoyed this. She enjoyed watching us squirm, knowing what she'd done. And she made sure Pippa would suffer with her," Hannah said quietly, her gaze drifting to the empty seat Pippa had vacated. "If Cornelia has to go down, she'll drag anyone she can with her. Pippa was never anything more than a pawn to her." Kennedy's voice was thick with anger and despair. "We're all pawns. She used all of us. This dinner, the conversations, the meat. It was all part of her twisted game." She shuddered, pushing her plate away violently. "I can't believe I didn't see it sooner." None of us did, Hannah said, her voice softening slightly. She's a master at this, at hiding in plain sight, at making herself seem untouchable. That's how she's gotten away with so much. Annie finally lifted her head, her tear-streaked face etched with raw grief. Do you think Danny knew? Do you think she realized what was happening before? Her voice broke and she buried her face in her hands again. Hannah walked over to her, resting a hand on her shoulder. We'll never know, she said gently, but I promise you, we'll make sure Cornelia pays for what she's done. And if Pippa had a part in it, she'll answer for that too. But right now, we need to stick together. We can't let Cornelia's actions tear us apart. She said some dreadful things tonight, and whether they're true or false, they're nothing to do with anyone else. What was said in this room about your private lives stays here. Do we agree? The group nodded reluctantly, their shared horror and anger forming a fragile bond. As the police sirens faded into the distance, leaving them with nothing but the cold, bitter truth, and the haunting realization that they would never truly escape what had happened in Cornelia Langford's apartment. Soon, the apartment, once pristine and cloaked in an aura of controlled elegance, was now a tableau of chaos. Police officers moved methodically through each room, their gloved hands cataloging evidence with a precision that left nothing untouched. The muffled sound of their radios filled the air, a dissonant backdrop to the otherwise suffocating silence that had fallen over the remaining guests. The dining table, still set with its ornate centerpiece and polished silverware, had been cordoned off with yellow tape. The remnants of uneaten food in the waste disposal, their grotesque significance now impossible to ignore, had been carefully photographed and labeled. The crimson silk scarf that had clung to Cornelia's neck like a trophy would soon be sealed in an evidence bag, its sheen dulled under the harsh fluorescent light. Mrs. Winston stood near the entrance to the kitchen, her face ashen and her hands trembling as she clutched a dish towel. Her usually robust and bustling demeanor had been replaced with a kind of stunned horror, her eyes darting nervously between the officers and the guests. She had been questioned gently at first, and then with more pointed inquiries, but her answers had been a patchwork of confusion and denial. I didn't know, she whispered to herself, as though trying to convince her own conscience. I didn't know what they were doing. One of the officers approached her, a young man with a kind face that belied the gravity of his role. Mrs. Winston, he said softly, his voice measured. I know this is difficult, but we need to ask you a few more questions about what you might have seen or heard earlier today. Her hands tightened around the dish towel, twisting it as though wringing out her own guilt. I didn't see anything unusual, she stammered. Cornelia was her usual self, so calm, so in control. She even complimented the meal, said it would be a night to remember. Her voice cracked on the last word, and she pressed the towel to her mouth to stifle a sob. You didn't notice anything out of place, the officer pressed gently. No strange behavior from Miss Langford, or from Pippa. Mrs. Winston hesitated, her brow furrowing as she replayed the events of the day in her mind. Pippa seemed different, she said finally. She was nervous, jumpy. I remember thinking she looked unwell, but I didn't want to pry. The officer nodded, scribbling notes in his pad. And what about the freezer? He asked, his tone cautious. When did you last access it? Mrs. Winston's face crumpled. I only opened it tonight, she whispered, for the ice. I didn't know what was in there, I swear. I didn't know. It's all right, the officer said, his voice softening. We're just trying to piece together what happened. In the living room, the guests had been gathered on the velvet sofas, their earlier animosity now replaced with a shared numbness. Jared sat with his head in his hands, his fingers gripping his hair as though trying to ground himself. Kennedy sat beside him, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her expression blank, but her foot tapping anxiously against the floor. Annie, still clutching Kennedy's arm, stared vacantly at the ornate chandelier above, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Hannah stood near the doorway, her arms crossed and her gaze fixed on the police as they worked. She had answered their questions with her usual sharp clarity, her investigative instincts refusing to falter even in the face of such horror. But her mind was racing, replaying every interaction, every subtle clue that might have been overlooked. "Do you think she planned it all from the start?" Kennedy asked quietly, her voice breaking the silence. Hannah turned to her, her expression grim. "Cornelia doesn't do anything by accident," she said. "Every word, every gesture is calculated. She thrives on control." Jared let out a hollow laugh, his voice bitter. "And Pippa?" he said. "Was she just another pawn? Or was she a willing accomplice?" Hannah hesitated, her gaze drifting to the hallway where Pippa had disappeared with the police. "I don't know," she admitted, "but Cornelia never saw her as anything but disposable. If she's willing to throw Pippa under the bus now, she was always planning to." Mrs. Winston appeared in the doorway, her usually immaculate apron now crumpled and stained. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her hand still trembled as she gripped the doorframe for support. I thought I knew her," she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've worked here for years. She was always so poised, so polite. How could she do something like this?" Hannah stepped forward, her voice gentle but firm. "Because people like Cornelia don't show their true selves until they're forced to," she said. "They wear masks, and they're very good at it. But underneath it's always there, the darkness, the cruelty." Mrs. Winston's eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head. "I should have seen it," she whispered. "I should have known." "None of us saw it," Kennedy said, her voice bitter. "That's what makes her so dangerous." The officer who had been speaking to Mrs. Winston reappeared, his expression unreadable. "We'll need statements from everyone," he said, "and then we'll need you all to vacate the premises. This is officially a crime scene now." The word sent another ripple of unease through the group. Annie clutched Kennedy's arm tighter, while Jared let out a weary sigh and sank back into his chair. Hannah nodded, her expression resolute. "We'll cooperate," she said, "but make sure you get everything you can from Cornelia. She's already playing her next move." The officer nodded, his gaze steady. "We'll do our best," he said. As the group began to gather their belongings, the macabre events of the evening settled heavily on their shoulders. The pristine elegance of Cornelia's apartment had been shattered, replaced with a grim tableau of secrets, lies, and unimaginable horror. And though Cornelia was gone, her presence lingered like a shadow, an unshakable reminder of the darkness that had unfolded within these walls. 31. A few days had passed since the horrors of that night, but for the guests who became embroiled in Cornelia's warped game, the events had not loosened their grip. The shock rippled outward, spreading through social circles, newspapers, and the insatiable gossip of New York City's elite. Cornelia Langford's name was now whispered with equal parts fascination and revulsion, her elegant veneer shattered, leaving only the grotesque reality of her crimes. Jared sat in his apartment, a glass of whiskey clutched tightly in his hand. The blinds were drawn, casting the room in shadows that matched his mood. Across from him, Kennedy sat cross-legged on the couch, her face pale and drawn. Her usual sharp confidence was gone. replaced with an uneasy stillness. "I can't stop seeing it," Jared said suddenly, his voice hoarse. "That freezer, the pieces of her. God, Kennedy, we ate." His voice broke, and he took a long, desperate sip of his drink. Kennedy's lips pressed into a thin line. "I know," she said quietly. "Believe me, I know." She looked down at her hands, noticing for the first time how much they were trembling. "Do you think she prepared it, and even ate some herself? God, I don't even know which would be worse." Jared set his glass down with a sharp clink, his shoulders slumping forward. "Does it matter?" he asked bitterly. "She made us complicit by eating it, even though we had no clue. We will always be those people who ate some of their friend, and nobody will forget. I know I won't. It makes me want to hurl every time I think about it. But that's what she wanted, wasn't it? To make sure none of us ever forgot or walked away from that apartment clean." Kennedy didn't answer. She couldn't. The truth was too awful to put into words. Instead, she stared out the window, her gaze unfocused as memories of that night played on an endless loop in her mind. Cornelia's calm smile, Pippa's trembling hands, the sickening realization that had swept over the room like a tidal wave. She thought the shame of being exposed, that her affair with Jared and her betrayal of her best friend was bad, but it paled into insignificance compared to what happened next. Annie would never forgive her, and as for her own parents, the looks on their faces when she explained it all, she couldn't wipe it from her mind, any of it. And now, even though she and Jared hadn't so much as touched each other since that night, here they were, drawn together in some kind of perverse brotherhood, forced to stick together in his apartment because they were too ashamed to go out. Nobody else understood or probably cared. The only people interested in them were journalists, and for all the wrong reasons. Annie, meanwhile, was not in her apartment. She was in a hospital bed, her frail body hooked up to a tangle of wires and monitors. The shock of discovering her daughter's fate, and the unimaginable horror of what had been done to her, had sent her spiraling into a collapse. Her health, already delicate, had deteriorated rapidly. Doctors murmured words like stress-induced cardiomyopathy and severe trauma, but none of it mattered to Annie. Nothing mattered anymore. Hannah had visited Annie earlier that day, though the sight of her in that state had shaken her more than she cared to admit. Now, sitting in her own apartment, she scribbled furiously in her notebook, trying to make sense of it all. Her investigative instincts were still firing on all cylinders, but this wasn't just another story. This was personal. She had been there. She had seen the depths of Cordelia's depravity, and she had watched as the carefully constructed facade of their privileged lives crumbled into dust. She had humiliated Kennedy, tearing down her life bit by bit, starting on her hidden wealth and pseudo-career, calling her a hypocrite and then a boyfriend thief. She'd unnecessarily exposed Annie in such a petty vendetta, it made Hannah wonder if Cornelia was jealous of the student affairs, of being found attractive by young men and women, or was she pissed that Annie had never shown any interest in her? What Hannah couldn't fathom was why. Why had Cornelia decided that after years of friendship, to blow it all up in one big hurrah, kill a poor innocent woman for kicks, expose 3 other people's personal lives for what? Entertainment? Because she could? And it was clear now that from the moment she walked in the door, Cornelia had been challenging Hannah to work out where Danny was, and if she hadn't cracked the case, would have claimed it as some sick intellectual victory. Hannah was sure that her next step would have been to permanently dispose of the body, and for the rest of her life, bask in her warped memories. And then there was Pippa, who was a victim, too, of years of narcissistic control and manipulation. Cornelia had triumphed and would revel in knowing the poor woman would be sectioned and probably end up in a secure facility. It was sad and took psychological abuse to a whole new level. And then there was Cornelia herself. She's going to claim insanity, Hannah muttered to herself, her pen digging into the page. Of course she is. And she'll make it look convincing, too. She already has. Her phone buzzed, pulling her out of her thoughts. It was a message from Kennedy. Have you heard anything about Pippa? Hannah stared at the screen for a moment before typing a quick reply. She was still angry and disappointed, but right now they needed to stick together. Not yet. She's probably still being questioned, if they think she's well enough. But she's a mess. I doubt she'll hold up much longer. She hesitated before adding another line. Cornelia's not done with her. You know that, right? She'll want to punish her for being the weak link and making me suspicious and then admitting it all. The response came almost immediately. Yeah, I know. Anyway, look after yourself. And if you don't hate me too much, please keep in touch. Hannah set the phone down and sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. She felt the horrors of the past few days eating away at her. Memories kept resurfacing, and thoughts raced around in her head, and no amount of work could shake them. Cornelia Langford was behind bars, but her presence still loomed large over all of them. And this was just the beginning. Hannah knew the scandal, the investigation, the court case, and whatever else had to be done to clean up after Cornelia would go on for many months, maybe years. That evil woman was going to be a part of their lives for a while yet, so they'd all better get used to it. Across town in the hospital, Annie's doctor spoke quietly with a nurse just outside her room. She's stable for now, he said, but her mental state, it's extremely fragile. We need to monitor her closely. I've arranged for a colleague to come and assess her, but until then, keep her as calm as possible. Inside the room, Annie stared blankly at the ceiling, her lips moving soundlessly as tears slid down the sides of her face. Her mind replayed the moment she had learned the truth, over and over, a relentless loop of pain and disbelief. Her daughter, her sweet Danny, reduced to... She couldn't even finish the thought. And the fact she'd been so let down by Kennedy and Jared heaped another dose of cruelty on top. Annie wondered if Danny knew, and that she died feeling utterly betrayed. The thought made her want to scream and never stop. I'm sorry, she whispered, though there was no one there to hear it. I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, Jared poured himself another drink, his hands trembling as he tried to keep the glass steady. Across from him, Kennedy finally broke the silence. What happens now? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Jared didn't look at her. He stared into his glass as though it held the answers he so desperately needed. I don't know, he said. But I don't think we'll ever really get away from it. From her. Kennedy nodded, her throat constricting as she fought back tears. Do you think Pippa will talk? Jared hesitated, his demeanor that of a defeated man. I don't know, he admitted. Cornelia's in her head. She's always been in her head. I don't think she's strong enough to fight back and stand up for herself. Kennedy shook her head, her expression a mix of anger and despair. None of us are ever going to feel clean again, she said. Mud sticks. Cornelia made sure of that. She dragged us all into her mess, and now we're stuck with it. Hannah, seated at her desk, stared at the pile of notes in front of her. The faces of the guests, the details of the meal, the haunting look in Pippa's eyes, they were all burned into her memory. Cornelia might be behind bars, but her reach extended far beyond those walls. And for the people left in her wake, the nightmare was far from over. Needing to at least see outside, even if she dreaded going out there, Hannah went and sat by the window, her gaze fixed on the shifting patterns of city lights outside. The cold glow of New York's skyline had always been a source of inspiration, a reminder of the stories waiting to be uncovered. But tonight, it only deepened the emptiness she felt. The small but perfectly adequate apartment was a reflection of her life, practical but unadorned, the matching sofas covered with textured cushions, a desk overflowing with papers, and a few artfully mismatched chairs around a scuffed dining table that had belonged to her parents. The kitchen had high-end fittings, but the refrigerator was empty and would probably remain so for a while thanks to an understandable loss of appetite. The faint rumble of traffic from the street below rose up like a persistent murmur, filling the silence she couldn't escape. She thought of Cornelia. The way she had walked out of her apartment, flanked by officers, head held high, and that maddening smirk plastered across her face. Cornelia had lost, and yet she hadn't. Not really. Her manipulations had burrowed deep into all of them, planting seeds of doubt, shame, and guilt that would take root for years to come. Hannah's thoughts turned to Pippa. She could still see trembling hands, the tear-streaked face of a woman on the verge of collapse. Pippa's complicity haunted her, but so did her fragility. Cornelia had chosen her carefully, molding her into a pawn who could be discarded when the game was over. Hannah felt a pang of sympathy. She despised what Pippa had done, but she understood it too. The fluorescent light above Hannah's desk flickered, jolting her from her dark thoughts. She glanced down at herself, jeans worn at the knees, an old sweater that had seen too many late nights. Her fair hair was tied back in a messy bun, wisps escaping to frame her sharp, angular face. Her pale brown eyes, usually so alert, were rimmed with exhaustion, dark circles betraying sleepless nights. She caught her reflection in the window and looked away quickly, as though seeing herself too clearly would break her. Cornelia's presence lingered like a specter, her voice echoing in the silences, her lies woven into the fabric of their lives. Hannah had spent years chasing the truth, but even now, with Cornelia behind bars, she felt as though she had barely scratched the surface. She stood and crossed the room, her footsteps muffled by the plush rug beneath her. The small apartment was cluttered with the detritus of her work. Newspaper clippings, old notebooks, photos pinned to the corkboard above her desk. In the center of it all was Cornelia's face, cut from a glossy magazine cover, and adorned with that infuriatingly serene smile. Hannah picked up the photo and stared at it as memories of that awful dinner party flooded in. "You ruined so many lives," she murmured, her voice low and steady. "Pippa, Annie, Danny, even your own. And for what? To prove you could?" She thought back to her conversation with Pippa. The woman had been incoherent, her words tumbling out in a frantic rush as she tried to explain herself. "I didn't mean for it to happen," she had said. "I didn't think she'd go through with what she was planning. I thought she was playing mind games." "But when you realized it wasn't a game," Hannah had replied, her voice sharper than she intended, "you went along with it." Pippa had broken down then, her sobs racking her fragile frame. And Hannah, despite her anger, had felt a pang of guilt. Cornelia had orchestrated everything, playing them all like pieces on a chessboard. Pippa had been her knight, loyal and expendable. And when the time came, Cornelia had sacrificed her without a second thought. Hannah tossed the photo onto her desk and rubbed her temples. She couldn't afford to dwell on Pippa's fate now. There was still so much she didn't know, and the questions gnawed at her like an open wound. Why had Cornelia chosen that night to unravel everything? What had pushed her to such extremes? Was it arrogance? Boredom? Or something darker? Something even Cornelia herself couldn't fully understand. The sound of a siren wailing in the distance drew her attention back to the window. The vast city stretched out before her. Somewhere out there, Cornelia sat in a cell, no doubt plotting her next move. Hannah's fingers itched to write, to document every detail, but she knew it wouldn't bring closure. Not really. Cornelia's story wasn't over, and neither was hers. Sighing, she returned to her desk and flipped open her notebook. The page stared back at her, blank and accusing. Slowly, she picked up her pen and began to write, her words sharp and deliberate. Cornelia Langford destroyed lives not with brute force, but with precision. She didn't break people, she dismantled them, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but the parts she could use. The pen hovered for a moment before she added, "But even the most intricate machinery has its flaws, and I'll find them. I must." Hannah set the pen down and leaned back in her chair, the tension in her chest easing slightly. Cornelia might have shattered their lives, but she hadn't won. Not yet. And while Hannah had breath in her body, no matter how long it took, she wouldn't let her. 32. The lights here are dim, a dull fluorescent glow that casts everything in a sickly yellow hue. The walls are a pale institutional green, a color chosen, no doubt, for its supposed calming properties. Calming for the broken, the lost, the damaged souls who shuffle through these halls with vacant stares and muttered nonsense. It's pathetic, really. And I'm not one of them. Oh, they think I am. They think they've cracked the code, reduced me to a diagnosis that fits neatly into their clinical jargon. Borderline personality disorder, narcissistic tendencies, psychopathy. The labels they've tried to pin on me are endless, each one more absurd than the last. But I've played my part well. I've perfected the vacant stare, the fragile voice tinged with regret, the occasional tear rolling down my cheek at just the right moment. They lap it up like hungry dogs, convinced they've uncovered some hidden vulnerability. Nobody knows me, who I am, what goes on in my head. When they write about me, and I'm sure they will, I wonder what they'll say, and if they'll get it right. Maybe I should jot it all down for them. At least that way it will be accurate, and in some ways they'll know what they're dealing with. Then again, it would make it too easy for them, and I can't have that. It will spoil the game. My fun. I know. While I wait for someone to come and observe me, or hand me a little paper pot of pills, I will compose a biography in my head, where it'll be nice and safe, a potted version of my life story, a little glimpse of the real Cornelia Langford. Cornelia Langford was born into a world where money solved everything. At least that was the family mantra. The Langfords were old money, the kind that dripped with effortless privilege, their wealth cemented across generations through media empires and ruthless business acquisitions. They moved through life untouched by consequence, shielded by power, their misdeeds quietly buried beneath glossy magazine profiles and philanthropic endeavors. From the outside, Cornelia had it all. Private schools that curated future world leaders, summers in Capri, winters in Gstaad, custom gowns from Paris, art lessons from masters flown in from Florence. The best of everything, except the one thing she craved: attention. Her father, Richard Langford, was too busy expanding his empire to notice her beyond the perfunctory gestures of fatherhood, an expensive bracelet sent from his latest business trip, a fleeting nod at a gala before turning back to more important guests. Her mother, Astrid, was no better, a glacial beauty who spent her days at charity luncheons and cosmetic appointments, more concerned with maintaining the illusion of a perfect life than engaging with her daughter in any meaningful way. Cornelia learned early that if she wanted love, she had to command it. Cornelia never fell in love, not really. She collected lovers the way some people collected art, appreciating their beauty, their rarity, their usefulness, before inevitably growing bored. Men, women, older, younger, married, single, it made no difference. The thrill wasn't in the connection, but in the conquest, in watching them unravel under her gaze, in knowing that she could make anyone believe they were special, that she needed them, only to discard them when they became predictable. There was Jonathan Wren, the married CEO, who once confessed, half drunk, that he would leave his wife for her. Cornelia had laughed, a rich, indulgent sound, before whispering in his ear, "Why would I want a man so easily taken?" There was Elise, the artist with calloused hands and paint-stained jeans, who had painted Cornelia obsessively, reverently, until Cornelia stopped showing up at her studio. The last portrait Elise had made, furious strokes, smudged lipstick, a gaze that saw too much, was burned in the courtyard of her loft in Brooklyn, a final desperate act of protest. There was even Danny Holloway, though Cornelia would never admit it. Danny, with her righteousness, her insufferable morality, her insistence on seeing the real Cornelia, the one person who had walked away first, who had seen through the shine and recognized the emptiness beneath. It had enraged Cornelia in a way nothing else ever had. Cornelia had always been spoiled, but it was never enough. No matter how much money she had, how many people fawned over her, she always carried the gnawing ache of neglect. She was the child who had never been denied a single material thing, yet had always been starved for affection. Her father's approval was distant, given only in nods of acknowledgement when she accomplished something useful. Her mother's love was conditional, shallow, her voice always ringing with quiet disappointment when Cornelia did something unseemly. So Cornelia made herself the center of every room she walked into. She cultivated charm like a weapon, learned to manipulate with a touch, a glance, a perfectly placed sigh. If she could not have love, she would create the illusion of it. If she could not be adored, she would at least be feared. Because at the end of the day, Cornelia Langford knew one thing to be true: no one would ever truly love her the way she loved herself. And that was just the way she liked it. I don't know if that's made me feel better or worse. How utterly disappointing that after such a magnificent life I'm reduced to this disgusting place that's beneath me in every way possible. I don't belong here. The prison hospital is a microcosm of society's failures. Long, sterile corridors echo with the shuffle of slippered feet, the occasional shriek or wail punctuating the dull monotony. There's a common area with mismatched furniture, faded and sagging under years of neglect. A battered television mounted in the corner plays mindless daytime programming that no one watches. The air smells faintly of cheap cleaning fluid and despair, a cloying mixture that clings to the skin. The nurses, bless their well-meaning, simple little hearts, treat me with a mixture of pity and wariness. They think I'm fragile, dangerous, a puzzle they're determined to solve. They're wrong on all counts. I'm not fragile. I'm not dangerous. I'm simply better. Better than them, better than anyone in this pitiful excuse for facility, and they'll never see it. This place is a circus. The patients are clowns, babbling and drooling and shuffling aimlessly. There's one, a woman with stringy hair and a vacant smile who spends her days rocking back and forth, muttering nonsense about angels and demons. Another one thinks he's Napoleon, striding through the common area with his hand tucked into his shirt and barking orders at invisible soldiers. And then there's me, sitting in the corner with my book, with the pages I purposely don't turn, the very picture of quiet introspection. They think I'm one of them. How quaint. The truth is, I'm not here because I belong. I'm here because I'm smarter than all of them. The nurses, the doctors, the so-called experts who think they're unraveling my psyche. They don't realize I've been playing them from the moment I arrived. The tears, the confessions, the carefully measured glimpses of vulnerability. It's all a game, and I'm winning. My lawyer was skeptical at first, but I knew I could convince him. Temporary insanity, I told him, my voice trembling just enough to sell it. I wasn't myself. I was under so much pressure, so much stress. He fell for it, just like everyone else. By the time we went to trial, I had them all eating out of the palm of my hand. The jury looked at me and saw a fragile, broken woman, not the calculating mind that had orchestrated everything. And now here I am, safely tucked away in this little cocoon of a facility, where I'm free to plan my next move. Because there will be a next move. Of course there will. They think this is the end of my story, but it's only the beginning. I've been underestimated my entire life, and look where it's gotten me. I've built empires, destroyed lives, and emerged unscathed. And I'll do it again. This place is just a temporary inconvenience, a minor detour on the path to my inevitable triumph. As I sit here watching the other patients shuffle past, I feel nothing but contempt. Contempt for their weakness, their smallness, their utter lack of significance. Their ants, scurrying about their meaningless little lives while I am something more, something greater. The recreation yard is no better, a patch of cracked asphalt enclosed by high fences topped with razor wire. It's a pathetic excuse for freedom. The other patients mill about aimlessly, their faces turned toward the gray sky as though searching for answers that will never come. I've ventured out there a few times, more to observe than to participate. It's a study in futility, really. A nurse approaches, her smile painted on, her voice syrupy sweet. "How are we doing today, Cornelia?" she asks, her tone dripping with condescension. I give her my best doe-eyed look, my voice soft and trembling. "I'm trying," I say, letting my gaze drop to the floor. "It's just so hard. I miss home. When am I going home?" Her expression softens and she reaches out to pat my shoulder. "You're doing great," she says. "One day at a time." I nod, blinking back fake tears as she walks away. The moment she's gone, my lips curve into a smile. One day at a time, indeed. In the evenings, the halls grow quieter, the distant sound of sobbing or muttered prayers drifting through the stillness. The common area empties, and I'm left alone with my thoughts. I glance at the clock on the wall, its hands ticking away the seconds with agonizing slowness. Time is my ally here. The longer I'm in this place, the more they'll believe I've been rehabilitated, that I found redemption. And when the time comes, I'll be ready. Ready to step back into the world, to rebuild, to rise. Because people like me don't disappear. We adapt, we evolve, and we always, always win. The evenings are the best time for reflection. When the halls grow quiet and the babbling fools are sedated, when the nurses lower their voices to whispers as they do their rounds. It's then, in the stillness, that I let my mind wander. And tonight, it wanders back to another time, another triumph. A murder, yes, but not the one that brought me here. I doubt they'll ever connect me to it. It was years ago, and I played my part so exquisitely. I was younger then, but no less brilliant, no less adept at seeing the pieces on the board and moving them exactly where they needed to go. It wasn't personal, of course, it never is. He was in my way, a minor obstacle that needed removing. A business partner, though partner is far too generous a term for what he was. He fancied himself my equal, but he wasn't. He was sloppy, reckless, and utterly beneath me. And so, I did what needed to be done. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. A staged robbery, a knife in the dark, and a carefully planted trail of evidence pointing to someone else. But the knife wasn't my only weapon. No. I had another tool. One that I've always found particularly poetic. Silk. The scarf was crimson, smooth and luxurious, a gift from an admirer whose name I've long since forgotten. I had worn it to dinner that evening, a casual touch that seemed to escape notice. When the moment came, it was perfect, too perfect. He was in his office, leaning over a set of financial reports, oblivious to my presence as I slipped through the door. I remember the way the silk felt in my hands, cool and soft, deceptively delicate. I wrapped it around his throat from behind, pulling tight as his hands clawed at it, at me, at the air. His face turned a hideous shade of purple, veins bulging, eyes wide and bloodshot. The reports scattered to the floor as he thrashed, knocking over a glass of whiskey that spilled like blood across the polished desk. The scent of it mingled with the faint trace of his cologne and the coppery tang of desperation. It didn't take long. The silk bit into his flesh, leaving angry red welts as his struggles grew weaker, his movements more erratic. When it was over, he slumped forward, his head hitting the desk with a dull thud. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, adjusting my grip on the scarf. It was still flawless, unmarred by the violence it had inflicted. I folded it neatly and tucked it into my bag. A souvenir, perhaps, or simply a token of my own ingenuity. The rest was easy. The knife, a cheap, disposable thing, came next. I stood behind him again, gripped his hair and pulled back his head, then slashed his throat over and over again. By the time I'd finished, it looked as though I'd tried to decapitate him. The thrill of it all was better than the best sex I'd ever had with the husbands of my friends, and I couldn't stop. I plunged the knife into his back and chest posthumously to make it look like the work of a desperate thief. I upturned the contents of his drawers, shattered a display case, left the room in disarray. The planted evidence was flawless. Fingerprints on the knife, a trail of stolen items leading to the home of a former employee I had carefully chosen. He was perfect for the role. A bitter man with a history of aggression, an explosive temper, and just enough of a grudge to make the story believable. I remember the trial. I attended, of course, sitting in the back of the courtroom with a carefully cultivated expression of sorrow and concern. I even brought a handkerchief, dabbing at my eyes as the prosecution laid out their case. The photographs were gruesome, the details chilling, but I never flinched. The jury, however, did. The poor man never stood a chance. He was convicted in less than a day, sentenced to life without parole, and I walked out of that courtroom with my reputation intact and my path cleared of any obstacles. Sometimes I wonder about him, sitting in his cell somewhere, surrounded by concrete and steel. Does he think about the person who really did it? Me? Does he curse my unknown name, suspecting faceless enemies of being the architects of his downfall? Or has he resigned himself to his fate, convinced by the mountain of evidence that he truly is guilty? It doesn't matter, of course. His thoughts are as irrelevant as the man himself. What delights me most is how neatly it all came together. There were no loose ends, no mistakes. Every detail was accounted for, every risk mitigated. And even now, years later, there isn't a shred of evidence linking me to the crime. It's a masterpiece, really. A work of art. The thought brings a smile to my lips. They think they have me here, confined and controlled, but they don't understand who they're dealing with. I've been here before, in a manner of speaking. Not in a physical cell, but in situations where others thought they had me cornered. And every time, I've emerged victorious. There's a nurse I've been watching lately. Young, inexperienced, eager to please. She reminds me of someone from that time. A secretary who had overheard a bit too much, asked one too many questions. I dealt with her, of course. Not with violence. No, that would have been crude. Instead, I used whispers and rumors, a carefully orchestrated campaign of sabotage that left her reputation in tatters. By the time I was done, she was begging for a transfer to another city. I wonder what became of her. Perhaps she's sitting somewhere now, still trying to piece together how it all unraveled. I tap my fingers lightly against the armrest of my chair, savoring the memories. There's a peculiar kind of joy in knowing I've left so many marks on the world, so many lives altered by my hand. The trick was to appear so aloof and unconcerned by their existence, as though they were of such little consequence that I hadn't paid them an iota of interest. Why would I waste my time or dirty my hands attempting to be rid of them? I would appear shocked, have flowers sent to the grieving family, or arrange for a collection and drinks before they went on their way. I'm so good like that. Huh. And the best part, they'll never know. To them, I'm just a ghost, a shadow passing through their lives, leaving chaos in my wake. The clock on the wall ticks softly, marking the passage of time. The nurses will make their rounds soon, and I'll need to resume my role as the contrite, fragile patient. But for now, I allow myself this moment of indulgence, this private celebration of all I've accomplished. They think they've caught me, that they've unraveled my secrets, but they've only scratched the surface. Because here I am, safe and sound, with my past sins buried so deeply they'll never see the light of day. But I will. I made plans long ago, contingencies, escape routes, and specialist contacts who know how and when to get me out of here. not long now. And that, more than anything, is what makes me smile. Because I haven't just won. I've mastered the game. This recording of Silk, a thriller, was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Jennifer Pickens. Recorded by arrangement with Black Swan Digital. Copyright 2025 by Black Swan Digital. Recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.